Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3661. The spiritualized universe was not Yuya's territory, and he could not easily descend there. Yu Sang Tian would not listen to him either. Most of the other Sang Tians did not know about the existence of the Nine Firmaments universe, let alone the people below them. Yuya's so-called dignity as a god of defense was useless in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin had no choice but to think of another way. The spiritualized universe did not have any, but the royal god mountain did. If there was no other way, the Nine Firmaments universe had some as well. 2 months. A full 2 months had passed before the ballad finally came back with a reply. You found it. There's no movement from the spiritualized universe at all. Where did you find it? Lu Yin was curious. Gu Yan replied, the royal god mountain. Lu Yin was shocked. The royal god mountain has so many materials. I don't know about that, but Lord Yuya said that the materials would be sent to the Arc region in 10 days. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. These materials could not have been gathered in a parallel universe. If the royal god mountain could gather so many materials, could it really be from another universe? A universe had several parallel universes, and if the royal god mountain really was a small spiritualized universe, then Yu Sang Tian or the Nine Firmaments universe must have many parallel universes after countless years of planning. There were so many that they could be restarted, so it was not strange for them to be able to gather so many materials. Lu Yin did not think too much about it. It was difficult to speculate whether or not the royal god mountain was from another universe, and he would only know after taking a look. This Gu Yan should not be a spiritualized universe cultivator, but he could not see any traces of another universe. The Nine Firmaments universe had a way to hide such traces. Yu Sang Tian's method was the spiritualized heavenly technique. Perhaps this spiritualized heavenly technique did not belong to Yu Sang Tian but to the Nine Firmaments universe, just like the Nine Firmaments transformation. 2K, Lord Lu Sang Tian, this should be enough, right? Gu Yan was nervous. Lu Yin said, wait until the materials are sent to the Arc region. Gu Yan had no choice but to leave. 10 days later, the Arc region welcomed the materials on time. The Arc Helm looked at the mountainous pile of materials, and his breathing quickened as his eyes lit up. Only by understanding the value of this batch of materials could he understand his shock. The Arc region was the only place in the spiritualized universe that produced battleships. Even so, the materials obtained each year were limited, and the materials that could make space-time battleships were extremely rare. They were so rare that it took many years to make one. This was also one of the reasons why there were only 6 spacetime class battleships in the spiritualized universe. There were not many materials that could be used. In his entire life, he had only created one spacetime class battleship. Before he was born, there were only 5 spiritualized universes. The only reason he could create one was because of the Zhou family's accumulation over the generations. Every generation of the Zhou family head's greatest wish was to build a spacetime class battleship. How many generations of Zhou family heads would be so lucky? Most of the family heads could only look at the materials and sigh. Generation after generation, they would be lucky enough to succeed in a certain generation. It was already a blessing for him to be able to make one. His sons, grandsons, and even his descendants would not be able to make another one until many years later. And now, he had enough materials to build a spacetime class battleship. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would be able to see the day where so many materials were gathered. This was the influence of Lu Sang Tian. It was too terrifying. When he gave the list to Wu Jiang, he never thought that he would be able to collect it all. He just wanted to express his attitude, but Wu Jiang gave him a huge surprise. Second barbarian, do you have enough materials? Old Tao was very proud. The head of the Zhou family was too awesome. Looking at the expressions of the people in the Zhou region, they could not wait to eat all the materials. Zhou Rudder suppressing his shock, he looked at Old Tao. Enough. Old Tao chuckled. Enough to build a space-time class battleship. Enough. Zhou Rudder subconsciously replied. After he finished speaking, his expression changed. In front of him, Old Tao, Chu Yi, Heavenly Lord Victor, and the others looked at him with half-smiles. He also looked at them with an unnatural expression. Repairing Wu Jiang would not require so many materials. He was just following his habit, or rather, he wanted to test Wu Jiang's ability. He listed the most precious materials to build a space-time class battleship. He did not expect Wu Jiang to find them, but he did not expect Wu Jiang to find them. At most, 1/10 of these materials could be used to repair Wu Jiang. The remaining 90% could be left in the Zhou region. After a few more years, they would be able to build a new battleship. However, Wu Jiang saw through his intentions. The people on Wu Jiang were not stupid. If all these materials were used to repair Wu Jiang, it would expand by half. How could that be possible? Chu Yi looked at Zhou Rudder. Do your best to make Wu Jiang perfect. We can give you some of the remaining materials. Zhou Rudder relaxed. Understood. The Zhou region received the materials, and Guiyao stepped into the valley once more. She appeared in front of Lu Yin and bowed deeply. Lord Lu Sangtian, the materials have been delivered. Lu Yin praised, very good. Then, let's talk about the third condition. Guiyao's expression turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and bowed again. She lowered her head and said, please don't make things difficult for me, Your Honor. Lord Yuya has fulfilled both of your conditions. Please show your sincerity, Your Honor. Lu Yin was curious. How should I express my sincerity? Guiyao heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Yin wasn't angry. She looked up at him with a pale face. Enter the Royal God Mountain. That's the only place where you can speak with Lord Yuya. Lord Yuya has something to say to Lord Lu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked at Guiyao and said slowly, then, how do I enter Divine Ruling Mountain? The palm of the sun beast was the place Yuya was leading Lu Yin to. Lu Yin had first learned about it from Ru Mu and then from Emperor Wu. Yuya did not think that this location would alert Lu Yin because he did not know that Emperor Wu had told Lu Yin to lead him there. He only thought that the palm of the sun beast was the entrance to Divine Ruling Mountain. The entrance was not important. What was important was whether or not to enter. However, to Yuya, it was fine as long as he could lead Lu Yin to the entrance. Lu Yin would be wary of Divine Ruling Mountain, but he would not be wary of an entrance. Guiyao said, the entrance to Divine Ruling Mountain is not fixed. It is in the palm of the sun beast for a while. Lord Lu Sangtian, please come with me. Lu Yin hesitated. Guiyao's heart was in her throat. After paying such a huge price, if she could not bring this person in, she did not know how to explain it to Lord Yuya. Hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds and a list of materials seemed to be resources, but these resources were too vast. It was not something that any force could gather. The price was enough to shake the universe. How about this, one last condition? Lu Yin looked at Guiyao and raised a finger. Help me do one last thing, and I will go to Divine Ruling Mountain with you. Guiyao was in a dilemma. I can't decide. Ask Yuya's God of Defense. Guiyao frowned and hesitated. Lu Yin looked at her. Just say it. Guiyao pursed her lips and said in a low voice, Lord Yuya is helping Lord Lu Sangtian replace Yu Sangtian. As far as I know, Lu Sangtian and Yu Sangtian are not on good terms. Since that is the case, why are you making things difficult for him? I don't mean to threaten Lord Lu Sangtian. It is just that if Lord Yuya is dissatisfied, it will not be good for Lord Lu Sangtian to replace him with someone else. After saying that, she bowed deeply. Please don't blame me. I have said too much. Lu Yin smiled. Don't be afraid. I will not do anything to you. Guyao breathed a sigh of relief and looked better. Thank you, Lord. Lu Yin looked at the sky and rocked the recliner. Do you think hundreds of trillions of spirit seeds and those materials can be exchanged for Lu Sangtian to cultivate transformation of the 9 heavens? Guyao thought about it. I don't know. Then I will tell you, no. Lu Yin looked at Guyao. Because transformation of the 9 heavens requires the opening of the 9 heavens. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to open the 9 heavens. The god of defense under Yuya opened the 9 heavens for Wu Huang and paid a huge price. For this reason, he will not give up Wu Huang easily unless Wu Huang fails completely. As for me, if there is only a small price, the god of defense under Yuya will give up. After all, Yu Sang Tian is not to be trifled with. The god of defense under Yuya is high in the Jiu Shao universe and is not afraid of anything. I am different. I only have one life, and no one can save me. So, I need the god of defense under Yuya to pay the price that he is unwilling to give up on me. Do you understand? Guyao said, the Jiu Shao universe is going to abolish Yu Sang Tian. There will be no accidents. There will be no accidents. Yu Sang Tian must disappear, but the one who replaces Yu Sang Tian can be me or someone else. Little girl, think about what you said. The Jiu Shao universe wants Yu Sang Tian to disappear, not for me to replace Yu Sang Tian. Guyao frowned and looked at the ground. She could not refute this. She did not know whether it was true or not. Her mission was to find a way to lure Lu Yin to the palm of the sun beast. As for the reason, it came from Yuya. She was not qualified to know the real purpose of luring Lu Yin there. Even if all of this was true, this person was right. Yu Sang Tian could disappear, but did he have to be the one to sit in that position? It could also be someone else, but no one could guarantee it. This person wanted a price that the god of defense under Yuya could not give up on to ensure that he could replace Yu Sang Tian. Tell the god of defense under Yuya that I have one last condition. If I complete it, I will do whatever he wants me to do, Lu Yin said. Guyao nodded. Then, Lu Sang Tian's third condition. After a pause, she asked, what is the last condition? Lu Yin looked at her. Yu Sang Tian and the eternal key to the Gate of Arts. Lu Yin did not know what was behind the Gate of Arts. He had no clues, and this made him uneasy. He had even seen the 9th heaven universe and even the strange scene of the day of the sacrifice spirit. The god of defense had the power to raise the sky, but he knew nothing about the Gate of Arts. This was not his character. This condition was a test. He was testing Yu Sang Tian and the others, as well as the 9th heaven universe. He wanted to see what the 9th heaven universe's attitude towards the Gate of Arts was. A few days later, the spirit cloud stone vibrated. It was from the Eternal. You want to use Yuya to get the key. Does that count as betraying our alliance? Lu Yin smiled. It's a temporary cooperation, not an alliance. If it wasn't for the boundless shift, would you have helped Yuya? The Eternal did not refute. If I don't give it to him, I can't explain it to Yuya. Then give it to him. But it can't reach you. Lu Yin was surprised. Are you sure? Did Yuya contact you? A girl called Guyao contacted me, but I didn't give it to her. Then why are you so sure it can't reach me? Because he didn't ask me for it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3662. Lu Yin understood that Ruguo was Yuya's spokesperson by Eternity's side, but Yuya did not let Ruguo know about this. Instead, he let Guyao, who had been contacting him alone, come forward. Obviously, he was avoiding Rugwa. Rugwa had been monitoring the spiritualized universe, so it was impossible for him not to know about the keys to the Gate of Arts. This meant that Yuya did not want Rugwa to know about it. Once Rugwa knew, it would be easy for variables to appear. This meant that the value of the keys could make Rugwa betray Yuya. This meant that the keys were extremely valuable. The keys to the Gate of Arts were clearly in the law domain, but the Zhan family did not have a single key. This was unusual. Would the Ninth Heaven universe also want a key? I guessed right. You are testing the importance of the keys. I can tell you the result. Yuya will not get a single key, and I will be in trouble, Eternity said. Luin laughed. I'm sorry. You're being targeted. It doesn't matter. We'll be targeted anyway. After such a long time, our alliance should be exposed. So, take care. Take care. Take care. If they really met, no one would show mercy. Some grudges could never be resolved. Luin put down the spirit cloud stone and looked at the sky. Guyao had arrived. Guyao entered the valley and bowed deeply to Luin. We can't fulfill Lu Sangtian's conditions. Is there anything that Yuya's god of defense can't do? Luin did not believe it. Guyao was helpless. If Yu Sangtian was obedient, he would not need to be replaced. Lord Yuya asked for a key from Yu Sangtian, but he was rejected. If Lu Sangtian really needs it, he can get it after defeating Yu Sangtian. What about the other key? Eternity and Rugwa have joined forces. Lord Yuya just destroyed the Ru family, and they hate us to the core. Eternity can't get it, but we can tell Lu Sangtian their location. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Yuya still did not know that Eternity had joined forces with him. The efficiency was really low. It seemed that during this time, his people were working hard to find spirit seeds and materials and did not have time to care. This was a pleasant surprise. So, we can't fulfill the conditions. Luin was dissatisfied. Guyao looked at Luin. Lu Sangtian can change the conditions as long as we can do it. Luin thought. I want the mountain. Guyao was surprised. What do you want? Royal Divine Mountain, he repeated. Guyao stared at him blankly, not knowing what to say. Luin replied, the god of defense at the moon's edge destroyed the Ru family, which means that the Divine Fort Mountain is under your control. It shouldn't be too much for me to obtain the Divine Fort Mountain, right? It's just within my reach. Guyao thought for a moment. Allow me to report this to Lord Yuya. Go. After a period of time, Guyao went to the sky beyond heaven and entered the Royal God Mountain. A dark golden light appeared before her eyes. Guyao's attitude was extremely respectful. She knelt down deeply. Master, Luin wants to go to God Governing Mountain. Royal God Mountain. Yes, he said that since Master has annihilated the Ru clan, Divine Rain Mountain can be given to him. Humph, what a big appetite. I have to pay the price for destroying the Ru clan. Apart from the Ru clan, no one else can truly control the Divine Driving Mountain. If he wants it, fine, I'll give it to him. Guyao quickly agreed and left God Governing Mountain to return to the spiritualized universe. In sky beyond sky, inside the extreme palace, Yu Sangtian watched Guyao enter and exit with a calm expression. It was as if he was watching a clown. At the same time, in the depths of the Royal God Mountain, in the center of what used to be a home. Rugwa and the others used to live here, but now it was occupied by Lord Yu. On this day, there was a strange movement here. Ancient spirit treasures rose into the air and formed a circle. At the center of all the spirit treasures, the void constantly solidified and changed shape. Lord Yu arrived and looked at it for a while. He raised his hand and pointed out, drawing something. In the spiritualized universe, in the wisdom domain, there was also a circle of spirit treasures in front of Elder Yu. The void in the center of the spirit treasures was constantly changing. After a while, the spirit treasures fell. Elder Yu's face was pale, as if he had consumed a lot of energy. In the Royal God Mountain, Lord Yu's expression was much better than Elder Yu's, but he was still a little pale. He frowned and turned to the sky, bowing. Lord Yu, yeah. The dark golden light fell. What's the matter? Lord Yu's expression was solemn. Elder Yu from the wisdom domain sent a message that the Eternity and Lu Yin were originally working together. What? Yuya was furious. It was fake, it was all fake. No wonder the Eternity did not help Rugwa previously. No wonder Lu Yin was unwilling to come to the Royal God Mountain and was so vigilant and kept raising conditions. It was all fake. Lord Yu's heart was heavy. This way, Lu Yin would not be tricked into the palm of the tomorrow beast. Yuya's plan had failed. How could he deal with Lu Yin then? This person was so cunning that he would work together with his greatest enemy. Why? And why did he work together? Did he know that he would be tricked by Yuya? But how did he know? There were many things that he should not know. What made Yuya even angrier was that he had just agreed to give the Royal God Mountain to Lu Yin to lure him here. That guy kept looking at him like he was a clown. Bastard, he gave him the spirit seeds and materials. The dark golden light kept shining, and the pressure fell like a curtain of rain, suffocating everyone in the starry sky. After a while, the dark golden light calmed down. This news came from the wisdom domain. Lord Yu said, Elder Yu said it. What does the wisdom domain mean? Lord Yu said, Elder Yu must want to join us. He doesn't need to join us. Let him join Wu Jiang. Lord Yu was shocked. Join Wu Jiang. Yuya's voice dropped. That Lu Yin wants the Royal God Mountain. I'll give it to him. Let's see if he dares to come and take it. Let the wisdom domain join him and spread a rumor in the spiritualized universe that he is a disciple of Wu Jiang who came from the Tian Yuan universe. His goal is to replace Yu Sang Tian. Lord Yuya understood. This was a similar method of flattery. Lu Yin and the Eternals had worked together, but they only knew that Yuya wanted to lure him to the next sun's beast palm. In Yuya's eyes, it was the entrance to the Royal God Mountain, but he did not know why. Perhaps it was a good thing for him, as his vigilance stemmed from his many years of cultivation. Now that the wisdom domain had joined them and the Royal God Mountain was given to him, it lowered his vigilance. At the same time, it made him completely stand against Yu Sang Tian. This method was not brilliant, and most people could see through it. The only thing that was brilliant was human nature. Wu Jiang's disciple wanted to replace Yu Sang Tian, and this was something that everyone in the spiritualized universe wanted, even if this person belonged to the Tian Yuan universe. This was because after countless years, the true master of the spiritualized universe was Wu Jiang. This was something that had been spread by generations of Yu Sang Tian. Coupled with the wisdom domain's influence in the spiritualized universe, one could imagine how many people would change their attitudes toward Wu Jiang. Once the spiritualized universe changed, the entire universe's momentum would be enough to push Lu Yin up. At that time, it would be easy to do anything, especially with the help of the wisdom domain. Lu Yin and the Eternals had joined forces because they believed that Yuya did not know. Similarly, the wisdom domain had told Yuya about this, but Lu Yin and the rest did not know either. Scheming and counter-scheming, one loop after another. Lord Yuya. He looked at the sky. How many years had it been? The nine firmaments universe's god of defense did not need to scheme at all. A single word could decide everything in the spiritualized universe, but now, he was using his brain. This Lu Yin had forced Yuya into a corner. If this continued, Yuya would really descend. Yuya left. Yu turned around and looked at the circle of spirit treasures in front of him. He raised a hand, and the spirit treasures floated up with a solemn expression. The price of contacting the wisdom domain in Imperial God Mountain was extremely high, and not just anyone could afford it. However, to get rid of Lu Yin and avenge his son, Yu was willing to do anything. A few days later, a piece of news shook the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin was a disciple of Wu Jiang and had come from the Tian Yuan universe. He had only one goal, and that was to replace Yu Sang Tian and become the spiritualized universe's master. No one knew where this news came from, but it quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Regardless of whether it was the seven great powers or the realm beyond heaven, everyone heard this news, and it shocked countless people. Everyone who heard this news was dumbfounded. How could such a thing happen? No, that's impossible. A disciple of Wu Jiang, replacing Yu Sang Tian. How is that impossible? So that's how it is. That explains it. Rumor has it that Lu Sang Tian hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years, and he's much younger than me. However, he has Yu Sang Tian's battle prowess. Aside from the legendary Wu Jiang, who else can teach him? He came here on Wu Jiang and didn't care about the realm beyond heaven at all. He provoked Yu Sang Tian and repeatedly violated the rules. He even wanted to carve words in the Extreme Palace. If there isn't a Wu Jiang supporting him, then what right does he have? No wonder Yu Sang Tian didn't do anything to him from the start. So it's because of Wu Jiang. Back then, Yi Sang Tian, Meng Sang Tian, and Bao Qi Sang Tian wanted to go on an expedition to the Tian Yuan universe, but they suddenly stopped. At that time, everyone didn't understand why Yu Sang Tian wanted to stop them, but in fact, it wasn't Yu Sang Tian who stopped them. It was Wu Jiang. It makes sense. Everything makes sense now. Lu Sang Tian also knows the Jyotian change. He must have been taught by Wu Jiang. Why do I hear that Wu Jiang doesn't even exist? How can it not exist? If it doesn't exist, then why didn't Yu Sang Tian deny it? It must exist. It must exist. Every corner of the spiritualized universe was discussing this matter. They had connected everything that had happened since Wu Jiang's appearance, but there were still some areas that they couldn't understand. However, if they put Lu Yin's identity as Wu Jiang's disciple, these areas that they couldn't understand instantly made sense. This news made many people believe it, but there were also many who didn't. Wu Jiang was a spiritualized universe's strongest powerhouse. Why would he allow someone from the Tian Yuan universe to replace Yu Sang Tian? It didn't make sense. Some people felt that it was reasonable. Perhaps Lu Yin had been brought to the Tian Yuan universe by Wu Jiang from the spiritualized universe in order to open up a new path of cultivation. Some people still didn't believe that Yu Sang Tian could reopen the Tian Yuan universe at any time and step into eternal life. Even Wu Jiang would find it difficult to replace him. Both sides had countless points to refute each other, and they argued endlessly. Then, another piece of news was released, and everyone was speechless. Jikong domain had defected to Wu Jiang. This news shocked countless people. Those at the bottom did not understand Jikong domain, but those who did understood what it represented. Jikong domain represented the spiritualized universe's history and future. It also represented Wu Jiang's position. Jikong domain had the authority to allocate resources and plan cultivation in the spiritualized universe. Even if Yu Sang Tian had clearly stated that Jikong domain was not allowed to succeed Yu Sang Tian, this did not hinder Jikong domain's prestige in the spiritualized universe. The simplest point was that Yu Sang Tian had to wait for a notification before entering Jikong domain. This was the prestige that a genius from beyond the heavens should have. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3663. Many people knew that the Zhikong region's history surpassed Yu Sang Tian's and was from the same era as the Supreme Pole. Perhaps it originated from the Supreme Pole. Now, the Zhikong region's attitude silenced those who did not believe that Lu Yin was the Supreme Pole's disciple. They had to believe it even if they did not want to. At this moment, the entire spiritualized universe looked towards the Hundred Herb region. It was as if they could see Lu Sang Tian, the faith of countless people in the spiritualized universe standing behind him. In sky beyond sky, Yu Sang Tian looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He finally knew how to use his brain. Lan sought an audience with Yu Sang Tian. "Sir, do you want me to go to the Zhikong region?" "No need." Lan did not understand. The Zhikong region had openly defected to the Wujiang region and spread the news to the spiritualized universe. Why did he not stop it? Could it be that the rumors were true? There was no mistake. Lan looked towards the extreme palace in shock. It could not be. Was that person really the Supreme Pole's disciple? In the myriad beast territory, countless beast sloughs growled. The old salamander looked at the ceiling, the heaven's foundation in his hand, and was confused. Was he really the Supreme Pole's disciple? He had confirmed from the Eternal that Lu Yin belonged to the Tian Yuan universe. Why would the Supreme Pole accept someone from the Tian Yuan universe as a disciple? In the Spirit Treasure region, Master Su sighed. They really know how to play. One by one. Far away in space, the ninth spirit turned back, afraid that the thought immortal would catch up. If the thought immortal had not helped her in the past, she would not have been so helpless against this person. She had also heard the rumors and could not help but curse Lu Yin for being shameless. He dared to say this. The Supreme Pole's disciple. Replace Yu Sang Tian. Dream on. Only the Nine Firmaments universe could decide who would be Yu Sang Tian. As for the Supreme Pole, she shook her head. He was just a pitiful person. Adieu, this is the 27th poem that I wrote for you. It has been compiled into a book by the people and is widely circulated. Those children can recite it. They will never know that this represents our touching love story. Let them guess. Listen, the ninth spirit turned and ran. In the southbound domain, Lu Yin was puzzled. The Supreme Pole's disciple. Old Tao's voice came from the spirit cloud stone. Yes, Master. That's what the rumors say. Old Yu publicly announced that he has defected to the Wujiang region. From now on, the Zhikong region will follow Wujiang's lead. He will do whatever you want him to do. Lu Yin put the spirit cloud stone. Yu Lao, this old man, definitely had a scheme. Was he going to rely on Wujiang? He didn't believe it. At this time, outside Southbound World, Elder Yu walked out. His expression was solemn as he headed towards the valley. The news had spread to the outside world, and even old Tao had contacted Lu Yin. Foolish old man had never taken the initiative to contact Lu Yin, and he had personally come here. Lu Yin leisurely sat on the recliner and waited for Yu Lao to arrive. Facing Lu Yin, the foolish old man took a deep breath and bowed respectfully with a complicated expression. Greetings, Lu Sang Tian. Lu Yin laughed. Old Yu, you've never been this polite to me before. Said the foolish old man, the Ru clan has been destroyed, the Zhikong region's backer in the continent of the Nine Clouds has collapsed. On the other hand, Master Lu, not only do you have a supreme teacher, but you also have the attention of the continent of the Nine Clouds. If I can follow you, I'm willing to do anything. Follow me. Does that mean that the rumors outside were spread by the Wisdom Sky realm? Yu Lao said, it is a fact that the Zhikong region has sided with the Wujiang region. As for the spread of Master Lu's identity, it was not done by the Zhikong region. Lu Yin looked at the foolish old man. How do you know that I have the attention of the continent of the Nine Clouds? Said the foolish old man respectfully, the representative of the god of defense went to the Zhikong region and seemed to want a rope in the eternity. His ultimate goal is still Master Lu. I congratulate Master Lu for being noticed by the continent of the 9 clouds. You will be the next Yu Sang Tian. The existence of the Zhikong region comes from the Supreme Teacher, and Master Lu is the Supreme Teacher's disciple. The Zhikong region is willing to serve Master Lu. Lu Yin frowned. You don't seem to belong to the spiritualized universe. You said it yourself. Said the foolish old man respectfully, it doesn't matter where I belong. What matters is where I can live. The Ru clan, as a family of the god of defense, was also destroyed without any ability to resist, let alone a mere Zhikong region. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he sized up the foolish old man. You really want to side with me? The foolish old man bowed deeply. As long as Lu Sangtian is willing to accept me. Of course, I will accept you, but I still need to show some sincerity. Please instruct me, Lu Sangtian. The foolish old man obeyed, and he had no choice. He had originally sided with Yuya, and Yuya had allowed him to get close to Lu Yin, so he had to pay the price. Lu Yin curled his finger, and Qing Shao walked over with tea and snacks. Lu Yin took a bite and stared at the foolish old man. Where is the 9th firmament universe? Lu Yin had asked the 9th spirit this question after the Fu Heyuan incident. The 9th spirit had pointed up and said that it was above their heads. At that time, the foolish old man had said that the answer was not wrong. He had the answer, but Lu Yin did not understand it. The foolish old man raised his head and looked at the sky. The 9th firmament universe is above the spiritualized universe. I don't know how it is done, but it is above. Why are you so sure that it is above? Lu Yin asked. The foolish old man did not hesitate and directly replied, because the way to go to the 9th firmament universe is to ascend to the heavens. How to ascend to the heavens? That depends on whether the 9th firmament universe receives you. If it does, you can ascend to the heavens. If it doesn't, you can't even go to the Yu Sang Tian. What is your relationship with the Ru clan? The foolish old man bowed and apologized. We were neither enemies nor friends before, so there were some things that I could not say. I even lied to you. Now, this old man apologizes. No need. Just make it clear. The intelligible space domain was placed in the spiritualized universe by the Ru clan to keep an eye on beyond heaven. Lu Yin smiled. You said that the Ru clan was placed in the Imperial God Mountain by the intelligible space domain to keep an eye on the Yu Sang Tian. It seems that it was completely the opposite. Please forgive me, Master Lu. Since the Ru clan is gone, why don't you find another backer? To be honest, Master Lu, the imperial god of the 9th firmament universe controls everything. The Ru clan is in charge of the imperial god of the imperial god, and the intelligible space domain is under the command of the imperial god. If the Ru clan is destroyed, the person who attacked will pay the price. No one from the 9th firmament universe will take over the intelligible space domain unless another imperial god replaces the Ru clan. Even then, that imperial god will establish a new power, or there will be a new power hidden in the spiritualized universe instead of the intelligible space domain. The intelligible space domain was established by Paramount from the beginning. It should be considered a spiritualized universe. Yes. Ever since Paramount disappeared, the intelligible space domain has changed. It is under our control, and it has changed from a spiritualized universe to a 9th firmament universe. Aren't you afraid of Paramount taking action? Yu Lao was silent for a moment, and then he said in a low voice, Paramount has disappeared for too many years. His existence is enough to deter the 9th firmament universe from overstepping their boundaries. However, if the 9th firmament universe wants to do something, Paramount may not be able to stop them. If that's the case, why do you still want to rely on me? Lu Yin did not understand. Yu Lao was helpless. If the intelligible space domain does not find a backer, Yu Sang Tian can destroy it with a flip of his palm. Now that Lu Sang-tian has Paramount at his back and has done so many things, perhaps Paramount will take action. I do not hope to continue the intelligible space domain, but at least I can protect my own life. My life is to have a good beginning and a good end. Lu Yin understood. This old man wanted to protect himself, but no one from the ninth firmament universe would accept him. After so many years of relying on the ninth firmament universe, he had many conflicts with Yu Sang-tian, and he did not have enough strength to protect himself. In the end, he could only come to Lu Yin. Are you not afraid that the spiritualized universe will besiege the limitless universe? Are you not afraid that my identity as a disciple of Paramount is fake? Are you not afraid that Yu Sang-tian will break through to immortality? Yu Lao smiled bitterly. I'm more afraid that the next Ru family will be the intelligible space domain. Also. He paused and looked deeply at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you're only a progenitor. After the Fuha Spring, one of the questions he had asked was Lu Yin's cultivation level, which was also the last question. Lu Yin's answer was still unbelievable to him, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. If this was a reason, it wasn't unacceptable. Lu Yin tapped his fingers on the chair and did not speak. He closed his eyes and pondered. Yu Lao stood in place without moving. In the distance, Yuan Qi looked at this scene with a complicated expression. In the hearts of many people from the spiritualized universe, the intelligible space domain status was even higher than that of the realm beyond heaven. This was because the intelligible space domain represented the history of the spiritualized universe. But now, the master of the intelligible space domain was standing in front of Lu Yin like a subordinate. For those from the spiritualized universe, this scene was not easy to accept. The Tian Yuan universe was clearly at a disadvantage, and the spiritualized universe was condescending and thought that they could restart the Tian Yuan universe at any time. Lu Yin had schemed against the Tian Yuan universe's progenitor alone and suppressed the future scale of the Tian Yuan universe's cultivation. The spiritualized universe's overall strength far surpassed the Tian Yuan universe's, so how did it end up like this? Qing Yun and Qing Shao were also unable to accept this. This Yu Lao had a high status in the spiritualized universe and could enter the realm beyond heaven at any time. He was on equal footing with Sang Tian, but now he was acting like this. If this news spread out, it would cause a huge uproar. The intelligible space domain had joined the boundless universe, but it did not mean that they had to bow their heads like this. After a while, Lu Yin opened his eyes. Is the intelligible space domain really willing to do anything for me? Yu Lao did not hesitate. As you command, Master Lu. Good, go join Yuya, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Yu Lao was stunned. Lu Yin looked at Yu Lao. Don't tell me you don't know that the one who destroyed the Ru family was Yuya's god of defense. He is also the one who has been keeping an eye on me. You should know this. Yu Lao was naturally aware. He was the one who told Yuya this information, saying that Lu Yin had joined forces with the Eternal. Lu Yin only knew this through the Eternal. Lu Yin knew that Yu Lao would be able to guess it. Other than joining me, you have another way, and that is to join Yuya. Yu Lao did not know what to say. He looked at Lu Yin with a confused gaze. Did this person know that he had joined Yuya? Was he mocking him? Was he playing with him by saying so much? Lu Yin stared at Yu Lao. Join Yuya. Just say that you are joining me on the surface and sell me some information. He will believe you. Yu Lao was stunned for a while, and his voice was dry. Why? I want to know why Yuya is luring me to the Royal God Mountain, Lu Yin said. Yu Lao exhaled. Lu Yin knew that Yuya's god of defense was luring him to the Royal God Mountain, but he did not know the specific reason. If I'm not wrong, Emperor Wu's change in the 9 heavens might have come from Yuya. Yuya used Emperor Wu to deal with Yu Sang-tian. Now that Emperor Wu is dead, he wants to lure me to the Royal God Mountain. I guess he wants to deal with Yu Sang-tian as well, but I cannot take the risk. Pretend to join him first and see what he wants to do, then tell me, Lu Yin said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3664. Yu Lao lowered his head, suspecting that Lu Yin was testing him. I'm sorry, Master Lu. It's not that I don't want to do it, but that I can't. Why? I just said that only the Ru family can control the divine defense mountain. Yuya's god of defense destroyed the Ru family, so he won't be able to explain himself in the ninth heaven universe. This is already a taboo, and if he takes in the Zhikong region, it will add to his crimes. He might not be able to bear the punishment of the god of defense. He knows that I understand this, so he won't believe me if I still rely on him. Is it that serious? Very serious. Yu Lao was solemn. In fact, the Zhikong region wasn't even famous in the ninth heaven universe. Relying on anyone wouldn't attract the attention of the god of defense, but he couldn't say this. Otherwise, it would be more reasonable for the Zhikong region to rely on Yuya rather than Wujiang. Lu Yin waved his hand. I don't care about this. Find a way to rely on Yuya and gain his trust. Find out what he wants from me. This is my test for you. Yu Lao didn't know what to say. It seemed that he had won the favor of both sides. To Yuya, he should rely on Lu Yin on the surface, and to Lu Yin, he should rely on Yuya on the surface. No matter who he relied on in the end, the other side would think that he was on his side. Yu Lao had lived for so many years, but he had never experienced such a thing. He really did curry favor with both sides. No one could say that he was a traitor. More importantly, this wasn't his doing, and he was the passive one. The world was really strange. Did this count as having two backers? With the Ru family gone, there were Yuya and Lu Yin. What, you're not willing? Lu Yin raised his brows. Yu Lao quickly bowed. I'm willing. I'm willing to do anything for Master Lu. Lu Yin was satisfied. Good, tell me when you gain his trust. Go back. I'll take my leave. Lu Yin was lost in thought as he watched Yu Lao leave. Did he believe Yu Lao? Of course not. He wouldn't believe anything the old man said. What relying on Wujiang? What being cornered? He didn't believe any of it. Since the old man wanted to play, Lu Yin would let him play with Yuya. Let's see what he could do with Yuya. He couldn't forget the monolith's Tao debate, and how the old man had schemed against Wujiang. From start to finish, he had been schemed against so many times that he had become numb to it. If it wasn't for his combat power, he would have died many times over. Maybe there was someone behind this old man's help. Lu Yin had just sent Elder Yu off when someone else arrived. Unexpectedly, it was Ming Chuan from the Zhikong domain. Lu Yin felt that things were getting interesting. As soon as Elder Yu left, Prince Yu arrived. Greetings, Lord Lu Sangtian. Yu Gongzi's expression was much more respectful than when he had first met Lu Yin. Lu Yin grunted, what is it? Yu's to you, Yu Lao's to you. You use you. Yes, I saw my master contacting the Royal God Mountain with my own eyes. I don't know what he said, but I'm sure he wants to join them, Yu Gongzi said. Lu Yin subconsciously looked up into outer space, and he could vaguely see Elder Yu's departing figure. Lu Yin had guessed correctly, as Elder Yu's decision to side with Lu Yin had been prompted by someone behind him. Elder Yu did not know of Yuya's existence, and he might not even be qualified to know of the ninth firmament universe, but he knew that the Imperial God Mountain and the Ru family were behind the Zhikong domain. At this moment, Elder Yu had contacted the Imperial God Mountain for some reason other than to side with them. Phoneless to say, Lu Yin knew how the old man had obtained the moon. Since Cliff trusted him, he must have told him about his alliance with eternity. Yuya was not in the spiritualized universe and could not see the situation clearly, but Elder Yu was very clear. Even the ninth spirit had guessed that he had joined forces with the Eternal One, much less this old bastard. What did I just say? Let this old fellow rely on Yuya. He really didn't know what to say. Thinking back to the old man's attitude just now, he didn't know what to say. If that was the case, it was Yuya who instructed him to seek refuge with her. He really had the same thoughts as her. Young Master Yu lowered his head and stood there quietly. Lu Yin looked at him. Why did you betray Elder Yu? Young Master Yu said, since ancient times, only the secret transmission could become the master of the wisdom sky domain. Ming Chuan was just a sacrifice. I wanted to change her fate. Lu Yin nodded and praised him. Good, I have always wanted to help you. Do you know why I left Qianmen Faidu alive? Young Master Yu was grateful. My lord deliberately left Qianmen Faidu alive to let me know how powerful the secret transmission was. It made me feel threatened. I am very grateful. Lu Yin laughed. I can take Qianmen Faidu's life at any time. The advantage that the secret transmission has over you is nothing in my eyes. Do you understand? I understand. Young Master Yu bowed deeply. There was another reason for leaving Qianmen Faidu alive. He wanted to use the secret transmission to pressure Ming Chuan and force Ming Chuan to seek refuge with Lu Yin. Young Master Yu also knew about this, but he did not say it. It was just as Lu Yin had said. Qianmen Faidu was nothing. As long as Lu Yin was willing, he would be the master of the wisdom sky domain. Therefore, he had come. Go back. You don't have to do anything. Just pretend that you never came here. I understand your intentions, Lu Yin said calmly. Young Master Yu respectfully retreated. After he left, Lu Yin took out a spirit cloud stone and contacted the Eternal. I want to talk to Qianmen Faidu. Qianmen Faidu. Don't tell me he's not with you. So you saw Qianmen Faidu take the old salamander away. I didn't expect that Qianmen Faidu would help the wisdom sky domain on the surface, but he's actually one of your people. Right, I suddenly remembered something. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and his eyes flickered. The Eternals have the 3 masters and 6 how. Could Qianmen Faidu be one of them? The 3 masters and 6 how of the Eternals had almost all appeared in the Tian Yuan universe. Only one of the 3 masters had not appeared, and Lu Yin had almost forgotten about it. Since the Eternal had used Fengbua, it meant that the Eternal might have come to the spiritualized universe or even the 9 firmaments universe. It was not surprising that the 3 masters were here. Qianmen Faidu had a cultivation at the sequence law level, which was similar to the 3 masters and 6 how. The Eternal praised, I thought you forgot. Lu Yin frowned. You've hidden your methods well. I still lost to you. I'll let Qianmen Faidu contact you. Then, the conversation ended. Lu Yin put down the spirit cloud stone, and his heart felt heavy. Was Qianmen Faidu one of the 3 masters? The Eternal did not admit or deny it. He hoped that it was. Otherwise, it would be uncomfortable to hide an unknown enemy. Even if the enemy's cultivation was inferior to his. Not long after, the spirit cloud stone vibrated. It was Qianmen Faidu. Lu Sang Tian is looking for me. Lu Yin asked, between the wisdom sky domain and the Eternals, who do you belong to now? Qianmen Faidu paused and said, I'll listen to Lord Eternal. Lu Yin smiled. So, your life no longer belongs to me. Qianmen Faidu had a toothache. Lu Yin had spared his life in the southbound sector. At that time, Lu Yin had said that he was in control of his life. Now, he did not know what to say. Ever since he left that time, he did not plan to help Lu Yin find Meng Sang Tian's whereabouts. Later, he accidentally found out, but it also made him meet someone he would fear for the rest of his life. Compared to Lu Yin and the wisdom sky domain, he was more afraid of the eternal. Not easy to answer. Then forget it. Let me ask you, what happened in the wisdom sky domain? Qianmen Faidu was prepared. He said in a low voice, "And Chuan is dead." Lu Yin was surprised. "And Chuan is dead?" "Yes. I don't know why, but the foolish old man suddenly killed An Chuan. No one knows about this except for me, Ming Chuan, and that guardian. Now, that guardian is guarding Ming Chuan. I was also ordered by the foolish old man to listen to Ming Chuan's orders." Lu Yin's eyes flickered. "When did this happen?" "A few days ago." "A few days ago." The foolish old man must have contacted the royal god mountain. In that case, Ming Chuan was the future master of the wisdom sky domain. He told Lu Yin that he wanted to change his fate. In fact, he was the one who had won Lu Yin's trust. The foolish old man was just a cover. The foolish old man knew that Lu Yin would not trust him, so he deliberately tried to make Ming Chuan gain Lu Yin's trust. In order to make Ming Chuan work for him, there must be a price. The price was the future of the wisdom sky domain. This old man knew that Lu Yin wanted to interfere in the battle between the Ming Chuan and the Dark Chuan. He knew that Lu Yin would instinctively trust Lu Yin. If not for the Thousand Gates crossing, Lu Yin would not have known about this. However, no matter how treacherous this old man was, he still had someone in the dark. However, wasn't the price of gaining Lu Yin's trust too high? Directly telling Lu Yin that the foolish old man had contacted the royal god mountain was the same as telling Lu Yin that the foolish old man had deliberately approached him and betrayed him. Lu Yin did not think that the foolish old man was willing to pay such a price to gain Lu Yin's trust. This old man really wanted to live and was not faking it. Was he not afraid that Lu Yin would kill him out of anger if this matter was exposed? Or perhaps, the foolish old man did not let Ming Chuan approach him to betray him. This was Ming Chuan's own decision, and there was someone else behind him. The wisdom sky domain believed that their intelligence was ahead of the spiritualized universe by an era. Every generation, there would be a battle between the Ming Chuan and the Dark Chuan to choose the most outstanding and intelligent successor. The successor was indeed very intelligent, but also very selfish. Regardless, the wisdom sky domain believed that they were close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin would see what they wanted to do next. In the wisdom sky domain, the foolish old man sat on a boat and looked at the reeds with a complicated expression. The foolish young master walked over. "Master. Come up," the foolish old man said. The foolish young master was excited. "Yes." The two sat opposite each other. "Do you know the significance of being able to sit here?" the foolish old man asked. The foolish young master was excited. "Yes, you are either an important guest or the next master." Old Yu nodded. "Outsiders don't know the significance of this boat at all. The Zhikong domain has been passed down for a long time, and this boat is also passed down for a long time. Outsiders can board it, but only the future master of the Zhikong domain can board it. You are the only heir of the Zhikong domain who has boarded the boat." The foolish young master stood up and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity, master." The foolish old man waved his hand. "Sit." The foolish young master suppressed the excitement in his heart and sat down. "How is Lu Sangtian?" "I have gained his trust." "Oh. What did you say?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3665. Yu Gongzi hurriedly got up and knelt down. "Please forgive me, master. I spoke ill of you." Yu Lao laughed. "Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Get up." Yu Gongzi heaved a sigh of relief and got up. "I said that I wanted to change my fate." I hated master and wanted to replace master as the master of the intelligible domain. Therefore, he believed me. Yu Lao nodded. That's good. After that, he sighed deeply with a complicated expression. He got up and stood at the edge of the boat, watching the water flow past. The intelligible domain is at the point of life and death. The Ru family is gone. We have to protect ourselves. There are some things that we disdained to do before, but now we have to do them. You are the first master in the history of the intelligible domain. Not only did you change history, but you also have the fate of inheriting the intelligible domain. This is a huge responsibility. Do you know that? Yu Gongzi bowed. I understand. After a long silence, Yu Lao turned around and looked at Yu Gongzi. Once we complete that person's orders, the intelligible domain will be stabilized. All the external factors of the spiritualized universe will be resolved, and everything will return to normal. I will travel the universe, and the intelligible domain will belong to you. Yu Gongzi panicked. Master, I still can't meet the requirements. Please stay and continue to protect the intelligible domain. Yu Lao waved his hand. We will talk about it when the time comes. Remember, you must gain the trust of Lu Sangtian. Only then will we have a chance to succeed. Yes, I understand. Yu Gongzi lowered his head. His gaze was not respectful at all. Instead, it was cold. In the South Turing world, Lu Yin continued to dig bricks. The perception immortal was really something. He forced the ninth spirit to be unable to return. After a few days, Yu Lao contacted him. Master Lu, I have gained the trust of Yuya's god of defense. Lu Yin was curious. How did you gain his trust? Yuya was really anxious to get this old guy to contact him so quickly. Actually, it's not that I gained his trust, but that he wanted to find me. Because the Ru family was destroyed, Yuya's god of defense had to monitor the spiritualized universe on behalf of the Ru family. He could only exist in the god of defense mountain, and someone had to monitor the spiritualized universe for him. Before this, the god of defense at Yuya had some people working for him, but some time ago, when he was looking for the spirit seed, almost all of them were exposed. He had no choice but to try to take over the wisdom sky domain. I happened to contact the god of defense mountain, so I naturally got close to him. Lu Yin laughed. What a coincidence, it seems like what I did some time ago helped you. Alright, then help me find out why he lured me to the royal divine mountain. Yu Lao said, there's no need to ask. After this old man submitted to Yuya's god of defense, he also asked this old man to think of a way to lure Master Lu to god of defense mountain. Lead them to the royal god mountain. Not tomorrow's beast palm. Lu Yin looked at the spirit cloud stone. This old man was trying to equate the tomorrow's beast palm with the royal god mountain to lower his guard, just like how Guyao and Rumu had both said that they would take him to the royal god mountain. The more they tried to mislead him, the more wary he became. The bright sun beast's hand didn't lead to the imperial god mountain. Maybe it led to the continent of the 9 clouds. The reason is that the god of defense of the moon horizon wants to take Master Lu as his disciple. Old Yu's voice sounded. Lu Yin was stunned. Take me as his disciple? Old Yu praised. Yes, congratulations Master Lu. Now that he had shown his loyalty, the next step was to lure him to the sun beast's palm. He wanted to see what reason this old man would use to attract him. In the Jikong domain, Yu Lao put down the spirit cloud stone. Master, will Lu Sangtian believe it? Yu Lao asked. Yu Lao shook his head, and his eyes turned cold. How can he believe it? The god of defense of the moon horizon tried to lure him to the sun beast's palm time and time again, but he saw through it. He will not believe it no matter how tempting it is. Then what should we do? The next step is up to you. You are the only one he can trust. Yes. The 36 domains of the spiritualized universe were immersed in the news that the Jikong domain had joined the Wujiang domain, and countless people were discussing it. As for the Heavens Craftsman domain, under the lead of Grandmaster Lingzhua, a group of cultivators headed towards a certain direction in the universe. Little fatty Ling Tong was among them, and his eyes darted around as he looked at this and that. His expression kept changing as if he had seen a ghost. In front of him, an old man turned around and smiled at Ling Tong. Ling Tong was shocked. Third Grandpa. Hee, little fatty, I didn't expect you to be so talented. Third Grandpa is proud of you. The old man laughed strangely, and the skin on his face drooped as if it would fall off at any moment. Ling Tong stared blankly at the old man and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Thank you for your praise, Third Grandpa. He. Ling Tong gulped. Didn't this old man die a long time ago? Back then, he had seen him being buried with his own eyes. How could he still be alive? What the hell? What the hell? Suddenly, his shoulder sank as a hand landed on it. Little fatty was so frightened that he almost fainted. Slowly turning his head, he saw an old woman with a head full of white hair. Her smile was like a ghost, and her eyes were so dark that the pupils could not be seen. Little fatty screamed, "Ghost!" With a slap, little fatty was hit. What are you screaming for? Don't you recognize fifth great-grandma? Little fatty's face turned pale, and he was about to cry, Fifth great-grandma. He, I didn't expect our clan to have such an outstanding junior. Among the juniors, only you can follow us. Not bad, he. The old woman laughed strangely. Little fatty trembled, thank you, fifth great-grandma. Your portrait is still enshrined in my house. Do you want me to burn something? The old man in front turned around, fifth great-grandma, don't scare a child. The old woman stared over, little thing, is it your turn to talk to me? Go back. The old man turned around obediently. The old woman smiled at little fatty, don't be afraid, great-grandma will give you candy. Thank you, great-grandma. At the front, Lingzhua's voice rang out, silence. Don't tell anyone what happened today. Otherwise, my Heavens Craftsman domain will be destroyed. A group of cultivators looked up. Light flashed past, and all of them looked very old. Little fatty Ling Tong trembled. He felt that something big was about to happen. These old fellows were clearly dead, but they were all hiding. Now, he did not know what they wanted to do. They even brought him along. He did not want any outstanding juniors. He just wanted to go home. My men have been dispatched. This method can only be used once. For you, the price I paid is greater than the sky. I know. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. More than half of the 36 domains will not go back on my words. I'm really looking forward to fishing. I'm looking forward to it too. Time continued to pass. Many cultivators in the spiritualized universe wandered the parallel spacetime, searching for hidden consciousness life forms. This was the only reason why the expedition had not begun. As long as they could find the 13 hidden celestial phenomena, they could go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. The list had been confirmed. Countless cultivators were looking forward to it. In order to buy time, Yu Seng Tian walked out of Sky Beyond and headed to the parallel spacetime to search. In the boat region, the 6 spacetime battleships had been repaired. They were now doing their best to maintain their limitless state. Countless resources from the spiritualized universe were constantly gathering at the border, waiting for the battleships to arrive. Currently, the biggest cultivation craze in the spiritualized universe was spiritual battle techniques. Prodigies would try their best to obtain consciousness lifeforms, especially those cultivators who could follow the battleships to the consciousness universe. They were even more eager to obtain consciousness life forms. For this reason, the value of consciousness life forms in the spiritualized universe had doubled, but it still could not keep up with the demand. The intent realm attracted many cultivators, all of whom wanted to obtain consciousness life forms from the intent realm. In the beginning, many forces sent consciousness life forms to the intent realm to avoid becoming bait. Now, they regretted it. However, it was impossible for them to go back. They could only buy them. Shi Xiu had a headache. Some people could be rejected, but there were not many consciousness life forms in the intent realm. Helpless, he could only seek help from sky beyond. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3666. The outside world was in chaos because of the expedition to the universe of consciousness. When Lu Yin found out that Yu Seng Tian had gone to a parallel timeline to search for the 13 celestial phenomenon, he knew that Yu Seng Tian was trying to avoid interfering in the game between him and Yuya. If Yu Seng Tian was like that, one could imagine how high the status of the Nine Clouds universe was. Just like that, a few months passed. Lu Yin continued to dig up bricks in the southbound realm, never getting tired of it. In the starry sky of his heart, the amount of liquid formed by the spirit seed had increased by quite a bit, but more than half of the spirit seed had yet to melt. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry. For the time being, this amount of liquid was enough. It wasn't easy to pry open the bricks of the Karma City wall. At this moment, he raised his head to look at the starry sky. Prince Yu had arrived. Greetings, Master Lu. Yu Gongzi bowed. Lu Yin waved a hand. All right, what is it? Prince Yu said, Old Yu wants me to lead Master Lu to the North Mountain region. The reason is that it leads to the Nine Heavens universe. Lu Yin was surprised. To the Ninth Heaven universe? Young Master Yu replied respectfully, I don't know if it's true or not. That's what he told me to tell Master Lu. Lu Yin sized young Master Yu up and said, If you tell me now, not only will you be able to complete his orders, you will also be able to answer to me. Not a bad plan. Young Master Yu was shocked, and he hurriedly knelt down. This must be a trap. I've never heard of any connection between the Beishan region and the Zhikong region. Master Lu, please investigate thoroughly. Lu Yin tapped the void, and a spiritualized star chart appeared. The North Mountain region. That's right, he remembered now. The first consciousness life form that was integrated into the North Mountain region was the slave of the 15th Peak Master of the North Mountain region. The 15th Peak Master was the son of the North Mountain region's Peak Master. What a coincidence, he actually wanted to lead him there. There's one more thing that I think might be related. Speak. A group of people from the Heavens Craftsman domain went to the Northern Mountain region. Lu Yin raised his brows. Heavens Craftsman realm. Young Master Yu said respectfully, just a few months ago, Heavens Craftsman realm's Grandmaster Ling Zuo brought a group of cultivators to the North Mountain region in secret. No one knew what they were going to do, and Master didn't mention it either. But it was too coincidental. Master wanted to lead Master Lu to the North Mountain region, and coincidentally, a group of people from Heaven's Craftsman realm also went to the North Mountain region. Lu Yin praised, Not bad, you're still somewhat useful. Otherwise, I would have thought that you were pretending to join me. Young Master Yu hurriedly declared, I don't dare. What was the connection between the Heaven's Craftsman realm, the Beishan realm, and the Zhikong realm? In the past, the Ru clan was behind the Zhikong domain. Now, it was the Moon Cliff. Most of the people from the Moon Cliff were exposed when they were searching for spirit seeds. They did not involve the North Mountain region or the Heaven's Craftsman region. Heaven's Craftsman domain, the world of spirit threads. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he recalled the strange sight he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit. Aside from the 7 funnels, there was also a huge Ling character that was constantly floating up and shrinking to form a triangle. The Ling character was made up of spirit threads that seemed to be related to the 7 funnels. If one wanted to reverse the flow of the liquid within the funnels, they would need to rely on the Ling character to support it. Since the word Ling was related to the funnel, it meant that it was related to the 9 clouds universe. He had thought about this before, so he had investigated the heavens craftsman realm when he was snatching the consciousness life forms, but he didn't find anything. After that, he didn't care anymore. Now that the heavens craftsman realm suddenly made a move, it must be related to the 9 clouds universe. If it wasn't someone from Mooncliff. Star Sail. Lu Yin recalled this person. In the letter that Emperor Wu had sent him, he had said that the changes in the 9 heavens came from Star Sail. However, the ballad had said that the changes in the 9 heavens came from Mooncliff, so the meaning was very simple. Mooncliff and Star Sail had joined forces. This time, the people from Mooncliff were Elder Yu, while the people from the Heavens Craftsman realm were from Star Sail. They were working together to do something. Was it the Beishan region? If it wasn't the palm of tomorrow's beast, then they were planning to bring him to the 9 clouds universe. Could it be that this Beishan region really led to the 9 clouds universe? The true essence of lies was the truth and falsehood. Elder Yu's words about the Beishan region leading to the 9 clouds universe might not be false. Elder Yu wants you to tell me now, which means that I can go to the Beishan region at any time and that I can be schemed against at any time, Lu Yin said. Yu Gongzi fell silent. He didn't know either. In this entire game, he was just a part of it, and so was his master. They didn't know what the real game was. Where's that old guy? Lu Yin asked. Yu Gongzi replied, he's in the Zhikong region. Lu Yin sneered. The old guy wanted Yu Gongzi to tell him, but he acted as if he didn't know anything. In fact, it wasn't that easy to lure him over. Lure that old guy over, Lu Yin ordered. Yu Gongzi thought for a moment, I'll do it right away. Lu Yin didn't teach him what to do, and he didn't need to teach him because this was Elder Yu's plan. Yu Gongzi only needed to tell Elder Yu the truth. Yu Gongzi did tell him the truth. Elder Yu frowned, you're worried. Yu Gongzi replied, yes, Master Lu is still wary of me. He said that he will go the next time you go to the Beishan region. He wants me to keep an eye on you. Elder Yu nodded, that's normal. The god of defense from Mooncliff made him more cautious. Since that's the case, I'll go. Master, it won't be dangerous, right? Yu Gongzi was worried. Elder Yu smiled, it's fine, this is a scheme against Master Lu. I don't know how it will turn out, but I know myself well. I haven't reached the stage where I can be schemed against by the god of defense. Wait a few more days, I'll go after a few more days. A few days later, Elder Yu walked out of the Zhikong region and headed towards the Beishan region. Yu Gongzi reported to Lu Yin right after Elder Yu left. Lu Yin stood up and walked out of the southbound boundary. He knew that it was Yuya's scheme, but he still wanted to take a look. This scheme was within his expectations. He wanted to take the opportunity to know how Yuya was going to deal with him and the use of the Heavens Craftsman realm. Otherwise, it would be even more disadvantageous for him if he didn't know about the scheme the next time. Qing Yun and Qing Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lu Yin leaving. He finally left, but Yuanqi was still here, and he would come back. In the Beishan region, mountain peaks stood tall in the starry sky. Looking from afar, they looked like sharp blades or vague giants overlooking the surroundings. Lu Yin looked at the Beishan region and was surprised. He didn't expect the Beishan region, which didn't have much strength, to have such tall mountains under the word Ling. The height of these mountains was not lower than the mountains in the Wanshou border. He came here secretly. Before this, Elder Yu had already arrived outside the Beishan region. His mission was to lure Lu Yin into the Beishan region. As for what would happen next, he didn't know. Looking at the boundary of the Beishan region, Elder Yu didn't think that he was qualified to be schemed against, but he was still afraid and didn't dare to enter. As for the group from the Heavens Craftsman realm, they had already left. Elder Yu didn't know what they had done. It was already amazing that he could sense that a group of people from the Heavens Craftsman realm had come to the Beishan region. At this moment, the Beishan region was no different from before. Cultivators of the various peaks. They cultivated as usual and went out. Everyone was experiencing their own life. Perhaps in their eyes, a certain senior brother of a certain peak was already a legend, and a certain peak master was enough for them to look up to. However, they didn't know that the sky of the Beishan region was about to change. Only Mountain Master Ling Feng knew something about the situation, but he didn't know the details. There were 17 peaks in the Beishan region. A few months ago, Mountain Master Ling Feng ordered the 17 peak masters to return to their positions. These peak masters didn't know the reason, and the 15 peak masters couldn't get an answer when they asked. Ling Feng only ordered one thing, and that was to arrange the 17 peaks into a formation. The Beishan region had an ancient method of arranging the peaks since ancient times. It wasn't a spirit treasure array, but the peak masters were used to calling it a formation. They didn't know the meaning of this array arrangement. Since ancient times, many peak masters had tried to deduce the arrangement, including the previous mountain masters, but to no avail. They thought that this formation would never be used, but they didn't expect it to be used all of a sudden. At this moment, what appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others was the Beishan region after the formation. Other than the high peaks, there was nothing special about it. Outside the Beishan region, Lu Yin saw Elder Yu, and then eternity. He didn't expect that eternity would also come. My healing series game. Beside eternity was Rugua. They couldn't find Lu Yin, and Elder Yu couldn't find Lu Yin either, but he knew that Lu Yin should be here. In the distance, eternity and Rugua looked at the Beishan region. Is this the place? Elder Yu said so. He asked us to come here and wait for the orders of Moon Cliff's god of defense. Rugua's expression was calm. Eternity looked around and fixed his gaze in one direction. There, Lu Yin was looking at him, and the two looked at each other. Eternity was a little surprised, but he quickly figured it out. He couldn't help but look at the Beishan region. So, this was a trap for Lu Yin. Elder Yu, did you join Moon Cliff's god of defense? Eternity suddenly asked. Rugua's expression was ugly. He looked at Elder Yu's back in the distance and didn't speak. Eternity laughed. Don't mind it. It's normal. Let's go and meet him. After that, he walked toward Elder Yu. Rugua followed closely behind. Soon, Elder Yu saw them. His expression was unnatural. He was facing Rugua. He was in an awkward position now. Whether it was Wu Jiang or Yuya, it was tantamount to betraying the Ru family. What's going on? Rugua asked. Elder Yu replied, I don't know. Moon Cliff's god of defense asked us to wait here. He could lie to Lu Yin that this place was directly connected to the ninth heaven universe, but he couldn't lie to Rugua. Rugua and Eternity came here for eternity. Yuya paid a huge price to ask Xingfan to use the Beishan region as his trump card. He wasn't willing to just bait Lu Yin. Eternity was also his target. This person dared to trick him, which was unforgivable. As for Rugua, it didn't matter. Rugua looked at the Beishan region in front of him and frowned. Are they waiting for Moon Servant? Eternity's heart skipped a beat. Moon Servant. Rugua said in a deep voice, Moon Cliff servants are called Moon Servants. There should be many spiritualized universe. Maybe there are Moon Servants in this Beishan region. The person who looked for me before was also a Moon Servant. Eternity asked. Elder Yu nodded. Should be. After waiting for a while, Elder Yu still couldn't find any trace of Lu Yin. He looked at the Beishan region and then looked into the distance. He said helplessly, "Let's go in." He really didn't want to enter the Beishan region. He knew that this was a trap for Lu Yin, but if Lu Yin didn't go in, this trap would fail. He wouldn't be able to explain it to Yuya. When the time came, only death would await them. He could only take the risk. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3667. He could only blame Yuya for being too clumsy and Lu Yin teaming up with Eternity to see through his intentions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so afraid of the Beishan region. Looking at the Beishan region, it was obviously a very ordinary region, but it made him feel cold all over. He had no choice but to head there. Suddenly, a huge force came from behind and pushed the old man towards the Beishan region. This force came from Lu Yin. On the other side, Eternity's floating lanterns were slashed and pushed towards the Beishan region. This was a tacit agreement between Lu Yin and Eternity. They pushed the two into the Beishan region at the same time. Lu Yin couldn't enter the Beishan region. He knew it was a trap, so why would he test it? Yuya and Xingfan were lesser deities on the same level as Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could ignore them with his own strength, not to mention that Eternity was also a great enemy. The only thing he needed to do was to push the foolish old man in and test the trap. The Beishan region might seem peaceful, but it would be different if he went in. He didn't know if this trap was only targeted at him, but it was fine for the foolish old man to go in, so he might as well test it out. The ninth firmament universe couldn't affect the spiritualized universe that easily, and this trap couldn't be controlled at will. Also, Lu Yin had observed that the people in the Beishan region couldn't come out. This proved that the Beishan region had changed. As for Eternity's attack, it was within Lu Yin's expectations. The two didn't discuss it and attacked at the same time. One used the foolish old man to test it out, while the other used Rugua. The foolish old man was pushed into the Beishan region. He was shocked and tried to use his cultivation to suppress the oppressive force. Suddenly, the Beishan region shook, and the 17 peaks trembled at the same time. Spiritual threads shot out from the 17 peaks and pointed towards the sky before falling down from the sky. The 17 spiritual threads merged and pierced towards the foolish old man. Rugua was pushed into the Beishan region by Eternity, but he wasn't as foolish as the foolish old man. Under the pressure of Eternity and Eternity's power, he forcefully turned around and went in another direction. He didn't really enter the Beishan region. The spiritual threads pierced into the foolish old man's body from the sky, and the severe pain made him pale. He was shocked as his body was pierced by the spiritual threads. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. The spiritual threads were like fish hooks that caught the foolish old man and dragged him towards the sky. Boss, you shouted, "Wrong, it wasn't me, I was wrong." Above the starry sky, the spirit threads flickered, and the entire 36 domains in the spiritualized universe trembled. The word spirit that connected the 36 domains trembled slightly, and in the next moment, the spirit threads dispersed from Yulao's body. In a split second, Yulao's blood splattered across the starry sky as his body was torn into pieces and exploded on the 17th peak of the North Mountain region. Countless cultivators on the 17th peak were dumbfounded. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. He saw clearly that it was Elder Yu, the master of the intelligible space domain. He was a top-notch figure in the spiritualized universe, yet he had died just like that. Those were spiritual threads. What on earth had those people from the Heavens Craftsman realm done? What was the situation with the 17 peaks of the North Mountain region? At this moment, the 17 spirit threads scattered and pierced back into the 17 peaks. On the 17 peaks, many spirit seeds floated out from the bodies of the cultivators, and the cultivators died in droves. When Ling Feng saw this, his eyes turned red. No, no, how could this be? He soared into the sky, wanting to stop them. However, a spirit thread swept past him, and his spirit seed came out of his body. It floated up and merged with the spirit thread. The 17 spirit threads were like 17 monsters, massacring the entire Beishan region in just a moment. Outside the Beishan region, Eternity and Rugwa watched in shock. This was the first time they had seen a spirit seed die after it left the body of a cultivator. Although Ian had seen this happen a few times, every time he saw it, he would feel a chill run down his spine. This was not just one or two cultivators, but an entire region's cultivators, and they had all died just like that. The Nine Firmaments universe did not treat spiritualized cultivators as human beings. When all the cultivators in the Beishan region died, their spirit seeds were absorbed by the spirit threads. Each of the 17 spirit threads was like the previous ones that had fused together. They danced and spun, then suddenly pierced towards the 3 people outside the Beishan region. The spirit threads had been controlled. It should be either the astral sail or the lunar edge. Lu Yin pointed a finger, and his battle force of the palm realm struck the spirit threads. They were broken, but more spirit threads came from another direction. He waved his hand, and the spirit threads were broken again. No matter how tough these spirit threads had become, they could not pierce through Lu Yin. Rugwa and Eternity had also easily broken their spirit threads. If the person behind them thought that he could deal with them with just his spirit threads, then that would be a joke. Even if the god of defense under the lunar edge personally took action, he might not be able to do anything to the 3 of them. Rugwa did not consider the fact that he had been tricked by Eternity. He just wanted to leave, and this matter had nothing to do with him. At that moment, the 17 peaks trembled. Only the ordinary people in the Beishan region trembled as they watched the world change. The 17 peaks moved, and one peak connected to another as if they had a mind of their own. The Beishan region shattered, and mournful wails and cries of despair rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Although Lu Yin was hostile to the spiritualized universe, it had nothing to do with these ordinary people. He took a step forward and descended upon the 15th peak, suppressing it. More spirit threads shot out from the peak, but it was not just 17. Instead, countless spirit threads danced in the air. The Heavens Craftsman realm had buried too many spirit threads in the Beishan region. Although these spirit threads were not as tough as the 17, they were still quite strong when combined. Looking back, the Beishan region now looked like a monster. Under the dancing spirit threads, it looked ferocious and terrifying. The 17 peaks overlapped, and all of the spirit threads converged. Most of the spirit threads formed a fishing rod, and the spirit threads that absorbed the spirit seeds formed a fishing line that dropped down and pierced towards Lu Yin, wanting to fish him away. Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. What extravagance! With the Beishan region as their base, they were using the fishing rod to forcefully fish him out of the spiritualized universe and into the Nine Firmaments universe. For this, they did not hesitate to sacrifice the lives of an entire region. The ruthlessness of the Nine Firmaments universe was displayed in front of Lu Yin at that moment. Back then, the spiritualized universe had ignored the survival of the Tianyuan universe and wanted to restart itself. This had filled Lu Yin with hostility and disgust towards the spiritualized universe. Now, the Nine Firmaments universe had once again made him experience this feeling. The spirit threads continued to stab at him. A voice descended from the heavens. Nine Firmaments Guide, why are you resisting? Lu Yin looked up. Are you Xingfan or Yuya? That's not important. Nine Firmaments Guide, destiny triumphs over the heavens. Come with me. The spirit threads pierced out. Lu Yin flicked his finger and restrained the spirit threads. If you want to guide me, come down yourself. I'll give you a chance. You're the god of dual defense. If you achieve eternal life one day, you can ascend to the god of dual defense. Lu Yin sneered. Is this a gift? It's a gift, but it's also pity. Where's Grandmaster Qing Chao? Is he the god of dual defense? There's no need to resist. It's futile. Come with me. This time, the spirit threads changed. A vast power descended from the heavens and pierced towards Lu Yin along the spirit threads. This power was completely different from before, and it made Lu Yin experience the fear that Fengbo and the ninth spirit had given him. This was the power of the nine firmaments universe. Above the spirit threads, he could vaguely see a pair of eyes looking at him with a sense of superiority and pity for mortals. At that moment, the 36 domain spirit threads trembled even more clearly. Lu Yin saw 7 funnels appear, and in the middle of the 7 funnels was a rectangular object that constantly emanated karma. The other party was serious. Lu Yin did not need to use karma to collide with the azure sword to see the karma. Furthermore, the word Ling appeared and constantly floated up and gradually shrunk. Lu Yin had seen this scene on the day of the sacrifice. The word Ling had formed a triangle and poured the liquid in the 7 funnels into the heavens. Now, the other party was using this method to deal with him. With the 17 peaks below and the word Ling above, they formed an infinitely high power. As long as the spirit threads touched him, they could use this power to fish him into the 9 firmaments universe. It was similar to a springboard, and it borrowed the power of the universe itself. No matter how strong a cultivator's power was, it could not compare to the universe itself. Unless Lu Yin completely avoided the spirit threads. This was also what the other party wanted to do. He did not know whether it was the lunar horizon or the astral sail, but the power had already followed the spirit threads. This was already considered a direct confrontation. This power had not even appeared, but it had already torn foolish old to shreds. Now, they were confident that they could fish Lu Yin. But it was unknown whether it was fate or their bad luck, but Lu Yin did not need to fight them directly. This was the North Mountain region, and there were consciousness life forms that had been integrated here before. If they wanted to fish Lu Yin from the spiritualized universe to the 9 firmaments universe, they had to use the 17 peaks as the foundation, the word Ling as the support, and the spirit threads as the line. But Lu Yin could precisely make it lack one link. Lu Yin had been standing on the 15th peak, and beneath his feet was the consciousness life form that he had integrated with before. He had just integrated with it and had seen the array that the 17 peaks were arranged in. Now, the 17 peaks could overlap as the foundation because of that array. Although it was not a sourcebox array, this array was too simple for Lu Yin, the number 1 array celestial master in the Tianyuan universe. He had seen through the array of the 17 peaks, and it would be easy for him to break it. But at this moment, he did not want to break it. The array could be followed or reversed. Since the 9 firmaments universe wanted to fish him out, then what about the reverse? Lu Yin used reverse steps and parallel time to avoid the spirit thread attacks. He circled to the back of the peak and pushed. Changes appeared on the 17 peaks. Eternal, you can help the 9 firmaments universe deal with me, or you can help me plot against the 9 firmaments universe. It's up to you, Lu Yin shouted, his voice spreading into the distance. In the distance, Eternal did not move. Yuya's main target was still Lu Yin. If Lu Yin did not enter the North Mountain region, it would be very difficult to fish him out. As for Eternal, he had been forgotten. Yuya and the others could forget about Eternal, but Lu Yin could not. He had been watching to prevent Eternal from attacking him. Now, he wanted to plot against the 9 firmaments universe. Without Eternal's cooperation, he would not be able to do it. Eternal did not hesitate and stood in front of the 17 peaks to resist the spirit threads. They're not just fishing for you. They're also fishing for me. I can't take this lying down. With Eternal blocking the spirit threads, Lu Yin quickly moved the 17 peaks and reversed the array. The 9 firmaments universe used the 17 peaks as the foundation, and the word Ling carried the power. Lu Yin used the word Ling as the foundation to resist the pressure of the 17 peaks, but the true power was himself. Lanterns floated, and Lu Yin's consciousness opened the 9 firmaments. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3668. A terrifying aura swept across the Beishan region and spread to the surroundings, gradually spreading throughout the entire spiritualized universe. It caused the starry sky of the spiritualized universe to darken. The spiritualized universe experts were shocked. Was this feeling from Yu Sang Tian or Lu Sang Tian? They had experienced this feeling during the battle at Fu Hiyuan, and now, they felt it again. No one expected that such a huge battle would occur under the word spirit. Although Yu Ye and Xingfan did not appear personally, no one in the spiritualized universe could avoid this fishing technique. Lu Yin used the change of the 9 heavens, the battle force of the mastery realm, and infinite strength to grab the fishing rod made of spirit threads. He roared, "Rise!" The spirit threads pierced through the starry sky from bottom to top and headed towards the endless sky. The spirit threads disappeared and entered the starry sky. In the next moment, the starry sky collapsed, and the void distorted. The universe collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if an invisible force was unbearable to the universe. Lu Yin and Eternal looked up and felt as if the sky was collapsing. However, this feeling only lasted for an instant. Immediately after, fog fell, as if rain had fallen in the Beishan region. It wasn't heavy as it only covered the Beishan region, but it wasn't small either. To ordinary people, the Beishan region was already boundless and contained stars. Lu Yin raised his hand and touched the fog. His gaze changed. What is this? Suddenly, an intense sense of danger made his scalp tingle. Eternal's sword stabbed towards him from behind. Lu Yin turned around. Behind him, the sword of heaven slashed out from the 9 heavens. With a ping sound, the Eternal was astonished. His sword had been caught off guard, and it had shattered the sword's shadow's time. It should have been a sure kill strike, but it had actually been blocked. Lu Yin was vigilant. As expected, he still attacked. Eternal looked at Lu Yin deeply. The two of them were now shrouded in fog. This fog came from the 9 heavens universe and seemed to be a kind of power. Your swordsmanship is very strange. Lu Yin's terrifying aura locked onto Eternal. I have already experienced your swordsmanship. I have to say that it is still as powerful as ever. Then, can you stop me today? Yes. After saying that, Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme, and a person walked out. It was primogenitor, Tai Chu. Eternal raised his eyebrows. You actually followed me here. You didn't make a move just now just to deal with me. Primogenitor looked at Eternal and sighed. We finally meet again, Eternal. Yongheng smiled. Tai Chu, how long has it been since you and I felt a sense of danger? 6 swords revolved behind the primogenitor. It has been some time, but ever since the spiritualized universe appeared, this feeling has become more and more obvious. Eternal said, actually, you're doing better than me because I've always known about the existence of the spiritualized universe and the 9 heavens universe. That's all for today. He looked at Lu Yin. It was a pleasure working with you. It's good that you're still alive. Give the 9th firmament universe a few more surprises. After that, he took a step back and disappeared into the void. Lu Yin and the primogenitor did not stop him. First of all, they were not confident that they could keep the Eternal. Second of all, they still needed this person to deal with the spiritualized universes and the 9 heavens universe. Just like how the Eternals felt that Lu Yin was the greatest threat and had no choice but to cooperate with them, Lu Yin also needed external help. External help that was motivated by benefits and bound by hatred could sometimes be very reliable. At the very least, they would understand you. After the Eternal left, the primogenitor looked at the North Mountain region and shook his head. There's no need to involve ordinary people in a battle between cultivators. Luin said bitterly, we can't help them. The 9 firmaments are above us, and spiritualization is below us. In the 9 heavens, any life in the universe can be taken away. The primogenitor looked deeply at the North Mountain region and then at Luin. Zhu Zi, if the Tian Yuan universe faces such a situation one day, I'd rather it be reactivated. Luin clenched his fists. As long as I'm alive, that day won't come. If I die. He paused and then smiled. Then there's nothing we can do. We can't beat them. The primogenitor sighed. Do your best, but you'd better stay alive. I can die for the Tian Yuan universe, but you can't. You'll have to bear more, and more. Even I can't bear such a burden. Is that why I'm called Zhu Zi? Luin thought of something and asked strangely. The primogenitor was speechless. I didn't think that far. The fog gradually dissipated, and Luin made his face paler. He walked towards the Arc region and returned to the boundless boundary under the watchful eyes of many. The boundless boundary immediately went on guard. This scene quickly spread, and it also let others know who had caused the commotion just now. Luin was obviously injured, so who had attacked him? Yu Sang Tian. Only Yu Sang Tian could injure Lu Sang Tian. However, Yu Sang Tian wasn't in the spiritualized universe. For a moment, everyone started to speculate. No one suspected that it was fake, as the commotion had been too great. The 36 domain spirit threads had trembled, which had caused the entire spiritualized universe to tremble. Everyone wanted to know how serious Lu Yin's injuries were and who had injured him. Could there be another powerhouse at Yu Sang Tian's level hidden in the spiritualized universe? Someone inexplicably suggested that it was the boundless boundary, and many people agreed. Others said that it was an old enemy from the Tian Yuan universe. After all, many people knew that Luin had a strong enemy there, which was the Eternals. The outside world continued to speculate, but Luin was pleasantly surprised in the boundless boundary. In the void of his heart, the spirit seed's liquid had nearly doubled in size. The spirit seed was still melting very slowly, but it had inexplicably expanded by so much. The only possibility was the fog. Could the fog that had fallen from the Ninefirmament's universe be the spirit seed's liquid? Could it be that the Ninefirmament's universe's cultivation power was this liquid? Luin hurriedly left the Arc region in secret and headed to the Beishan region. From afar, he saw Rugua and turned back. He had gone to great lengths to create the illusion that he was injured, and he couldn't afford to be discovered. Rugua's cultivation was not weak, and he was definitely at Yu Sang Tian's level. Otherwise, how could he control Divine Mount and even attract Yuya's attention? If not for Yuya, no one would have been able to do anything to the Ru family. The Eternals had ambushed Rugua, but even they hadn't been able to push Luin into the Beishan region. One could imagine Rugua's strength. If Luin was discovered and Rugua attacked, it would be difficult for Luin to escape unscathed. Of course, it was unlikely that he would lose. After all, Yu Sang Tian was the lesser god of defense, and he was considered one of the top existences at the peak of bitter adversity. He was the only one who Luin wasn't confident in winning against, and that included the Eternals at their peak. Rugua's strength might be similar to that of Emperor Wu during the battle at Fu Hiyuan. Luin returned to the boundless boundary and raised his head, preparing to roll his die. He wanted to roll 4 pips to completely melt the spirit seed in the void of his heart. The boundless boundary had collected so many spirit seeds that the spiritualized universe had been keeping an eye on. They had always believed that the spirit seeds would not disappear, and that they would reappear even if they were destroyed. Thus, Luin could take whatever he wanted, but there would be a day when they would explode. Yu Sang Tian knew that the Nina Firmament's universe had used the funnel to extract the liquid from the spirit seeds. Perhaps one day, Yu Sang Tian would also guess that Lu Yin could melt the spirit seeds. Once the spirit seeds were melted, the next step would be to go to the Heavens Craftsman realm. Those spirit threads had come from the Heavens Craftsman realm, and the Heavens Craftsman realm was a pawn of the Nina Firmament's universe. He couldn't find them now, but they couldn't run away either. It wasn't easy for him to get injured, and he might be able to do something during this time. How could he waste it on the Heavens Craftsman realm? The die slowly spun and then stopped at 6 pips. The moment he saw 6 pips, Lu Yin immediately opened Empyrean, and his consciousness howled. His consciousness appeared in a dark space, and there were many dim orbs of light around him. There were many more than when he had rolled 6 pips. This was the result of his spiritual battle technique, and it allowed the spiritualized universe to be filled with sentient life forms. As long as Lu Yin wanted to, he could fuse with any of them at any time. However, ordinary consciousness universes couldn't give him any value. If he wanted to fuse with them, they were at least at the level of the soul progenitor. There weren't any bright orbs of light around him, and Lu Yin left the dark space. He didn't have that much consciousness to waste. Again. The die continued to spin and then stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened. 6 pips again. The chances of this happening were too low. Throughout his years of cultivation, he had never rolled 6 pips twice in a row. His consciousness appeared in the dark space again, but it was still a dim orb of light. Lu Yin immediately left and continued to roll the die. When he saw 6 pips, Lu Yin didn't know what to say. He had never rolled 6 pips 3 times in a row before. He could only say that his luck today was a little strange. Right, luck. Lu Yin suddenly thought of this word. This was a good thing. The reason why Uncle Jiang had been able to cultivate battle force to the palm realm was because of a cultivator with an innate gift of luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to succeed. It would be great if Lu Yin had a cultivator with an innate gift of luck by his side. As he thought about this, Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in the dark space again. Not far away, a bright orb of light entered his vision. Lu Yin was shocked. This brightness. Wu Wei. No, Wu Wei had been captured by Lu Yin. There were still 3 celestials in the spiritualized universe. One was hiding in a parallel spacetime, one was Yimeng, and one was Huamani. Lu Yin didn't know who this one was. No matter who it was, they would be of great help to him. Consider yourself unlucky to have rolled 6 pips 3 times in a row. Lu Yin rushed over without hesitation. At the same time, in the 9 firmaments, a tower floated in the void. It seemed to be soaked in blood and emitted a scarlet color. Within the tower, 2 figures were enduring inhumane torture. How much longer? How much longer will this pain last? The blood tower can stop time. You can torture us for as long as you want. Stop talking. It's all your fault. If not for you, we wouldn't have to endure this torture. I didn't want this to happen either. Who would have thought that Lu Yin would be able to turn the tables on firmament and cause damage to the 9 firmaments? I will definitely take revenge. He won't have a good ending. You and I have already endured the wrath of the Supreme God. I want Lu Yin to suffer even more. Once I get out of here, I will personally descend into the spiritualized universe. Either I successfully transform, or I die there. Xingfan, lend me a hand when the time comes. First, fulfill your promise. I will. In the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin opened his eyes. Was this the extreme palace? Huamani was imprisoned here, guarded by 3 elders. 2 of them were at the primordial realm, and the last one was Dooku. There was no doubt that the extreme palace had experts, but no one knew exactly how many there were. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3669. The Gate of Art's ruined garden had buried many experts, and it was publicly recognized as the place with the most limit powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Now, it seemed that the Extreme Palace wasn't bad either. There was Lan, Zi Tianshu, and this old man. It wasn't clear if there were other powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity, but there were at least 3 of them, including Yu Sang Tian. The Extreme Palace was the most difficult place to fight in the spiritualized universe. Hua Mani was guarded by 3 powerhouses, and Yu Sang Tian didn't even need to injure his consciousness. He couldn't escape. Before Lu Yin had merged with Hua Mani's body, the guy had been playing cards and was very bored. Memories flooded in, and Lu Yin knew that Hua Mani had told Yu Sang Tian everything he knew. There was no need to interrogate him. He had told Yu Sang Tian everything he knew about the consciousness universe, the realm of Yi Soil, and even the Yi Tian imperial court. There was also another hidden celestial phenomenon called Buan. She was a human woman, but Lu Yin didn't know where she was hiding. Buan also didn't know where Hua Mani was hiding. They could communicate with each other, but they didn't know where they were. There was one more thing that Lu Yin couldn't tell Yu Sang Tian, which was that Yi Meng had pretended to betray the consciousness universe. The realm of Yi Soil was actually a burial ground that the consciousness universe had set for Yu Sang Tian. Hua Mani couldn't say anything about this, as his mind was restricted by a lock that came from the 13 celestial phenomena. It was publicly recognized as the oldest and strongest. Yu Sang Tian seemed to know this as well, so he didn't force Hua Mani to tell him anything. Hua Mani was very cooperative in the Extreme Palace. Of course, what he knew was within Yu Sang Tian's expectations. The two had fought for so many years, and Yu Sang Tian might know more than Hua Mani. Hua Mani's value was to be imprisoned and wait for the consciousness universe to be completely destroyed. He would then join the spiritualized universe and become a consciousness life form that had been granted and enslaved. He would then cooperate with someone to display spiritualized battle techniques. Hua Mani seemed to have accepted his fate. Only if Yu Sang Tian died in the consciousness universe would the consciousness universe have a chance to counterattack. Lu Yin withdrew from the fusion and his consciousness returned to his body as he looked in the direction of beyond heaven. Hua Mani wasn't of much value to Yu Sang Tian, but he was valuable to Lu Yin. Sure enough, pretending to be injured had its benefits. Lu Yin took a step forward and left the Extreme Palace. Yu Sang Tian had intentionally gone to a parallel universe to avoid interfering with Yu Ya's matters, but how could he sever his karma's karma? And he had left Lu Yin's price. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his figure disappeared. In the heavens beyond heaven, Lan looked at the big tree in the distance that was constantly scattering spirit seeds. Boundless had successfully reduced the number of spirit seeds in the spiritualized universe. The outside world was collecting spirit seeds everywhere. There were rumors that the more spirit seeds were used, the fewer spirit seeds there would be. It was just a farce. Suddenly, her expression changed. She turned around abruptly and saw ripples in the sky. The spiritual treasure array reacted, enemy attack. On this day, Extreme Palace faced an unprecedented attack from the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe's biggest enemy was the consciousness universe, but the consciousness universe had always been on the defensive. It couldn't fight back against the spiritualized universe. On top of that, Extreme Palace had Yu Sang Tian, the strongest elite in the universe. No one had ever thought of attacking Extreme Palace. Bang! There was a loud sound as 36 Xiaosang's body shattered. 36 Xiaosang's body shattered and her 36 domains scattered in all directions. She coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Lan was shocked. How was this possible? Her body could withstand an attack from someone at Yu Sang Tian's level. Even if it could be broken, it shouldn't have been broken so quickly. Who was this person? The first person she thought of was Lu Yin. Only someone at Yu Sang Tian's level could do something like this. Lan didn't have much time to think. The moment her body was broken, she grabbed the Savage Array's foundation and pressed it outside the palace. At the same time, deep within the palace, Mani put down his cards and looked outside. Something happened. The three elders guarding him opened their eyes, their gazes as deep as the sea. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and Lan felt like her heart had been dealt a heavy blow. She coughed up blood, but there was no one in front of her. She couldn't see who it was, and she couldn't see anything. The only thing she knew was that the Savage lands were under attack. When the second palm landed on the Savage lands, the Array's particle shattered. Lan vaguely saw a figure pass by, but then everything went black and she lost consciousness. Lu Yin had broken through 36 Xiaosong's body with a single palm and then destroyed the foundation with 2 palms. The pressure had caused Lan to faint. All of this had happened in an instant. A palm god could fight against Emperor Wu Huang, who had used the transformation of the 9 heavens. At this level, he had reached Yu Sang Tian's level and was not someone they could fight against. What Lu Yin cared about the most was not the powerhouses within the palace, but the tomorrow beast. He didn't know how strong this beast was, and he couldn't see its bottom. This was what he was most afraid of, so he had acted quickly without affecting too many people. He didn't want to anger the tomorrow beast. The palace was deep and dark, and this was Lu Yin's first time here. The closest place to this place had been the entrance. The pressure was like an abyss, and Mani's eyes narrowed. Who was it? The 3 elders stood up and attacked the palace at the same time, but they were instantly swept away by a majestic consciousness. Mani, do it. Mani subconsciously released his consciousness and joined forces with Lu Yin to suppress the 3 elders. 2 cosmic realm consciousnesses weren't something the 3 could resist, and they all fell to the ground. Who is it? Mani went on guard, and a familiar face appeared in front of him, Lu Sang Tian. He attacked without hesitation. Regardless of whether Lu Yin was saving him or not, he instinctively wanted to attack Lu Yin. This human was even more terrifying than Yu Sang Tian. But then, his eyes went slack as Lu Yin got within 5 meters of him and took control of his body. Lu Yin controlled Mani's body and grabbed his own to rush out of the palace. At this moment, Lan woke up, which was part of Lu Yin's plan. If she hadn't woken up, she wouldn't have been able to see the next scene. Lan had a splitting headache, and when she looked up, she saw Mani's smug smile. He walked past her and left a card behind, "Tell Yu Sang Tian that it's not certain who will be reactivated, ha ha ha." Lan wanted to attack, but she was powerless. She could only watch as Mani and the other mysterious person left. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground again. After leaving beyond sky, Lu Yin looked back at the tomorrow beast. It was very quiet, and it didn't seem like it was going to explode. Lu Yin looked at its palm, he would go there sooner or later. His consciousness returned to his body, and Lu Yin grabbed Mani and returned to Boundless. As long as he was within 5 meters, Mani would not be able to escape or resist. After returning to Boundless, Lu Yin's consciousness entered Mani's body again to check his memories. Turn around. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, but news of the attack on Zenith Palace had yet to spread. Beyond Heaven did not want to lose all of its prestige, but Lan had contacted the Arc region several times, requesting to speak with Wu Zhang's people. She had tried to contact Lu Yin, but she had been rejected every time. Wu Zhang's reason was that Lu Yin was in secluded cultivation. Lan didn't know if that mysterious person was Lu Yin, as he was the only one in the spiritualized universe who had the power to do such a thing. However, Lu Yin had indeed gone through a huge battle, and she wanted to confirm if he had been injured or if he had seen anything. However, she couldn't even see Lu Yin's face. Huamani had been captured by Lu Yin and sent to beyond sky. Logically speaking, there was no need for Lu Yin to save him. Even if he wanted to save Huamani, he should have done so after going to the consciousness universe and not now, when Yu Sang Tian could return at any time. Lan couldn't figure it out. She couldn't confirm that it was Lu Yin because of Huamani's attitude. That mysterious person must have joined forces with the consciousness universe, but Lu Yin shouldn't have. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been killed by the spiritualized universe? Huamani's attitude made Lan think of another hidden celestial phenomenon. But did the celestial phenomenon have such terrifying physical strength? The characteristics of their physical strength were too obvious, and the consciousness universe might have framed Lu Yin. Who was Lu Yin's opponent in that battle? Could it have been this mysterious person? Lan thought of many things, but she didn't know where to start. The only thing she could do was seal off the news and wait for Yu Sang Tian to return. Back in Boundless, Lu Yin felt dizzy. Although Huamani hadn't lived as long as Wu Wei, he had still existed for a very long time. His memories were as vast as the sea, and it was impossible to go through them all in a short amount of time. Lu Yin could only see a very small portion, such as information regarding the Earth of Yi and Yi Tian Imperial Court. Yi Tian Imperial Court and Wu Wei's experiences were different from Huamani's. Yu Sang Tian should be back soon, and Lu Yin looked at Huamani. Then, let's begin. 10 days later, Yu Sang Tian returned and heard that the Extreme Palace had been attacked. Lan's description made him think of the eternity, not Lu Yin. He knew that Yu Ye and Xingfan had attacked Lu Yin, which was why he had gone to a parallel spacetime to avoid the battle. He knew that Lu Yin wouldn't be lured away so easily, but it was unlikely that he would be able to escape unscathed. As he had guessed, Lu Yin had been injured and was recovering in Boundless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3670. Sir, there's something else I need to report. Lan's face was pale. She had suffered heavy injuries. Speak. Elder Yu is dead, Lan said. Yu Sang Tian was shocked. He's dead. Yes, young master, you reported that old Yu is dead, Lan said. Yu Sang Tian frowned. How did he die? Lan hesitated and said, he said it has something to do with Lu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian understood that Lu Yin and Yu Ye must have been involved in the battle between Yu Ye and Lu Yin. There were some battles that one could not get involved in unless one reached a certain level. He had been wary of the Zhikong territory for so many years, not because of old Yu, but because of the Ru clan and the Nine Heavens universe behind him. Foolish old man thought that he was smart, but in fact, most of the time, he thought that he was smart. He was far-sighted. After the Ru clan was destroyed, he wanted to find a backer, but this backer was not someone he could rely on. Previously, it was also Yu Ye's order to rely on Wu Jiang. So what if he dies? What about the Zhikong domain? The Dark Messenger seems to be dead as well. What the foolish young master means is that he hopes that we will acknowledge him as the master of the Zhikong domain. Didn't the Zhikong region side with Wu Jiang? Well, Yu Gongzi didn't say anything about it. Perhaps because of Yu Gongzi's death, he has a grudge against Wu Jiang. Yu Sang Tian didn't care. It's up to them. If they don't have enough strength, they can make the Zhikong domain disappear. Lan's expression changed. Disappearing. That was the Zhikong domain. Its history was even older than the Yu Sang sky. Once it disappeared, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially now that the Zhikong region had just pledged allegiance to the Wujiang region. Regardless of the reason behind old Yu's death, touching the Zhikong region was equivalent to slapping the Wujiang region in the face. What did Lord Yu Sang Tian mean? When the news of foolish old's death spread out, it caused a huge uproar. Not long ago, Foolish old had publicly announced that he was going to rely on Wu Jiang. Now that he was dead, it was inevitable that people would think of something. One by one, they looked towards the sky above the sky. Many people were curious about who the next master of the Zhikong domain would be. All this time, the master of the Zhikong domain had been secretly transmitting messages. However, at this moment, there was no movement at all. Outsiders did not know that the dark messenger was dead. During this period of time, Yu Gongzi had also tried to contact Lu Yin, but he was unable to do so. Just like that, another period of time passed, and Hua Mani completely disappeared from the world. What replaced him was Lu Yin's boundless consciousness, which had nearly doubled in size. It could be said that Hua Mani was the powerhouse whose consciousness Lu Yin had absorbed the most, and he had absorbed more than Black Wushan and White Wushan. They were only at the level of the sequence laws, which corresponded to the astral form realm. Hua Mani, on the other hand, was at the cosmic realm. The sudden increase in his consciousness allowed the transformation of the 9 heavens to double in size, giving him unprecedented confidence. The stronger the transformation of the 9 heavens was, the more ridiculous the increase in his strength would be. His current strength was definitely enough to fight Yu Sang Tian. A thought of eternity could sweep through 5 of the 13 celestial phenomenon, but Lu Yin felt that he could try to break through it. He had only been able to do so after teaming up with the primogenitor. His sudden increase in confidence made him want to absorb Wu Wei's consciousness as well. Fortunately, he managed to endure it. After all, he wasn't cultivating his consciousness by himself. It was better to stabilize it. Raising his hand, he continued to roll the die. 1. A useless item dropped. Continue. 5. Borrowing talent. This couldn't be wasted. Lu Yin walked out and instantly appeared in front of Yuan Qi. Under Yuan Qi's stunned gaze, Lu Yin placed a hand on his shoulder, scaring him into a fight. No. Lu Yin was astonished. Across from him, Yuan Qi was still in shock and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin. He turned around and vanished. Yuan Qi was stunned. What had happened? He looked over his shoulder with a blank expression. Lu Yin was at a loss as well. Yuan Qi didn't have an innate gift, which was unexpected. Spiritualized cultivators could produce spiritualized innate gifts or spiritualized weapons due to their spirit molds. Yuan Qi was a spiritualized weapon, the Dao Bell. In fact, many spiritualized cultivators had their own innate gifts, just like many people in the Tian Yuan universe. This was especially true for powerhouses like Yuan Qi, who should have an innate gift, but he didn't. Lu Yin had chosen him because he wanted to see if Yuan Qi was hiding anything. Yu Sang Tian had used the small spiritual universe as an excuse to chase Yuan Qi to the Tian Yuan universe, which was abnormal. If Yuan Qi was hiding an innate gift, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it from the Dai's 5 points. However, Yuan Qi really didn't have one. Lu Yin looked at the giant battleships in the distance. These were space-time ships that could cross the universe, comparable to Boundless. Rebirth, Great Wave Fighting Era. The ship region was bustling with activity, and Boundless looked brand new beneath his feet. Master, young master, you has been looking for you many times, Old Tao said. Lu Yin looked at him, and Old Tao respectfully handed over the spirit cloud stone. Speak. My lord, please tell me where Zhikong territory will go from now on. Lu Yin asked, what's Beyond Heaven's attitude? Beyond Heaven said that if Zhikong territory is not strong enough, it can be replaced. That's not necessary. Your wish has been fulfilled. From now on, you are the master of Zhikong territory. My lord, I. He didn't know what to say. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He was still pretending. There was someone behind this person, and he had deliberately betrayed old Yu because of that person's instructions. If he wasn't wrong, it was very likely Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian seemed to have gone to a parallel universe and didn't interfere with the battle between Yu Ye and Lu Yin, but in reality, he had always been watching. He couldn't let Yu Ye's plan succeed, or else he wouldn't have given the old salamander the chance to kill Emperor Wu Wang. This person's current uneasiness was just an act for Lu Yin to see. In that case, there shouldn't be any problem with Lu Yin showing disdain for useless people. I've already done what I promised you. You are now the master of Jikong territory. That's all. Lu Yin was about to end the conversation. Jikong territory. Yu Sang Tian hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He had thought that Lu Yin would accept him since he had helped Lu Yin plot against old Yu. Now that he was the master of Jikong territory, he should have been useful. However, because he was weak, he posed no threat. How had things turned out this way? Lu Yin seemed to want to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. Wait, my lord. I have something to say. Speak. Jikong territory can contact Royal God Mountain, and Jikong territory has great influence in the spiritualized universe. They can do many things for my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Then think about what they can do for me. He ended the conversation and looked up to see an uninvited guest. Outside the Ark territory, a person walked out of the void and looked at Limitless with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected someone to come again. This person was Rugua. Senior Rugua, what brings you to Limitless? Lu Yin's voice sounded. Rugua looked at Limitless from outer space. I want to talk to Lu Sang Tian. Please come in. Rugua took a step forward and entered the Ark territory, avoiding the others. He boarded Limitless and appeared in front of Lu Yin. This was the first time the two had met. Previously, in the Beishan region, Lu Yin had suddenly attacked Foolish Old Man, and Eternity had attacked Rugua at the same time, leading to that confrontation. However, Rugua was strong enough to escape and hadn't appeared again. Now, he had come to Limitless. Rugua looked at Lu Yin and praised, Lu Sang Tian is unbelievably young. When I was your age, I couldn't even reach the progenitor realm. Lu Yin was amused. Senior, are you praising yourself? Of course not. In our Tianyuan universe, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate to the progenitor realm. There is no one who has reached the progenitor realm at my age. Rugua said, but in the ninth heaven universe, this is not too amazing. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Is the ninth heaven universe that powerful? Rugua's expression was solemn. This time, I came to dispel Lu Sang Tian's doubts and gain a basic understanding of the ninth heaven universe. Why? Lu Yin asked. He hadn't expected Rugua to come looking for him. Rugua sighed deeply. To cooperate. You and me. Lu Yin was surprised. To be precise, it's the Ru family and Limitless. You attacked Limitless not long ago, and now you want to cooperate. Is this how the ninth heaven universe does things? Lu Yin found it ridiculous. Rugua said, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. Lu Yin agreed. That's right, but what benefits can you give me? Rugua pointed to the top of his head. Whatever I know about the ninth heaven universe, you can know about it. Why should I know about it? Lu Yin didn't care. As far as I know, the people of the ninth heaven universe can't enter the spiritualized universe without permission, let alone the distant Tianyuan universe. I don't have to come into contact with the ninth heaven universe at all. Rugua shook his head. Lu Sang Tian's words don't sound like the words of a universe master. If the ninth heaven universe is really no threat, why should Lu Sang Tian join forces with the Eternal? Lu Yin smiled. It's not joining forces, it's a tacit understanding. A tacit understanding between enemies. How enviable. Rugwa sighed and looked deeply at Luin. Then I'll put it another way. I'm here to give Limitless an explanation. I attacked Limitless before, and this matter can't be forgotten. Luin looked at him. It seems like you really have no other choice. Rugwa's face turned ugly, and he said helplessly, to tell you the truth, I really have no other choice. It's not as simple as you think if the Ru family wants to survive. The position of inferior god is a curse, and everyone wants us to die. Back then, because of the spiritualized universe, Yu Sang Tian tried to find a way to fight with my brother. My brother was the inferior god, and he died in that battle. Because of this, the ninth heaven universe was extremely dissatisfied with Yu Sang Tian, especially people like Yuya. They always felt that the spiritualized universe was above the ninth heaven universe. They despised the defeat of the Ru family, and they hated Yu Sang Tian's arrogance. If the Ru family wants to protect itself, we need allies. Yu Sang Tian is impossible, and as for the ninth heaven universe, Dan Hong doesn't care about worldly affairs. It's even more impossible for Xingfan and Yuya to join forces. What I want to do now is to return to the ninth heaven universe. As long as I'm there, I'm confident that the Ru family can continue. That's the root of the Ru family. Luin understood. There are still members of the Ru family who haven't died on Royal God Mountain. Rugwa nodded and said in a heavy tone, including my daughter Rumu. They're all imprisoned on Royal God Mountain by Yuya's people. You don't want me to accompany you to Royal God Mountain to save people, do you? Luin raised an eyebrow. Rugwa smiled bitterly. Of course not. I'll tell you how to do it. It's up to you whether you want to or not. It's simple, and I'm willing to pay the price. Lu Sang Tian, you can ask me anything you want, but at our level, no matter how the universe changes, it doesn't mean much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3671. Luin understood that no matter how strong the Juxiao universe was, his combat power was second only to those below the eternal realm. Even if he wasn't a match for Yuya and the other gods of defense, he was still on the same level. What he needed to know was limited. Seeing Luin deep in thought, Rugwa said, "It seems like you haven't figured out what to ask. Then I'll tell you what you should know." Luin looked at him and didn't say anything. Rugwa said, Juxiao universe has the upper and lower gods. You know about the lower gods, and there are currently 3 upper gods. Although he didn't need to know much, Rugwa still talked for half a day, which gave Luin a general understanding of the Juxiao universe. The universe's development was mysterious, but it was also cruel and ruthless. This was especially obvious in the Juxiao universe and the spiritualized universe, which shocked Luin. Perhaps some of it was exaggerated, but Rugwa wanted to make Luin feel threatened. Some things really happened. The deaths of cultivators from several domains had happened in front of him, which made him feel cold. If this happened in the Tianyuan universe, it would be unavoidable. Not only did Rugwa talk about the Juxiao universe, but he also told Luin about the Ru family's Rushi Sutra. Luin was shocked. The Rushi Sutra was the cultivation method of the Ru family, and it was created by Rushi. Rushi was a legendary figure. Although he lost to Yu Sang Tian, he wasn't weak. On the contrary, he was too outstanding, or rather, too conceited. For cultivators, there were cultivation arts, battle techniques, innate talents, external objects, and so on. But for Rushi, he only cultivated the Rushi true scripture. For this reason, he abandoned everything else, wanting to use the Rushi true scripture to step into the eternal life realm. In his deduction, the Rushi Sutra could do it. Yu Sang Tian knew this, and that was why he wanted to fight Rushi. No matter how powerful the Rushi Sutra was, even if it could make someone reach eternal life, as long as Rushi did not reach eternal life, he would still be suffering. The Rushi Sutra could not beat Yu Sang Tian. The more conceited a person was, the more likely they would die. Rugua's face turned ugly when he mentioned this. He was full of unwillingness. Give my brother some more time. When he reaches the last level of the Rushi Sutra, Yu Sang Tian won't be a match. No lower gods will be my brother's opponent. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Why did you teach me the true sutra? That was too much of a joke. While they were talking, he taught him the Sutra of Kindness. Even if Mr. Mu taught his disciple, he would not be so straightforward. Even Lu Yin's tracing of the ancients was a request. Ruogwa smiled bitterly. It's nothing. Many people in the 9 heavens universe know it. It's been popularized. Lu Yin was surprised. Popularize. Ruguo looked at Lu Yin and said, why do you think I can take over my brother's position as the god of defense? As long as I stay in the Imperial God Mountain, no one in the 9 clouds universe can replace me, unless they take a huge risk like Yuya. The destruction of the Ru family is not that simple. Even the god of defense will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Because of the sutra. Ruguo nodded. I gave the sutra as the price to the 9 clouds universe in exchange for the temporary position of the god of defense. In the Imperial God Mountain, there is not much difference between being the temporary position and not being the temporary position. No one can replace me. When I cultivate to the level of my brother, I am confident that I can become the god of defense. Then, I can return to the 9 clouds universe and take the temporary position. I can do all this by relying on the sutra. The sutra, I sold my brother's sutra to the 9 clouds universe. Lu Yin did not know what to say. He could not judge whether Ruguo was right or not. If it were him, would he be willing? He did not know. Everyone's experience was different, and he could not make the decision for Ruguo. Do you think I did something wrong? Ruguo asked, looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin shook his head. It doesn't matter whether it's right or not. Anyway, it has been done. Ruguo sighed. Yes, anyway, it has been done. By the way, the transformation of the Empyrean is the same as the sutra. It is common in the 9 clouds universe, but do not think that it is common. On the contrary, the common power that can be spread out in the 9 clouds universe, whether it is a cultivation method or a combat skill, is the best. Lu Yin was shaken. The Nina Firmament's universe was truly generous. He felt how strong the transformation of the Empyrean was. The sutra made Rushi confident to step into the eternal realm. These 2 powers were common. It would never be possible in the Tianyuan universe. When the eternal race publicized the cultivation method of the Corpse King transformation, it was also to plot against the humans. It was not really to improve the strength of the cultivators in the Tianyuan universe. The existence of the 5th pagoda was to improve the strength of the cultivators, but there were also conditions. Anyone who obtained the power from the 5th pagoda had to recognize Lu Yin as half a teacher. Lu Yin did not know where the 9 clouds universe got the courage to do so. They completely publicized these powerful forces. Perhaps it was the absolute confidence of the god of defense and the god of defense. In comparison, his vision was much smaller. Actually, Lu Yin could not be blamed. He had started out weak, and it was only recently that he had truly reached Yu Sang Tian's level of power. If he had possessed his current level of power back in the Tianyuan universe, then he would have been able to publicize some of the most powerful cultivation techniques or battle techniques. If he could safely return to the Tianyuan universe, he would definitely publicize his powerful cultivation force and increase the overall strength of the Tianyuan universe. That's right, there are ready-made ones. The changes of the 9 heavens, such as the true scriptures, can all be made public. When he thought about this, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the border. He wanted to go back and announce this to the world. Perhaps a few geniuses would be born then. Ruegwa did not know what Luin was thinking. He continued to talk about the cultivation method of the sutra. The heart sits in the beginning, the heart moves, the body does not move, the body moves, the mind moves, the spirit moves, and the world moves. These are the 4 realms of the sutra. The sutra is like the descent of a mountain, like the true will of one's self, like sorrow and joy, like the unity of heaven and earth, like hearing the truth. Luin closed his eyes and listened quietly. As Ruegwa's voice rang out, the universe seemed to shrink. It was like a mountain was pressing down on him, but then it instantly expanded. It was boundless, and the darkness of the universe was deep and distant. He saw himself become the center, constantly absorbing all of the darkness, causing the heavens to distort and tremble. Ruegwa looked at Luin in shock. It can't be, right? How can he enter the sutra state so quickly? The 4 realms of the sutra could be cultivated, but whether or not one could comprehend them could only be sensed and not explained. Everyone had a different understanding of the sutra, and what they felt was different as well. He felt like the ocean was surging, and he was like a reef. Only when he became a reef could he sit in the sutra state. Gradually, the reef gained a heart, and it moved with the wind, the rain, the swallows that whizzed past, and the fishes. The reef wanted to move, but it could not. It could only watch. Day after day, year after year, countless years of watching. The ocean dried up, but the reef still had to watch. One day, his heart stopped moving, but his body could move. His body moved. But as he looked at the withered land, the once warm sea breeze was gone, and there was nothing left. The reef could only continue to wait for the world to change again. He waited, but it did not happen. The reef became numb, and his heart was sealed. Countless years passed, and his heart moved once more. If the world did not change, then let it change. Why wait? The reef moved once more, wanting to change the world and return it to the way it was countless years ago. Ruegwa's sutra state had been cultivated to the point where his heart moved and his body did not move. His body did not move, and his mind did not move. After so many years, he had reached the peak of the 2nd realm, and it was difficult for him to take another step forward. The reef seemed to have dried up along with the ocean, and it was difficult for him to change the world. However, Luin stepped into the sutra state as soon as he heard it. It was no wonder why this person's cultivation was so high at such a young age. He had never seen such talent before. Luin slowly opened his eyes, and his expression was one of shock. The sutra had allowed him to enter a different state, and he had become the center of the universe. This technique was broad and profound, and it emphasized intent over strength. It was similar to the Primogenitor's Sutra, but it was also different. The Primogenitor's Sutra enlightened all living beings and could make up for their shortcomings, but this sutra allowed him to have an epiphany. Brother Ling is a genius. If he is given time, he may be able to go further, Luin praised. Ruegwa said bitterly, perhaps. Is this sutra the price for attacking my boundless territory? Luin asked. Ruegwa nodded. Lu Sang Tian, are you satisfied? I am not the only one in the boundless territory. The sutra has been imparted, and it has nothing to do with me who learns it. Luin sighed, you really don't care. Ruegwa smiled, I can't go far. If one day, someone can go further than my brother with the sutra, or even step into the immortal realm, my brother will be happy. Luin agreed, I hope so. Lu Sang Tian, what else do you want to know? Ruegwa asked. Luin put his hands behind his back, you'd better tell me how you want to help. If you give me too many gifts, I'm afraid I can't pay you back. Ruegwa smiled, you don't have to pay me back. If Lu Sang Tian doesn't want to help, I won't force you. Luin looked at the starry sky. the people of the ninth heaven universe are unexpectedly ambitious, just like how the spiritualized universe is enslaved by you. Ruegwa was silent. People who heard the truth about the ninth heaven universe and the spiritualized universe for the first time couldn't accept it, but that was the truth. What is the Royal God Mountain? Luin asked. Since Ruegwa said so, he asked. Ruegwa said, it's similar to Torchfire City. Luin raised his eyebrows and looked at Ruegwa. Boundless territory came from the Tianyuan universe and passed by Torchfire City. You should know the significance of Torchfire City. The Royal God Mountain is similar. Through the Royal God Mountain, you can go to the ninth heaven universe. The difference is that it's not as far as the Tianyuan universe from the spiritualized universe. With our cultivation, we can reach there in a few days, Ruegwa explained. Luin asked, is the Royal God Mountain in a parallel universe? Ruegwa shook his head, it's a place in the limitless universe. Why would Lu Sang Tian ask that? Luin retracted his gaze. It's not the little spiritual universe? If Ruegwa didn't lie to him, then Origin shouldn't lie to him either, because Yu Sang Tian didn't deny it. That meant that the source of this lie came from Yu Sang Tian. Fairywood romance. His guess was getting closer and closer. Yu Sang Tian used the little spiritual universe as an excuse to drive Origin away, but why? That was the most important thing. Ruegwa definitely couldn't find this reason. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3672. Ruegwa did not understand why Luin would ask such a question. How could the Royal God Mountain be a parallel universe? What is the spiritualization heavenly technique? Luin asked. Ruegwa said, this is to prevent the aura of the Jiao Shao universe from being detected by the spiritualized universe cultivators. They all cultivate the spiritualization heavenly technique, so the spiritualized universe cultivators can't see the aura of foreign cultivators. To go to the Jiao Shao universe, one must go through the Royal God Mountain. Yes, but going through the Royal God Mountain does not necessarily mean going to the Jiao Shao universe. Ruegwa thought about it and added, it can even be said that it is impossible to go there. It is not a problem of the path, but you can't enter the Jiao Shao universe even if you see it. What do you mean? Luin asked. Ruegwa said solemnly, there is a gate of heaven in the Jiao Shao universe. No one can barge in. Even you and I can't because the gate of heaven comes from the god of defense. Lu Yin's gaze changed. The power of the god of defense. Ruegwa nodded and said in a deep voice, those who barge into the gate of heaven will die. Luin frowned. Is it necessary? Just to prevent the spiritualized universe cultivators from entering the Jiao Shao universe? I don't know the reason, but since ancient times, only one person has entered the gate of heaven. He is the supreme extreme of the spiritualized universe. Other than him, no one else has succeeded. Ruegwa said. Lu Yin's mind flashed with the image of Master Grass. Only the eternal life realm could enter the gate of heaven. His strength was far from enough. But besides the gate of heaven, there is another way to go to the Jiao Shao universe. Ruegwa continued. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. Tomorrow's beast palm. Ruegwa nodded. The Tomorrow Beast is a giant beast that monitors the spiritualized universe in the ninth cloud universe. The Tomorrow Beast is very powerful, it can be compared to a springboard. With its power, you can be thrown directly into the ninth cloud universe, which is equivalent to sneaking in. However, there is a flaw in this method, which is that in the ninth cloud universe, there must be a coordinate to attract the Tomorrow Beast. If there isn't, the Tomorrow Beast will directly throw you into the ninth cloud universe. Yuya wants to take me to the Jiao Shao universe through the Tomorrow's Beast. That's right. He has coordinates that can attract the Sun Beasts. You will appear there when you are thrown into the ninth cloud universe. That's why I want to cooperate with Lu Sang-tian. Ru-Gua stared at Lu Yin with a serious expression. Help me save the Ru family. I will return to the ninth heaven universe and set up a set of coordinates to attract the sun beast in a safe place. If there comes a day when your Wujiang can't stay in the spiritualized universe anymore, you can think of a way to go to the ninth heaven universe with the help of the sun beast. Whether you trust me or not, this is a way to survive. Yuya will also set up coordinates. Even the ninth firmament universe must have set up a lot of coordinates to solve this kind of sneak-in. Ru-Gua smiled and said, "You're overthinking. People who can use this method to sneak into the continent of the nine clouds are not ordinary people. Not everyone in the continent of the nine clouds is as strong as the defense god. This method of sneaking into the continent of the nine clouds has eliminated a large number of weak cultivators. Only the strongest cultivators know that traps are for dealing with other people, not for themselves. The god of defense doesn't have time to pay attention to this. Among the god of defense, Dan Hong doesn't worry about this kind of thing. Xingfan doesn't have time, and Yuya is the same. The only thing you have to worry about is that Yuya will set up coordinates in advance for you. But if it's really time to escape, this is the only way. The tomorrow's beast can be arranged in the spiritualized universe. You have to believe in its defense. As long as Wujiang can enter the tomorrow's beast's palm, Yu Sang-tian won't be able to do anything for the time being." Lu Yin didn't completely believe Ru-Gua, but if Wujiang was really desperate, this was indeed a way out. Besides these two methods, is there no other way to go to the ninth firmament universe? Lu Yin asked. Ru-Gua looked up at the starry sky. You have seen the third method. Lu Yin's face fell. Fishing. This third method was really interesting. What do you want me to do? Ru-Gua had shown enough sincerity and said everything that needed to be said. He had even taught Lu Yin the True Sutra. If it wasn't too much, Lu Yin was willing to help. But if Yuya was the mastermind behind all of this, even if Lu Yin was willing, Yu Sang-tian wouldn't be willing. Delay Yu Sang-tian so that I can return to the Royal God Mountain to save the Ru family, Ru-Gua said. Lu Yin was shocked. What does this have to do with Yu Sang-tian? Ru-Gua sneered. How can the position I obtained at the cost of the True Sutra be taken away so easily? Yuya destroyed the Ru family and violated a taboo. He will definitely be unlucky, but if I can save the Ru family and return to the ninth firmament universe, Yuya's crime will be reduced. This is not something that Yu Sang-tian wants to see. He won't let me save the family members so easily. His hatred for the Ru family is so great that he wants to find an opportunity to get rid of me. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Have you ever thought that I would be like Yu Sang-tian and wish for Yuya to be unlucky? Ru-Gua smiled. You are different from Yu Sang-tian. You can't escape punishment for destroying the Ru family. Under the wrath of the superior god, Yuya might be stripped of his position as inferior god. Although the possibility is high, it depends on which superior god appears. But no matter how small the possibility is, Yu Sang-tian will have to take the risk. Once Yuya is stripped of his position as inferior god, he will no longer be a threat to him. As for you, unless Yuya dies, he won't let you go. So what if he is stripped of his position as inferior god? On the other hand, if he is stripped of his position as inferior god, he will be even more unscrupulous and will have less pressure to descend into the spiritualized universe. Don't think that the superior god can be reached step by step. If an ordinary person becomes an eternal realm powerhouse in the blink of an eye, they can also become superior god. The position of inferior god is not that important to Yuya. He can fight for the position of superior god and strive to become an eternal realm powerhouse. Lu Yin nodded. That's true. Ru-Gua didn't say anything else and waited for Lu Yin's reply. I'm curious. Is the Ru family that important to you? Among the current members of the Ru family, the only one you care about is Ru-mu, right? Cultivators don't care about emotions, but the Ru family is different. If there were no emotions, my elder brother wouldn't have been able to create the Rushi True Sutra. Only emotions can enter one's mind, and one's mind can understand the Rushi True Sutra. Lu Yin looked into the distance in a daze. He thought that it was ridiculous for cultivators to be emotionless. If people were emotionless, what was the point of living? Was it just for the endless years that couldn't be seen? Even if one saw the changes of time, it was because one wanted to see them. Since one wanted to see them, it meant that one cared about them and that one had emotions. He thought so, but he didn't know if Rugwa thought so. In his opinion, Rugwa was more likely to be cultivating the Rushi True Sutra. The cultivation of the Rushi True Sutra required emotions. If Rugwa gave up on the people of the Ru family, including his own daughter, he would have no emotions, and his cultivation would stop there. Yuya was able to threaten him because he knew this. Which level are you at now? The second level, moving the body but not the mind. What about your elder brother? The third level, moving the mind but not the mind. Is your elder brother confident that he can defeat Yu Sang Tian at the last level? He can definitely win. It wasn't easy for Yu Sang Tian to win back then. Why does the Ru family want the Zhou region? Lu Yin suddenly changed the topic and asked Rugwa a question that caught him off guard. Rugwa hesitated for a moment. To leave a way out. The consciousness universe or the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin asked. Rugwa said, it doesn't matter, as long as there is a way out. Lu Yin smiled faintly and walked to the edge of the boundless universe with his back to Rugwa. He looked at the busy Zhou region and said, you exchanged your status with the Rushi True Sutra, but you still don't feel safe. Swallowing the starry sky check-in to godhood, Rugwa looked at Lu Yin's back. It's not a way out for your life, but a way out for your cultivation. Lu Yin held on to the wooden railing. A way out for emotions. Rugwa exclaimed, your talent is amazing, and no one can surpass it. The Rushi True Sutra needed emotions, and emotions were in the depths of one's heart. As long as one felt that there were emotions, then there were emotions. The point was that one had to lie to oneself. The way out for Rugwa was to send Ru-mu and the others away. As long as these people left, no matter what the future would be, in Rugwa's heart, he would have done his duty. That was enough. Even if Ru-mu and the others died, he would have done his duty. It was said that he had emotions, but in reality, he was ruthless. Lu Yin turned to look at Rugwa. Are you sure you can leave a way out for your emotions? Rugwa was very serious. Whether it's the ninth heaven universe or the spiritualized universe, there are too many people watching the Ru family. The Jikong territory betrayed us, and there is no loyalty to speak of. It's more dangerous for them to stay here. As long as I can reach my elder brother's strength and truly become a god of defense, even if I can never take another step, it's enough. Therefore, this way of emotions can only stop at the third level. Yes. Then, if Rushi cultivates to the third level, what is his way out? Lu Yin suddenly asked and stared at Rugwa. Rugwa was startled and looked at Lu Yin deeply. I don't know. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Could it be your younger brother? Rugwa was confused. It's possible. Lu Yin smiled. It's just a chat. Don't think too much. Your elder brother is dead, so there is no way out. Alright, you can go. I will contact you. Rugwa left and looked back. From the beginning, he had the initiative, but as he spoke more and more, especially the last few sentences, he completely lost control. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3673. The spiritualized universe had become a barrier for the nine firmaments universe to control the other three universes. Without the spiritualized universe, who would the nine firmaments universe target next? It could very well be the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin had once thought about reactivating the spiritualized universe, but he was no saint. If the spiritualized universe wanted to reactivate the Tian Yuan universe, then he would do so. But now that he thought about it, nothing could happen to the spiritualized universe, at least not now. The miserable state of the cultivators from the Wei territory and the other regions could not be repeated, or the spiritualized universe's value would be weakened. The nine firmaments universe's current cultivation state originated from plundering the spiritualized universe. If the spiritualized universe could not keep up with the nine firmaments universe's consumption, then the nine firmaments universe would definitely target the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin exhaled and looked up at the sky. In the past, his cultivation opponents had been humans, and it had been said that he was fighting against the heavens for his own life. But now, his opponent was a universe that was like a monster that occupied everyone's heads, plundering everything. This was truly a struggle against the heavens. He raised his hand and continued rolling the die. Although he could leave, he was injured, and it would be too obvious if he left so quickly. The die slowly stopped at 4 pips. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, his luck was pretty good. He had entered the time-stop space to melt the spirit seeds, but now, he could also cultivate the Rushi mantra. Lu Yin was not afraid of cultivating more power, and he was only using the Rushi mantra as a way to cultivate his mental state. If his cultivation progressed too quickly, then his mental state would not be able to keep up. This was also why he had not thought of a way to break through the sequence laws. Only by completely stabilizing his mental state would Lu Yin consider breaking through the sequence laws. That day had been very long, but the appearance of the Rushi mantra had shortened the process. It was time to consider his own sequence laws. The cultivators of the Tian Yuan universe did not cultivate a fixed sequence law. The 3 realms and 6 Daos all broke the sequence laws, and so did Lu Yin. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin returned to reality. He continued rolling the die, 1, 2, 4. He entered the time-stop space and continued rolling. He rolled the die again and again, resting for 10 days after the 4th roll before continuing. Another month passed, and Lu Yin rolled 4 pips 5 times. This was equivalent to 50 years of seclusion before he completely melted all the spirit seeds. At this moment, there was still not much spirit seed liquid left in his heart, but it was much more than before. It was enough to envelop his entire body. In the past, it could only wrap around 2 hands, or a little more, barely cover the entire body. But now, it could wrap around the entire person. It was enough for the time being. To the outside world, he was injured and had been in seclusion for 4 months, so he could finally leave. Lu Yin contacted Rugua and told him to get ready while he headed to the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Lu Yin walked out of the boundless void and hovered above the Arc region for a moment before leaving. This scene quickly spread to the outside world, as Lu Yin was different from the other Sangtians. His every move would affect the entire spiritualized universe, and no one knew what he would do next. In Beyond Heaven, Lan reported to Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin left the Arc region and headed in a certain direction. Yu Sang Tian looked in that direction. Heaven's Craftsman domain. Lu Yin's target was the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Yuya had used the Heaven's Craftsman realm's spirit threads to lure Lu Yin to the Nine Firmaments universe. During the battle, the word spirit had also been activated, which meant that the Heaven's Craftsman realm was definitely involved. Ever since Ling Zue had led a group of people from the Heaven's Craftsman realm out and returned a few months ago, the atmosphere in the Heaven's Craftsman realm had not been right. Young disciples were constantly sent out, and the production of spirit threads was stopped. Ling Zue personally explained the cultivation method of spirit threads to the disciples of the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Those old fellows that everyone thought had died long ago also came out and chose suitable people to help them cultivate. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they were making arrangements for their deaths. The little fatty, Ling Tong, had already been sent away. When news of Lu Yin leaving the Ark region spread, Ling Zhuo immediately ordered all of the Heaven's Craftsman realm's younger generation to leave and not return without orders. When Lu Yin arrived at the Heaven's Craftsman realm, only Ling Zhuo and the other older powerhouses were left, as well as the ordinary cultivators who produced spirit threads. The Ling family did not have a single young disciple, regardless of whether it was a direct descendant or a side branch. The Heaven's Craftsman realm was shaken, and Lu Yin's appearance had become an unbearable burden for them. Ling Zhuo and the other older cultivators looked up at Lu Yin with calm expressions. They had not seen what had happened in the Northmont region, but since Lu Yin had returned, they knew that the Heaven's Craftsman realm would not be able to escape misfortune. Death was their inevitable outcome, and since they were going to die, what was there to be afraid of? Lu Yin looked down at the ground from above and saw Ling Zhuo, as well as a few older cultivators beside him. It seems like you've been waiting for me for a long time. Ling Zhuo looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. What does Lu Sangtian want? Lu Yin scanned the Heaven's Craftsman realm. The younger generation has all run away, so you're fearless. Are you not afraid of death? The Heaven's Craftsman realm's creation of spirit threads is a great contribution to spiritualizing the universe. Does Lu Sangtian want to destroy the Heaven's Craftsman realm? An old man shouted with a fearless expression. He should have died long ago, as death was nothing to him. He had no chance of continuing to live. A person who should not have been alive in the first place would not be afraid of death. Lu Yin moved his finger, and the old man did not even have time to react before his body exploded and his blood splattered all over the ground. Beside him, Ling Zhuo and the others stared blankly at the flowing blood as the stench of blood assaulted their nostrils. What a tyrannical Lu Sangtian! I've experienced it myself. We cannot resist your strength, so continue to attack. Let's see if the Heaven's Craftsman realm is afraid of death, an old woman said as she looked at Lu Yin with a gaze that was bone-chilling. Ling Zhuo frowned and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Sangtian, there are some things that the Heaven's Craftsman realm has no choice but to do. It is not up to us to decide. I hope that our deaths will appease Lu Sangtian's anger and that there will be no more enmity between you and the Heaven's Craftsman realm. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I like to eliminate the source of trouble. How long can those people from the Heaven's Craftsman realm escape? Even if they do, as long as I'm here, the Heaven's Craftsman realm will never recover. How long can the Heaven's Craftsman realm last? Time is the most terrifying poison. Ling Zhuo's eyes narrowed. What happened in the Beishan region has nothing to do with anyone else. Everyone involved is here. Why does Lu Sangtian want to implicate the innocent? Lu Yin smiled. I like it. Ling Zhuo was speechless. Resist? Impossible. The Heaven's Craftsman realm could not even withstand a single finger from Lu Yin. Lu Yin's tyrannical aura suppressed the Heaven's Craftsman realm. As long as he wanted to, he could make this land disappear in an instant and turn the Heaven's Craftsman realm into history. At that moment, the void distorted, and a figure walked out. It was Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin looked ahead and was not surprised. It would be strange if Yu Sangtian did not come. After all, the Heaven's Craftsman realm had a special status in the spiritualized universe. This was also the reason why Lu Yin could delay Yu Sangtian and allow him to go to the Royal God Mountain. Ling Zhuo and the others were relieved when they saw Yu Sangtian appear. They had not been certain that Yu Sangtian would come. If it had been any other Yu Sangtian who had acted against the Heaven's Craftsman realm, the realm beyond heaven would have intervened. However, Lu Yin was a powerhouse on the same level as Yu Sangtian. No one could be certain that Yu Sangtian would not act, as the price was too high. They're just small fries being manipulated. Why bother? Yu Sang Tian said calmly as he faced Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Yu Sang Tian. They're just small fries being manipulated. Why bother protecting them? Yu Sang Tian calmly replied, the heavens craftsman realm cannot disappear. Spirit threads do not exist forever and need to be replaced. The spiritualized universe needs the heavens craftsman realm. It has nothing to do with me. If the heavens craftsman realm acts against me, I will make it disappear. This is my principle. Do you think you can destroy the heavens craftsman realm in front of me? Yu Sang Tian's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin stared at him. I don't think you will stay in the heavens craftsman realm forever. Yu Sang Tian shook his head. The heavens craftsman realm will pay a sufficient price. What do you want? Spirit seeds. From today onwards, all the spirit seeds obtained by the heavens craftsman realm will belong to you. Below, Ling Zhua and the others heard this. They did not refute, as it was not their place to do so. They could only listen. Lu Yin laughed. Mo Shang, do you really think you can use spirit seeds to buy my life? Mo Shang was Yu Sang Tian's name. Lu Yin did not know about it before, but he did now. No one in the spiritualized universe dared to mention this name. It was just like how Elder Yu and the others did not mention the names of the other gods of defense when they were conversing in the Zhikong domain. However, Lu Yin knew about it now, so he could mention it. He did not need to be afraid of anything, and Yu Sang Tian was no exception. Lu Yin had enough spirit seeds for now. If he had more the better. However, this was not a necessary condition. You're being too serious. The heavens craftsman realm can't take your life, Yu Sang Tian said. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If I didn't have some ability, you know what would have happened to me. If this can't take my life, then what right do you have to say that you saved my life when you attacked Rumamu? Yu Sang Tian looked down. If a group of old fellows attacked you, then you can deal with them. Why do you have to make things difficult for the entire heavens craftsman realm? This is making things difficult for me. Then let's see what these old fellows can offer me to let go of the heavens craftsman realm, Lu Yin said. He then looked down. If I'm willing, the heavens craftsman realm will never appear in the spiritualized universe unless I, limitless, am gone. Lu Yin said these words in front of Yu Sang Tian. He did not care at all. Ling's heart sank. This Lu Sang Tian was more resolute than he had imagined. Conditions. What conditions could the heavens craftsman realm offer? Aside from spirit threads and spirit seeds, there was nothing else. At the same time, Lu Yin went to heavens beyond and headed towards a corner that led to the god-governing mountain. However, there was someone in that direction, Zi Tianshu. When Lu Yin arrived, Zi Tianshu opened his eyes with a helpless expression. He still came. This period of time has been too chaotic, and it's all because of Limitless. Boom! There was no unnecessary conversation, and they immediately attacked. Zi Tianshu alone could not stop Lu Yin. Even though he had Sang Tian's power level, Lu Yin was close to Yu Sang Tian's level and had even surpassed Sang Tian's. However, this was heavens beyond, and even if Zi Tianshu could not win against Lu Yin, as long as he could attack, he would be able to attract other powerhouses. Lan and the three elders who had been guarding Huamani appeared and attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. If he had enough time, he could deal with this group of people, but Yu Sang Tian could return at any time. Fortunately, he was prepared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3674. With a point of his finger, the void in the distance shattered, and many figures walked out. One of them used the power of Yin, and another carried 7 swords on his back. All of them were wandering corpses. Although the wandering corpses' combat power was far from enough to participate in such a battle, they were at most at the level of sequence precepts. However, there were many of them, and there were more than 10 of them. They charged forward as if their lives depended on it. Although the wandering corpses were killed in an instant, Rugwa took the opportunity to beat Zi Tianshu back and enter the royal god mountain. Looking at the broken corpses on the ground, Lan and Zi Tianshu looked at each other. If Rugwa returned to the royal god mountain, they did not know how to explain it to Yu Sang Tian. Ling Zhua and the others could not think of any conditions to exchange for the safety of the Heavens Craftsman domain. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Mo Shang, how long can you protect them here? Yu Sang Tian's eyes were calm. Do you really want to destroy the Heavens Craftsman domain? As long as I want to. Even if it will attract the star sail. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Sang Tian. It will attract the star sail. Yu Sang Tian said, it will definitely attract the star sail. You should have seen the relationship between the 9th heaven universe and the spiritualized universe. Do you think the 9th heaven universe will tolerate it if the spirit thread breaks? Lu Yin had neglected this point. The 9th firmament universe needed the help of the spirit character to plunder and spiritualize the universe's spirit seed. Without it, the 7 funnels would not be able to pour the spirit seed liquid into the 9th firmament universe. How could the 9th firmament universe ignore this? It was false that the Heavens Craftsman domain was important to the spiritualized universe, but it was true that it was important to the 9th heaven universe. The people of the Heavens Craftsman domain could not hear these words. Only Lu Yin and Yu Sang Tian could. Ling Zhua and the others went to the Beishan region to arrange the spirit thread, but they only knew that this order could not be disobeyed. Ling Zhua only knew that this order came from the 9th heaven universe, but he did not know the details. If the Heavens Craftsman domain was really destroyed, the 9th heaven universe would definitely make up for it. The star sail was the spirit thread's power. You can't even deal with Yuya and the star sail. If you really want to do it, I will not stop you, Yu Sang Tian said. Lu Yin looked at him. Isn't this what you want to see? Don't tell me you're willing to let the 9 clouds universe take over the spiritualized universe. You'll be happy if I destroy the Heavens Craftsman domain. That way, you won't offend Master Grass, and you can watch the 9 clouds universe get rid of me. You can also let the spiritualized universe breathe. But if that's the case, I won't be able to escape responsibility, said Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian had protected the Heavens Craftsman realm, which made it clear to Lu Yin that the reason Yu Sang Tian hadn't attacked him wasn't just because of Grandmaster Qing Chao. It was even possible that Yu Sang Tian had made up the excuse of Grandmaster Qing Chao. Yu Sang Tian had other reasons, which was why Yu Sang Tian didn't want Lu Yin to destroy the Heavens Craftsman realm and bring about a crisis to the Nina Firmament's universe. Just like when he attacked Rumu, he also let the old salamander attack Wu Wang. Unrivaled immortal, the 7 karmic lands, the karmic city wall, and the rectangular object that kept spreading karma. Sometimes, it seemed like he had the initiative, but in reality, he was always under Yu Sang Tian's control. He didn't need to do anything except stabilize the direction. But Yuya's intervention made this direction unstable. That was why Lu Yin could see things clearly. He had no choice but to protect the Heavens Craftsman realm. Although Yu Sang Tian's scheme put Lu Yin in danger, the good thing was that Yu Sang Tian was also protecting him. If Yuya wanted to capture him, Yu Sang Tian would protect him. By the same logic, if Yu Sang Tian's scheme succeeded and he wanted to deal with Lu Yin, Yuya would protect him. Lu Yin had a lot to think about. He suddenly realized that Yuya might not be an enemy. Yu Sang Tian didn't know that Lu Yin was thinking so much. He was even thinking about the Ling cosmos and the primordial genesis. Although Lu Yin was young, he had experienced a lot, especially when fate had plotted against his future daughter through the river of time. He could think of many scenarios, and he also had people like Wang Wen and Wei Rong by his side, so he would think more about such situations. When ordinary people caught hold of the weakness of the little spirit universe, they would not have thought that it might be an illusion that the other party had released. They would not have thought that the little spirit universe itself could be fake. Cultivation was too cruel. If he didn't think more about it, he would have died long ago. Yu Sang Tian's words made Lu Yin let go of the Heaven's Craftsman realm, but not those people. Above the Heaven's Craftsman realm, Ling Zhuo watched the palm descend inside. It was over. Boom! Aside from a pale, skinny old man, Ling Zhuo, the old woman, and a few other old fellows were all killed by Lu Yin. No matter what the Heaven's Craftsman realm represented, it was a fact that they had helped Yu Ye deal with him, so there was no reason to let them go. Ling Zhuo and the others were all dead, and that skinny old man was the only one who had looked at Lu Yin with fear in his eyes. Thus, Lu Yin let him go and let him stay in the Heaven's Craftsman realm so that some of its inheritances wouldn't be cut off. From today onwards, all spirit seeds in the Heaven's Craftsman realm belong to Boundless. Do you have any objections? Lu Yin looked at Yu Sang Tian. Mo Shang. Yu Sang Tian left, and the deaths of those old fellows didn't affect Lu Yin at all. In any case, those old fellows had pretended to be dead, and only Ling Zhuo had shown up. Now, it was just a different old fellow, so it didn't matter. The Heaven's Craftsman realm could still produce spirit threads as usual, and that was enough. Lu Yin also left, but before he left, he looked back at the skinny old man. The skinny old man slowly bowed under Lu Yin's gaze. Ling Gui sends Lu Sang Tian off. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and left. Ling Gui only relaxed when Lu Yin disappeared. It was over. He looked around, and the smell of blood turned the air red. Was he afraid of death? Of course he was. He hadn't reached the end of his life yet, and he was different from the old fellows around him. As for his cultivation, he couldn't compare to Ling Zhuo's and was only at the Grandmaster level in the Heaven's Craftsman realm. However, it was enough to ensure that he could continue producing spirit threads. Even if the Heaven's Craftsman realm had lost its spirit seeds forever, it didn't need any in the first place. It was time for those little fellows to come back. He looked at the distant sky again. No one in the Heaven's Craftsman realm could ever reach Lu Sang Tian's level. On the other side, Yu Sang Tian returned to beyond heaven. As soon as he returned, he found out that Ryu had gone to God's Rain Mountain, and his expression turned ugly. Just as Ryu had said, he didn't want the Ryu family to be saved. That would increase the chances of Yuya being stripped of his god of defense, even if the chances weren't high to begin with. Bone grafters. Yu Sang Tian looked at the corpses on the ground with a gloomy expression. Bone grafters. Lon was puzzled. Yu Sang Tian's eyes narrowed. It was eternal again. What was this eternal trying to do? He knew about the bone grafters a long time ago. Previously, when the spiritualized universe and the Eternals had joined forces to deal with the above heaven sect, Eternal had said that he was a bone grafter. His talent was enough to ensure that the Eternals had an endless supply of experts. That was why he hadn't mobilized more experts from the spiritualized universe to the Tian Yuan universe. One bone boat was enough. Now, he didn't expect the bone grafters to attack the sky beyond heaven. Previously, they had saved the old salamander and joined forces with Yuya. Then, they were discovered to have joined forces with their old enemy, Lu Yin. Now, they had joined forces with Ryu again. Why was this eternal joining forces with others everywhere? Yu Sang Tian couldn't understand what he was trying to do. My lord, it's our fault that Rug will return to the god-governing mountain. Please punish us, Lon apologized. Yu Sang Tian waved his hand. It's normal for the bone grafters to intervene. If the bone grafters couldn't help Rugwa return to the God-governing mountain, they wouldn't be able to stop the Eternals. Now that Rugwa had returned, Yuya would be punished for the previous incident and couldn't come out for the time being. Rugwa would definitely be able to save the Ru family. Once Rugwa was rescued, he wouldn't stay in the God-governing mountain and would most likely return to the ninth heaven universe. What was the point of the Eternals helping him? Right, the enemy that the ninth spirit had been looking for was related to the Eternals. Could it be that the Eternals wanted to set up the ninth heaven universe? Did he have the guts? In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy was useless. The ninth heaven universe was on a completely different level from their three universes. At the God-governing mountain, Rugwa rescued Ru Mu and the others and killed the cultivators who helped Yuya besiege the Ru family. Unfortunately, he ran away. Rugwa took the living dead, Ru Mu, and the others to the ninth heaven universe. Looking back, the God-governing mountain would no longer belong to the Ru family. The status that the Rushi scripture had exchanged for would eventually be lost. Without power, any status was useless. He wanted to return to the ninth heaven universe and put down his desire for the position of inferior god. He wanted to focus on cultivation and reach the third tier of the Rushi scripture as soon as possible. The position of inferior god was inescapable. Luin, I will do what I promised you. I will leave you a way out of the ninth heaven universe. I hope we can meet again in the ninth heaven universe one day. Yuya wanted to train Rugwa to have helpers after he became a superior god. In the eyes of the ninth heaven universe, there was no essential difference between the spiritualized universes and the Tianyuan universe. Yusang Tian could be bestowed the title of inferior god, and so could Luin. This time, he had saved Ru Mu and the others. His escape route had been completed and he had made up for the state of mind of the Sutra of Truth. He would definitely be able to cultivate to the third level and become the god of defense. When that time came, he would also need help. Luin was the best help. This person was targeted by Yuya and was an enemy. He was also an enemy of Yuya and Yusang Tian. They were on the same side. Don't disappoint yourself. At the same time, when Luin returned to the boundless universe, Sky Beyond sent out an order to set off on an expedition to the consciousness universe. 7 huge battleships headed for the border. Along the way, countless people sent them off. Some were envious, some were hopeful, some were nervous, and some were excited. The war between the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universe had lasted for too long. Speaking of which, the consciousness universe was completely passive and was no match for the spiritualized universes. But even now, the consciousness universe had not been reactivated. Generations of relatives, friends, and comrades had died in the consciousness universe. Even though it was the spiritualized universes that started the war, the hatred still spread. Many of them hoped to destroy the consciousness universe. As for reactivating it, it had little to do with them. Only those who had passed the bitter tribulation could use the rebooted universe to reach the eternal realm. As for the others, even if they were primordial realm powerhouses, it was meaningless. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3675. Those who didn't even have the qualifications to follow the expedition didn't even need to think about restarting. Many people were looking forward to it because there was no mention of restarting after the life forms in the consciousness universe were destroyed. They were willing to wait. There was also a rumor that anyone who experienced the restarting of the universe would have a hope of crossing the bitter adversity and entering the eternal realm, regardless of their current realm. Although this rumor was purposely made up to comfort the majority of cultivators, there was no lack of people who believed it. Boundless was in the middle of the 7 ships, but it wasn't the largest. The spiritualized universe had a leading ship that was even larger than Boundless. It was called Reboot, a name that represented the spiritualized universe's wishes. Boundless was second only to reboot in size. Lu Yin stood atop Boundless and looked into the distance. Yusang Tian's order had caught him off guard. No one had expected an expedition to come so suddenly. Previously, he had used the consciousness lifeforms hidden in parallel spacetime to delay the expedition, and he had succeeded. After all, there was still the threat of 13 celestial phenomenon, and Yusang Tian wouldn't leave so easily. However, this sudden change made Lu Yin feel that Yusang Tian had other plans. He was too impatient, and he didn't even have time to pick up the bricks. Could it be related to the Ninafirmament's universe? Lu Yin looked up at the sky, wanting to see the Ninafirmament's universe, but he couldn't see anything. Boundless would eventually have to follow the expedition to the consciousness universe. The only thing Lu Yin could do was increase Boundless' chances of survival, and the Truth Sutra's appearance was one of his methods. The changes in the 9 heavens and the Truth Sutra were the strength of the Ninafirmament's universe's cultivators. Now that they had been brought to Boundless, Lu Yin hoped that he could bring them back to the Tianyuan universe one day. The ship wasn't fast, and many cultivators looked into the distance along the way. Many gazes landed on Boundless. The spiritualized universe seemed familiar with Boundless, but at the same time, unfamiliar. They didn't know how many people were in Boundless. Lu Yin alone seemed to magnify the entire Boundless before the spiritualized universe, but he also concealed much of it. With the ship's current speed, it would take more than a month to reach the border from the Arc region. A month wasn't a long time, especially for cultivators. It was just the time to close their eyes. Along the way, Lu Yin let Yishang out. Yishang had been suppressed in the general appointment platform for a long time, and after coming out, he seemed to be in a daze and had experienced unspeakable suffering. Long time no see, Yishang. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at him. The reason why Yishang had been suppressed in the general appointment platform hell for so long was to take revenge on him for leading the spiritualized universe on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe. This expedition had caused many deaths in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin couldn't forget how Yishang had used the sealed realm to wipe out 12 mechas and Nong Yi. Nong Yi was the first ancestor realm expert to be conferred godhood by him. He had helped him and died at the border battlefield. Even with the passage of time, that battle could not be erased from his memories. Many people said that once one reached a certain height, they would be able to let go of their past grudges. This was because if one stood at too high a level, it would be too narrow-minded to care about the past. However, just as Lu Yin had said when he had attacked the Lotus Venerate's disciple, Lingmu, forgetting the past was tantamount to betraying the future. It was also irresponsible to one's past and irresponsible to those past experiences. Revenge was not necessarily a derogatory term. It was also an explanation for what had happened in the past. Yishang was still in a daze when he heard Lu Yin's voice. Yin raised her head and looked at Lu Yin, her eyes filled with confusion. He could no longer distinguish between reality and the cycle. Was the person in front of him a real person or a situation that he had encountered in the past? Those people who had clearly died kept appearing, and it was as if he had returned to the past. This feeling could only be understood after experiencing it. Heartless people were not afraid, but how could a person be heartless? The appearance of an enemy was not scary, but the most frightening thing was the appearance of someone who brought about feelings. His loved ones and family were like layers of dusty scars that were constantly being uncovered. The pain was multiplied, and it was not something that could be resisted with his cultivation. Yishang, long time no see. Lu Yin repeated. To Lu Yin, it had only been a few months, but to Yishang, it felt like several lifetimes. Yishang stared blankly at Lu Yin. Are you real or fake? Lu Yin looked at Yishang's confused and gloomy gaze. Revenge was enough. He raised a hand and tapped out. Yishang did not even react, allowing Lu Yin to tap on his forehead. Instantly, his entire body felt cool, and the surrounding scenery flowed like water. It gradually became clear and real. A breeze blew past, lifting his hair and blocking his vision. He raised his hand and felt the warmth of the wind. He slowly closed his eyes and exhaled. He lay down and did not move for a long time. Lu Yin just stood there like that. In the distance, many gazes swept over from the people on boundless horizon. Many of them belonged to the spiritualized universe, and they had been brought here by dancing butterfly border. When they looked at Lu Yin again, their gazes changed. This was Yi Shang, the great Yi Sangtian. What exactly had he experienced to cause such despair? What kind of ruthless methods did this Lu Sangtian have? In the past, they had only known that this Lu Sangtian was an absolute expert who had refreshed their understanding of him time and time again. Only now did they realize that this person was also an expert at torturing others. Even Yi Sangtian could not withstand it and was now lying on the ground. Yuan Qi's gaze was complicated, and his fingers were trembling. Yu Shan felt the same way, as he had experienced it before. It had only been a short time, but judging from Yi Sangtian's posture, it had probably been a long time. Princess Yao had also experienced it, and she had been directly asked to be a maid without even refusing. She would rather die than fall into Lu Sangtian's hands, or else she would not be able to die even if she begged for it. The greatest fairness in the world was death, as everyone would die eventually. However, Lu Sangtian had taken away this fairness. After a long time, Yi Shang finally moved. He took a deep breath, raised his head, and slowly stood up. He sat on the ground without a care for his image. Compared to what he had experienced, being able to see the truth was already a great fortune. Lu Yin spoke for the third time, "Long time no see, Shang." Yi Shang looked at Lu Yin with an indescribable fear in the depths of his eyes. If even the right to die was taken away from him, then that person would be very pitiful. "Long time no see, Lu Sangtian." His words came from the bottom of his heart. It really had been a long time. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at Yi Shang. "I've prolonged your life." The fear in Yi Shang's eyes intensified when he heard Lu Yin's words, and even an ordinary person could see it. Life is worse than death. Lu Yin was amused, and he slowly sat down across from Yi Shang. Image. When one reached a certain height, their actions would represent their image. How can that be? Many people enjoy such experiences, but you don't. Master Lu, just tell me what you want me to do. Yi Shang did not have any desire to speak. He only wanted to distance himself from such experiences, and he wanted Lu Yin to give him a guarantee. Lu Yin raised a hand, and a wooden wing appeared in his palm. It was Yi Shang's turbid treasure. "I don't understand. How do I use this thing?" The vegetable skeleton's foreign wasteland reclamation. He had obtained the wooden wing, but he could not use it. Yi Shang's face twitched. Just one step, and he would be able to obtain the wooden wing and disappear completely. If he could disappear, he swore that he would never appear again, not in this lifetime. Even if he had to distance himself from humanity, he would not live under the same sky as this person. It was just one step, and he was Lu Sangtian. He could obtain it. However, he did not dare. Even if he could obtain it, he would not dare to try. If he failed, he would be dragged into that experience again. His body trembled at the thought. The price of failure was too great, so great that he did not even dare to try. Even if the person holding the wooden wing was an ordinary person or even a child, he would not dare to snatch it. That price was too great, greater than the heavens. "I won't let go. I'll hold it for a year, and we'll be able to connect our minds," Yi Shang said, his voice hoarse and lifeless. Lu Yin smiled. "Thank you." The wooden wing was withdrawn, and Yi Shang heaved a sigh of relief before feeling bitter. He did not even have the courage to try and escape, and he even hoped that the possibility of escaping would never appear. Was this still him? Was he still the Sang Tian of the past, a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter disaster realm? Lu Yin stood up and walked to the edge of Limitless. He looked into the distance. Look, we're about to leave the spiritualized universe. Yi Shang was shocked and slowly stood up. He looked around and saw that there were giant arcs in front and behind him. He also saw cultivators constantly appearing on both sides of the arcs, sending them off with their eyes. This is an expedition to the consciousness universe, Lu Yin said. Yi Shang frowned, as he recalled that Yu Sangtian had once announced that he had learned of the realm of earth from Yi Meng. He would lead the spiritualized universe to sweep through that realm and level the 13 celestial phenomena. He would be able to restart the consciousness universe at any time. They've already set off. Not good. Yi Shang's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin's back. Master Lu, please save Yi Xia. Lu Yin looked back and met Yi Shang's gaze. Do you think that Yu Sangtian will act against Yi Xia in Torch City? He definitely will, Yi Shang said. Lu Yin smiled. You really do care about this grandson of yours. This is just a facade for Yu Sangtian to see. Isn't your son Rong Xiang the one who can truly succeed Yu Sangtian? Yi Shang's expression dimmed. I might not have a chance to return from the consciousness universe. When I fall into Master Lu's hands, our cooperation with the Gate of Arts will end. The Radiant God Sequence Foundation will no longer belong to us, and Rong Xiang will no longer have a chance. Do you think Yi Xia still has a chance? Lu Yin asked. Without the Sky Devourer parasol, Yi Xia would never become Sang Tian. Yi Shang said bitterly, I just hope that he can survive. Lu Yin nodded. A very simple wish. Yi Shang looked at Lu Yin. If Master Lu can help me, the Grand Universe Chamber of Commerce and the Yi family's countless years of accumulated wealth will all belong to Master Lu. I will also work for Master Lu, just like I did in the beginning. Lu Yin quietly looked into the distance and did not speak. The cultivators on both sides looked at Limitless with interesting gazes. They hoped to gain Limitless recognition and help, but they were also afraid that Limitless status would bring them disaster. Many people wanted to be repaid, but they did not want to pay the price. They stood in place and paced back and forth, ultimately achieving nothing. Actually, whether these people fought for or retreated, they had a lot of leeway, but they could not see it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3676. There are two powerful sects that are very suitable for you, and they're both willing to accept you when you're down. Which one will you choose? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yi Shang hesitated. I want to. Want? Lu Yin laughed. Are you qualified to think about it? Yi Shang stared at Lu Yin in a daze and then smiled bitterly. Yes, am I qualified to think about it? When I think about it, it means that I've failed. To a sect, a person in dire straits was like an ant, and it was already a great fortune that they were willing to accept him. If this person still wanted to think about it, it would be an insult to the sect. The faster he made his choice, the more recognition the chosen sect would have. Even if it was just the recognition of an ant, it would be more beneficial for the person in dire straits. Even if he might offend another sect, that was not something that needed to be considered. Think. Many people had been ruined by this word. It was better for people to be decisive. Yi Shang took a deep breath. If he were to return to his youth, he would have decisively chosen one. After all, he had lived for so long, and he understood this principle. However, he had been in a high position for too long, and he would unconsciously think for himself. Perhaps this was also his instinct as a businessman. This was very similar to his current situation. Was he qualified to make a deal with Lu Yin? If he saved Yi Xia, would he give his life's worth of information to Lu Yin and help him do things? Wrong. He would first offer himself and then ask Lu Yin to save Yi Xia. The order was wrong. Yi Shang wanted to say something, but he did not. Not long after, the group saw the giant door at the border. Lu Yin looked into the distance. There was also a door at the border of the Tianyuan universe, and it was very similar. Lu Yin's feelings when he had first seen that door had completely changed. Countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe were already waiting at the border. When they saw the battleships arrive, they all lined up to board. Next, they would go on an expedition to the consciousness universe. Yi Shang looked in one direction. There were many springboards there that could be used to contact Torch City. When Torch City had first contacted the spiritualized universe, many of the springboards had been destroyed, but the remaining ones could still be used to send messages. Go on, Lu Yin said calmly. Yi Shang bowed. Thank you, Lu Sangtian. He then headed in that direction. 7 huge battleships were lined up in a row. Many cultivators boarded the other 6 battleships. Only Wu Jiang was not. Every battleship had a bitter adversity expert overseeing it. Meng Sang Tian, Ninth Spirit, Su Shidao, Old Salamander, Yu Sang Tian, Zi Tian Shu of the Sky Beyond Heaven experts, and so on. This expedition to the universe of consciousness had taken away more than half of the spiritualized universe's experts. There were still a few hidden experts in the human-shaped spirit mold, as well as a few hidden experts in the beast-shaped spirit mold. All of them were discovered by Lu Yin. As for the more secretive corners, it was still unknown if Eternal had come. It was unknown how many great beings of the 9 clouds universe there were. This trip was a grave that the consciousness universe had dug for Yu Sang Tian, but no one knew who would be buried there. At the corner of the border, Yi Shang arrived. He had come to this place many times to talk to Torch City, especially after Yi Xia had become the city lord of Torch City. He was considered the person who came here the most in the spiritualized universe. He was very familiar with this place. However, this time, he was stopped. Senior, please return. Lord Yu Sang Tian has ordered that no one is allowed to approach. Yi Shang did not say a word and forced his way in. From the side, an elder walked out. Yi Shang, you dared to disobey Lord Yu Sang Tian's orders? Yi Shang looked over. I did not expect that even you would be brought out this time. Right, I remember now. Is this your condition for joining the sky beyond heaven? Did Yu Sang Tian give you a spot to restart the universe? The elder's face was gloomy. He was a bitter adversity expert from the sky beyond heaven. He had once guarded Hua Mani and prevented Ru Guo from returning to Royal God Mountain. Although he had failed twice, this did not prevent him from following Lu Yin to the universe of consciousness. This was the condition that had been agreed upon with Yu Sang Tian. Compared to Yi Shang, who had reached the level of Yu Sang Tian, he was somewhat inferior. However, crossing the bitter adversity was a form of capital. His strength was not considered powerful among the bitter adversity experts, but he could still prevent Yi Shang from using the springboard to contact Torch City. This person's appearance was troublesome for Yi Shang. The spiritualized universe can contact Torch City. What right does Yu Sang Tian have to stop me? Yi Shang's face was gloomy. The elder said coldly, everything in the spiritualized universe belongs to Lord Yu Sang Tian, even the border. Leave. Yi Shang was unwilling. If Torch City did not know about this expedition, the moment Yu Sang Tian arrived at Torch City would be the moment of Yi Xia's misfortune. Previously, with Rong Xiang as a backup, supporting Yi Xia to become Yu Sang Tian was just a facade. However, now that there was no hope of becoming a radiant god, Yi Xia had become a real hope. He wanted to preserve the Yi family's bloodline. When he thought of this, he attacked. The elder attacked at the same time. Both of them suppressed the area of their battle to prevent others from noticing. However, gradually, the aftershocks from their attacks grew larger and larger. After all, they were both bitter adversity experts. Scram! A shout distorted the starry sky and caused the border gate to tremble. Countless cultivators covered their ears and looked in Wu Zhang's direction in shock. This shout came from Lu Yin, and the sound wave blasted towards the elder. The elder was shocked and quickly retreated, not daring to take it head-on. He looked at Wu Zhang with a pale face. What a terrifying pressure. Was this Yu Sang Tian's level? On the restart, Yu Sang Tian looked at Wu Zhang. Lu Sang Tian, you've gone too far. Lu Yin looked at the restart. He's one of my people. What's wrong with using the springboards? One of your people. Yu Sang Tian looked at the corner and his gaze landed on Yishang. Yishang's body froze, and a chill enveloped him. He did not dare to move, as if he would die if he moved. Lu Yin said calmly, that's right. He's one of my people. As he spoke, the starry sky changed, and an invisible force pushed Yishang towards the springboards. Yu Sang Tian's voice rang out. Your people have to follow the rules. As he spoke, the pressure from the front pushed Yishang away. The two pressures acted on Yishang, causing him to vomit blood. Yishang could choose to use Yu Sang Tian's pressure to offset Lu Yin's because Lu Yin's pressure was not as strong as Yu Sang Tian's. However, he did not do so and endured the pressure head-on. This scene caused Yu Sang Tian to frown. Yishang's choice was unexpected. Although the two pressures were not enough to kill a bitter adversity expert, he had lost all his face. It was as if he had become a bargaining chip in the game between the two. However, Yishang did not back down. This Lu Yin really had some tricks up his sleeve. Clang! A bell rang out, and the pressure immediately disappeared. The sound of a bell rang out from Boundless. This was the first time Yuanqi had used a bell since arriving in the spiritualized universe. It had been many years since this bell had rung in the spiritualized universe. The war is imminent. The bigger picture is more important. Yuanqi spoke, and these few words caused Yishang to recover. He hurriedly rushed towards the springboards. Yu Sang Tian did not stop him. What a familiar voice. Yuanqi, Sang Tian. I hope to see this bell again in the battle in the consciousness universe. Yuanqi spoke up from Boundless. We will. Yuanqi's attack. This reminded everyone in the spiritualized universe that there was a Sang Tian above Boundless. Yuanqi was not an ordinary Sang Tian. He had lived for a long time, and he was not inferior to Emperor Wu and the others. He was an antique, and his name had shaken the spiritualized universe. His strength was unfathomable, and even Yu Sang Tian had to be wary of him. Lu Yin looked at Reboot and saw Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. The elder had also returned to the battleship. Yi Shangshuan used the springboard to send a message to Torch City. In Torch City, Yi Xia had not received any news from the spiritualized universe for a long time. Ever since Boundless had gone to the spiritualized universe, his connection with it had been severed, and he knew nothing about it. Today, news had arrived. When Yi Xia saw the news, his expression changed. An expedition to the consciousness universe? This was troublesome. Yu Sang Tian had personally come. If Lu Yin wanted to face Yu Sang Tian directly, he would be in big trouble. The secrets of the tiny spiritual universe were enough for Yu Sang Tian to destroy him. Yishang had sent the message to warn him to avoid Yu Sang Tian, but Torch City was only a few inches away. Where could he hide? Unless he went to a springboard. The springboard to the consciousness universe could not be used, or else Yu Sang Tian would definitely find him. The other option was to go to the springboard to the Tianyuan universe. Boundless had made a springboard along the way, but if Yu Sang Tian wanted to get rid of Lu Yin, he could follow the springboard to find him. Leaving Torch City would be even more dangerous. Yi Xiao looked at the broken foundation. Not long after, Yi Xiao found the other two Vice City Lords of Torch City. Using the excuse that he had broken through and was in seclusion, he handed over all of Torch City's affairs to them. The two Vice City Lords had already been subdued by Yi Xiao, so they naturally obeyed his orders. A few days later, at the border of the spiritualized universe, all of the cultivators boarded the battleships. Under the guidance of rebooting, the gates opened, and the battleships boarded the springboard. They instantly disappeared, heading towards Torch City. One battleship after another set off. Boundless was the third, and as the springboard was thrown out, Boundless entered the core and set off for Torch City. It would take them 10 years to reach Torch City. On Boundless, a group of people looked at the familiar dark space. They had not expected it to happen again. They had set off from the Tianyuan universe, entered the core, and then arrived at the spiritualized universe. At first, they had not thought that they would return to the core again, and they had all come prepared to die. Now that they saw the familiar dark space again, their emotions were indescribable. They had reached Torch City, and if he wanted to, he was confident that he could bring Boundless back to the Tianyuan universe. The path home was so close, but he still could not take it. Even if they had come prepared to die, Boundless would still return to the Tianyuan universe if they had the chance. This chance was growing larger and larger. Just as the final battleship boarded the core, the border gates closed, leaving behind countless gazes to wait for the results. On Royal God Mountain, a figure landed on the Ru family's ruins. With a wave of his hand, the Ru family's ruins completely disappeared, and the figure headed towards the spiritualized universe. Within the core, 7 giant battleships headed towards Torch City, but none of them could see each other. When one battleship used the springboard to travel far away, the next battleship also used the springboard to travel far away. In the time it took for the previous battleship to travel, the power of the springboard came from the universe itself. In that instant, it was difficult for a person to reach. In the past, Lu Yin had thought about how powerful it would be if he could reach the springboard's power one day. With a single slap, even Sang Tian would be slapped to death. It would take 10 years to reach Torch City, and during this time, Lu Yin began to teach the Rushi Sutra. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3677. Like a true scripture, like a mountain descending, like my true will, like sorrow and joy, like joy and joy, like the unity of heaven and earth, like hearing that you are coming. First, there was the change of the 9 heavens, and then there was the sutra. The power that Lu Yin had given Wu Jiang left everyone stunned. The transformation of the 9 heavens was one of Yu Sang Tian's invincible battle techniques, but now, it seemed to be a true scripture. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't sound simple. However, no matter how strong the power was, it still depended on whether it was suitable or not. For example, the change of the 9 heavens was not suitable for Chu Yi. Chu Yi cultivated the Tao of the Heavenly One in order to find a way to survive. On the other hand, the change of the 9 heavens specialized in killing. It was equivalent to fighting head-on. It was very suitable for people like the Celestial Lord Combatant and the Aragami. As for the sutra, one would be moved the moment they heard it. The primogenitor, Patriarch Lu Tianyi, and the others were moved, but Heavenly Lord Victorious pretended not to have heard it. The biggest change was Crazy Dean Xiaochen. After listening to the sutra, he immediately gained enlightenment. This scene stunned everyone else, including Lu Yin. So fast. He had also cultivated the Rishi Sutra, and this was the first time he had heard of it. Just like the crazy principle, he had also gained an epiphany and was stunned by the Rishi Sutra. Now, he was experiencing what the Rishi Sutra felt. Seeing the insane principle gain enlightenment, the others silently retreated. Everyone had a cultivation technique that was suitable for them. The crazy headmaster walked the path of the secular world, and no one could help him. Even Lu Yin, who had wanted to give Wu Jin's technique to the crazy headmaster, had been unable to help him. The path of the secular world had to be walked by the crazy headmaster himself. Now, Lu Yin had actually found a technique that could help him. Thinking about it, it made sense. If the cultivation of the true scripture emphasized intent, emotions, and a way out, what was the most abundant in the mortal world? Love is the most abundant. What is the mortal world? There was nothing more suitable for the crazy principle than a true scripture. Compared to old ancestor Lu Tianyi and the others, the crazy dean had only cultivated for a short period of time. He still had a lot of room for improvement. The primogenitor was very curious as to how far he could go in the path of mortals. Doing business and cultivating, as long as the target was an intelligent life form, they would never be able to escape from the mortal world. Perhaps, the crazy principle's achievements would surpass everyone else's. Lu Yin was also looking forward to it. He hoped that the experts of the unbounded continent would have a future. The Tianyuan universe had given birth to many geniuses since ancient times, but only a few of them had survived. If one day, those experts could relive their lives, how glorious would that be? In the spiritualized universe, the figure who destroyed the Ru family ruins came to the border and looked at the tightly shut gate. He was filled with unwillingness. One step late, one step too late. It was definitely Mo Shang's doing. It was impossible for him to run. The figure stared at the border for a long time before turning to leave. There were still things that needed to be taken care of in this universe. Aside from Lu Yin, there was also the Eternal. Since Lu Yin had dared to mess with him, Lu Yin still needed to be dealt with. Time passed day by day. The darkness in the square-inch area never changed. The unchanging scenery made people feel numb. Fortunately, they were all cultivators. Let alone 10 years, even if it was 100 years or 1,000 years, they could still endure this numbing darkness. 2 years had passed, and the crazy headmaster had cultivated to the first level of the Buddha's Sutra, heart moved, body immovable. This was not surprising. Primogenitors, Chi, and the others had reached that level long ago. However, they were experts above the primordial realm. Their cultivation and time of cultivation far exceeded the crazy principles, so there was no comparison. Then, another 5 years passed. In the 7th year since Wu Jiang entered Mind Sphere, the crazy headmaster had reached the 2nd level, immovable body and immovable mind. This was surprising, as in all of Wu Jiang, only the primogenitors had reached this level. Neither Qi, Lu Yin, or the others had reached this level. Of course, given enough time, they could have reached it, but it would not have happened so quickly. It should be known that even Rugwa had only reached the 2nd level. Just because they were in the same realm did not mean that the crazy headmaster was comparable to Rugwa. It was only in terms of cultivating the Buddha's Sutra that the crazy headmaster's talent was shocking. The primogenitors had relied on their mental fortitude that had been cultivated for countless years, and Rugwa was the same. The crazy headmaster had not even reached the level of a sequence law, but he was on par with them in terms of cultivating the Buddha's Sutra. If Rugwa knew about this, he would definitely think of a way to take the crazy headmaster away. In the entire 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe, there was only one person who had reached the 3rd level of the Buddha's Sutra, and that was the former inferior god, Rushi. The difference of one realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. The crazy headmaster opened his eyes. His gaze was as calm as an ancient well. How do you feel? Lu Yin was curious. The primogenitors and the others also looked at the crazy headmaster. This person's path of growth was difficult to replicate. He had been insane for so many years, and now that he had sobered up, he had shocked the world. The crazy headmaster looked at Lu Yin. I'm all right. Lu Yin blinked. How about your power level? How much? The crazy headmaster thought about it. Not much. The Buddha's Sutra emphasizes the will. If not for that, Ru Shi would not have lost to Yu Sang Tian. Ru Guo relied on his foundation from Ku adversity to forcefully cultivate the Buddha's Sutra, which allowed him to reach Yu Sang Tian's level of power. It's unrealistic to think that this technique can increase your power level in a short period of time, the primogenitor said. Lu Yin was disappointed. The crazy headmaster looked at his hands. Although my power level hasn't increased by much, I have a feeling that I will reach the third level in the near future. At that time, it will transform. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Are you sure you can reach the third level? The crazy headmaster nodded. I'm sure. Lu Yin sighed. Do you know who the last person to reach the third level was? The crazy headmaster sighed. It must have been someone shocking. Lu Yin exchanged glances with the primogenitor. He felt like the old man was boasting. No one disturbed the crazy headmaster, and he was allowed to cultivate in peace. Lu Yin was looking forward to seeing what would happen when the crazy headmaster reached the third level. Of course, Lu Yin was not looking forward to his power level. The crazy headmaster could not possibly reach Ru Tian's level all of a sudden. That would be too laughable. What Lu Yin was looking forward to was the transformation of his realm, which would guide him in the right direction. The sutra could stabilize his realm. Once he reached the third level, Lu Yin did not know how much stronger he would become, but he would definitely be able to fight Yu Sang Tian head-on. He might not be confident now, but he might be able to do so in the future. If the primogenitor could do it, then so could Lu Yin. The primogenitor was looking forward to it as well. The sutra was very suitable for him to cultivate. Once he reached the third level, he also did not know how it would help him. The unknown was worth waiting for. On the other side of Limitless, in front of Yuanqi, a bell flickered. Ever since Yuanqi had been defeated in the Tian Yuan universe, this bell had been shattered, and it had only recently recovered a little. It had helped Lu Yin intimidate Yu Sang Tian at the border, so Yu Sang Tian should not have noticed anything wrong with it. Although it was still far from fully recovered, Yuanqi could at least protect himself. Yuanqi smiled bitterly as he looked at the bell. He was a powerhouse who had crossed the bitter calamity. Even if he had lost his spiritual weapon, he was still not the weakest among those who had crossed the bitter calamity. However, when he came into contact with this bell, he felt like he was powerless to protect himself. It was as if the universe he had come into contact with was fake. Above Limitless, some people cultivated the sutra while others cultivated the transformation of the 9 heavens. Lu Yin pulled Strength Beast and Su Wang over to check on their progress with the transformation of the 9 heavens. It had to be said that these two fellows were exceptionally gifted, and their strength had broken through their previous limits with the help of the transformation of the 9 heavens. They were developing in an unknown direction, just like Lu Yin. The two fellows were exceptionally confident, and they looked at Lu Yin with unconvinced gazes. Lu Yin was unhappy. How could they rely on their own battle techniques? Change. Do you dare to rebel? Thus, he took action, punching each of them and pinning them down to the ground. Strength Beast was also unhappy. His body flickered with the transformation of the 9 heavens, and each flicker increased his strength. Bang! There was a loud bang, and Strength Beast was sprawled on the ground. His body trembled, and a visible bump appeared on his head. Lu Yin looked at Su Wang with a dangerous gaze. Su Wang grinned and wagged his tail. Here's a thumbs up. He did not attack and just stood there like a mascot. Lu Yin snorted and looked at Strength Beast again. Strength Beast was sprawled on the ground and did not even raise his head. Here's a thumbs up. Behave yourself. Lu Yin walked away. Not long after, he found Startoad. Startoad's heart was heavy, and it was huddled in a corner with a gloomy expression. It could not cultivate the transformation of the 9 heavens. It did not know why, but it just could not do it. It did not feel anything from the Rushi true scripture either. It was clearly an extremely powerful technique, so why couldn't it cultivate it? Even those 2 fools could cultivate it. Lu Yin must have taught it a fake, and the others must have been taught the real thing. Startoad was not convinced. Lu Yin appeared in front of it. You can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture. Nonsense. Startoad was unhappy and immediately replied, but then it felt that something was wrong. It looked up and saw Lu Yin's gloomy expression. Startoad's heart skipped a beat, and it hurriedly greeted him, Master Lu, I didn't see you. I thought it was some fool. Don't mind. You can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture. Lu Yin asked again. Startoad grimaced and hugged its lotus leaf. I can't cultivate it. It stole a glance at Lu Yin, as if trying to see something. Lu Yin found it strange. You're really useless. It's fine if you can't cultivate the transformation of the 9 heavens, but you can't cultivate the Rushi true scripture either. Startoad stood there in a daze. It wanted to curse. You must have given me a fake one. You must have. Lu Yin did not know why Startoad could not cultivate it, but it was better that it could not. This guy was caught by him, and it did not help him sincerely. Now that he thought about it, this guy had always complained about him. Lu Yin walked around the boundless border, and he even went to check on Zhang Qi. She was hiding under her blanket and didn't dare to come out, which made Lu Yin unable to say anything even if he wanted to. He suddenly thought of a guy, Furball Green Immortal. Ever since he left Tian Yuan universe, this guy was placed in Mount Supreme, and it had not appeared for a long time. Lu Yin let out Furball Green Immortal. Furball Green Immortal was confused. It looked around, Master, where is this? To Furball Green Immortal, being locked in Mount Supreme was much better than being outside. At least it did not have to worry about being killed by Lu Yin. It would rather hide in Mount Supreme. Lu Yin looked at Furball Green Immortal, are you injured? Furball Green Immortal answered carefully, no, I'm not injured. Lu Yin's heart sank. As expected, it did not suffer any karmic backlash. This meant that Green Immortal was not affected by karma. Was this the power of an Eternal Realm expert? This meant that Sang Xiaoshua's Green Immortal might still be alive. He wondered how the Tian Yuan universe was doing. Fan Tuan visits the book. Lu Yin was not interested in talking to Furball Green Immortal, so he put it away. He did not notice that before putting it away, Furball Green Immortal looked in a certain direction. This action was not clear, and it looked confused. It looked like it was looking around curiously, so it did not attract Lu Yin's attention. There were only 3 more years until he reached Torch City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3678. In front of the battleship, Torch City was brightly lit. Compared to the bustling city in the past, it was much quieter now. Due to the arrival of the Spirit Sacrifice Day, many cultivators returned to the spiritualized universe, causing the number of cultivators in Torch City to decrease greatly. Torch City wasn't worried about an attack from the consciousness universe. The cultivators from the consciousness universe could only secretly follow the spiritualized universe battleship. Otherwise, it would take too long to travel from the consciousness universe to Torch City. It wasn't worth it, as they didn't have a space-time battleship. Boom! In a corner of Torch City, a house collapsed. A few cultivators fled in all directions pathetically. In the collapsed ruins, a tall figure stood up. He scanned the surroundings with a dignified gaze, but with a hint of drunkenness. Who dares to scold me, Mia Wu Huang? Stand out and see how I'll teach you a lesson. Win people over with virtue. You despicable people have to win people over with virtue. No one answered. No one dared to look at him, afraid that he would target them. This person was Mia Wu Huang. Back then, in order to avoid Star Toad and the others, he had escaped from the spiritualized universe. He said that he was going to the consciousness universe to fight, but in reality, he had been tyrannizing Torch City. No one could do anything to him. Even Yi Xia had to respectfully address him as senior. Yi Xia was miserable. As for the situation in the spiritualized universe, Yi Xia couldn't get any information from him. This guy was a scoundrel. Actually, even if the spiritualized universe didn't attack the consciousness universe, Yi Xia had planned to hide. This Mia Wu Huang was getting more and more despicable. Last time, he actually went to the city lord's residence to behave atrociously. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have pulled out his tendons and skinned him. Mia Wu Huang's arrival made many cultivators in Torch City angry. This guy was too despicable. His character was too vile. Yet, he acted as if he could walk the world with virtue. Disgusting. These cultivators didn't dare to say it in front of him. They could only scold him behind his back to vent their anger. Who knew that this guy would actually start eavesdropping? He couldn't even be scolded behind his back. Who was Mia Wu Huang? He was a smart person who believed that the beast spirit mold was the strongest and was the most suitable to lead the beast spirit mold to surpass the human spirit mold. He was virtuous and talented. How could he allow others to scold him behind his back? Impossible. Not in this lifetime. He wouldn't allow it. His reputation couldn't be tarnished. Moreover, it was really tasteless to curse people behind their backs. Such people were not worthy of talking about him. Therefore, he was very busy now. After teaching a group of people a lesson, he sneaked to other places to hide, listening to who dared to curse him behind his back. Ever since Mia Wu Huang did this, the atmosphere in Torch City changed. Everyone was very careful, afraid that there would be a pair of eyes staring at them from behind. Some girls didn't even dare to take off their clothes. Even the slightest movement would cause them to scream. This made the people in Torch City nervous. Mia Wu Huang, on the other hand, found this very interesting and became even more motivated. At the same time, he had another hobby, planting flags. These flags represented Mia Wu Huang. Each flag only had one word, virtue. Virtue ruled the world, using virtue to convince others. This was Mia Wu Huang. In a short period of time, Torch City was filled with flags with the word virtue, causing the eyelids of those who saw it to twitch. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen such shameless people. On this day, Mia Wu Huang carried the virtue banner to the city lord's manor. He strutted into the city lord's manor and planted it there. Looking at the virtue banner fluttering in the wind, he was very satisfied. Yi Xia, where are you? Come out. An old man ran over with a bitter face. Greetings, Senior Mia Wu Huang. Mia Wu Huang looked over and grinned. Isn't this the vice city lord? Where is Yi Xia? Let him come out and see what this Mia Wu Huang planted for him. Banner, as a person, you have to convince others with virtue. This Mia Wu Huang noticed that the atmosphere in Torch City is not right. Why do they all like to talk about people behind their backs? The old man was speechless. Wasn't it all because of him, City Lord Yi Xia is in seclusion. Miao Wu Huang raised his brows. Seclusion. When? A few years ago. Miao Wu Huang was surprised. I haven't seen Yi Xia in a few years. That's right, in these few years, this Miao Wu Huang was focused on teaching Torch City and forgot to visit. Right, how many years has it been? The old man thought about it. About 10 years. 10 years, that's enough. He can come out. Let him come out and see this banner. From now on, hang it here and let the people of Torch City see what it means to convince others with virtue. Let them think of this Miao Wu Huang when they see this banner. The old man sighed. There was no need to look. Your deeds would definitely be passed down in history. As long as Torch City existed, it would not be forgotten. The city lord is in seclusion. We can't call him out. Miao Wu Huang was unhappy. Why can't you call him out? Why is he in seclusion? To improve his cultivation. Is that useful? Yi Shang is crippled. He can forget about being Sang Tian in this life. Go, call him out. The old man was in a difficult position and did not move. Miao Wu Huang moved closer and stared at the old man. His aura suppressed the void, causing the old man's back to turn cold. He felt like he was going to be killed at any moment. Are you rejecting me? The old man's face turned pale. I dare not. It's just that I can't find the city lord. What do you mean you can't find him? Torch City is only so big. Can he run to the Tian Yuan universe? The city lord is in the broken foundation. Miao Wu Huang was stunned. What is he doing there? The old man said, training in seclusion. Although Miao Wu Huang was shameless, he was not stupid. The broken foundation protected the springboard. The springboard was protected because it was afraid of attracting an unknown civilization. The more one understood the universe, the more they respected it. Experts could easily destroy parallel universes, but a parallel universe was just a speck of dust in the universe. The springboard borrowed the power of the universe to reach a height that living beings could not touch. The universe itself was vast and endless. Who said that there were only 3 universes? Miao Wu Huang knew that there were more than 3 universes, but who could say for sure how many universes there were? The springboard's existence was strange. Whether it was naturally formed or man-made, the spiritualized universe did not know. If the springboard was exposed and attracted other universes, who knew what kind of civilization would appear? Anyway, it would not be a good thing. This Yi Xia was smart to hide in the broken foundation. Even if Miao Wu Huang found him there, he could not attack him to prevent accidents. Wait, he was hiding from him. There was no need. Miao Wu Huang suddenly thought of something and stared at the old man. Is there any news from the spiritualized universe? The old man's face was pale, and he did not know how to answer. Before Yi Xia went into seclusion, he had specifically told him not to spread the news. Miao Wu Huang grabbed the old man's collar. A terrifying pressure descended, making the old man feel like his whole body was being crushed. The despair of death made him lose all will to resist. Yes, yes. 10 years ago. Yes. Miao Wu Huang threw the old man away. This bastard Yi Xia was not hiding from him, but from the spiritualized universe. If he could hide, there must be someone at Sang Tian's level or even more. Yu Sang Tian would not come. Thinking of this, he wanted to leave, but where to? Right at the broken foundation. If Yi Xia could hide in the broken foundation, so could he. No matter what. However, as a precaution, he was about to move. In the distance, a battleship suddenly descended. It could be seen from Torch City, and Torch City could also be seen from the battleship. Miao Wu Huang opened his mouth and rushed to the broken foundation. This was the rebooting of the spiritualized universe battleship as the lead ship. Yu Sang Tian was definitely here. Bad luck. Good things never came, but bad things did. Yu Sang Tian was on the reboot. The moment he saw Torch City, he also saw Miao Wu Huang. Seeing Miao Wu Huang rushing to the broken foundation, he raised his eyebrows. A vast consciousness descended, as if there was an additional sky, blocking Miao Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang attacked with his claw, trying to tear the consciousness sky apart. When the consciousness sky was torn apart, a white imperial robe appeared. On it was the word imperial that could burn the sky and destroy the earth. It covered Torch City and pressed down. Miao Wu Huang knew it was too late. Even if he could break the imperial robe, Yu Sang Tian was waiting for him. The imperial robe descended, and Miao Wu Huang slowly landed. The battleship also stopped. In Torch City, many cultivators saw the battleship appear. Finally, someone was here. They had been tortured by Miao Wu Huang all these years. Finally, a battleship appeared. They could return to the spiritualized universe. Even if they had to kill their way to the consciousness universe, it was better than staying in Torch City. The scene of Miao Wu Huang being suppressed by the imperial robe was not seen by every cultivator. However, any cultivator who saw it knew that it was not only the battleship that had arrived, but also Yu Sang Tian himself. Yu Sang Tian had come personally. Was he going to crush the consciousness universe? Within the city lord residence, the elder rushed to the battleship to welcome Yu Sang Tian. Within Torch City, figure after figure rushed over. They were all at least at the progenitor realm to welcome Yu Sang Tian. Miao Wu Huang's face was bitter. He could not escape. Greetings, Lord Yu Sang Tian. Greetings, Lord Yu Sang Tian. His voice resounded throughout Torch City, shocking all the cultivators in the city. Lord Yu Sang Tian was coming personally. At this time, another battleship arrived, stopping beside Torch City. On this battleship, the ninth spirit walked out, shaking Torch City. And then the third battleship arrived. It was Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang was completely different from the other battleships. It did not belong to the spiritualized universe, because the cultivators in Torch City had not seen it before. Before, Wu Jiang had stunned all the cultivators in Torch City. Other than Yi Xia and Old Tao, no one else knew of Wu Jiang's existence. And now, the cultivators in Torch City looked on blankly. They had not seen this battleship before. Miao Wu Huang saw Wu Jiang and was stunned. Why was Wu Jiang here? Had the group from the Tian Yuan universe been dealt with by Yu Sang Tian? Next, he felt a familiar aura. It was Lu Yin, the expert who had once defeated him. That damned toad was also here. The group from the Tian Yuan universe was fine. He knew that he was in trouble. Above Torch City, within the broken base, Yi Xia saw Wu Jiang arrive with a complicated expression. If not for Wu Jiang, he would not have been in such a state. What had Wu Jiang done in the spiritualized universe? How had he come out unscathed? Yu Sang Tian had come, and so had Wu Jiang. The two universes had joined forces to conquer the consciousness universe. He did not know if they would be able to completely destroy it. If the consciousness universe was destroyed, then Torch City would lose much of its meaning. It would be reduced to a defensive springboard. Next, battleship after battleship arrived, shocking Torch City. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3679. The 7 battleships were all spacetime class. At this moment, the cultivators in Torch City knew that something big was about to happen. Since ancient times, it had been rare for all spacetime class battleships in the spiritualized universe to be deployed. There were only a few recorded instances, and each time they swept through the consciousness universe, they had not been able to completely destroy the 13 celestial phenomenon. The cultivators in Torch City never thought that they would see such a day. On the battleships, experts entered Torch City one after another. This made the cultivators of Torch City excited. Many of the cultivators went to look for their elders and then complained. "Forefather, you don't know how despicable Miao Wu Huang is. He forced his disciple to praise him as the strongest in beast form. Senior, please help us. Miao Wu Huang is despicable and shameless, planting flags in our home. Miao Wu Huang eavesdropped on us. We clearly said that Miao Wu Huang was the strongest, and he punished us by standing for 100 days. Despicable. To prevent others from speaking ill of him, he eavesdropped and hid in the shadows. Little junior sister, little junior sister. What? What happened to little junior sister? Little junior sister is ashamed and indignant. She insists on marrying me. Miao Wu Huang even made a song dedicated to him. Torch City has to sing it every day. It's disgusting. Ninth Immortal, please help us. Meng Sang Tian, please help us. Lord Meng Sang Tian, please help us. The people on the battleships were bewildered. They had thought that they would be greeted with praise and worship, as well as anticipation for the revival of the consciousness universe. Why was it all complaints? How despicable was this Miao Wu Huang? Seeing the banners fluttering all over Torch City, they were speechless. They had seen shameless people, but not this shameless. Even the ninth spirit felt that the thought immortal was better than Miao Wu Huang. This was too shameless. On the boundless border, the star toad stomped its feet and cursed. It begged Lu Yin to capture Miao Wu Huang and teach him a lesson. Lu Yin glanced at the star toad. Miao Wu Huang has really seen a toad like you. Not a toad. The star toad was helpless. Everyone was calling it a toad now. Where was the dignity of Ku Ai? He couldn't see it at all in the boundless lands. So Wang Tian looked at the virtue banners in the city and felt respect for Miao Wu Huang from the bottom of his heart. It was rare for someone to be so shameless. On the other battleship, many beast-shaped spirit molds had ugly expressions. Most of them were from the 10,000 beast territory, so they didn't have a good impression of Miao Wu Huang. This bastard had brought shame to the beast-shaped spirit molds. Since when did beast-shaped spirit molds convince people with their virtues? The fist was the true dignity of the spirit-molded beast. I asked the border lord to capture Miao Wu Huang and clean up the family. A beast-shaped spiritual mold spoke. It was one of the 10,000 beast borders mountain lords. Immediately after, the spirit-molded beast spoke. Even winged butterfly and nine-tailed fox wanted to capture Miao Wu Huang, but they knew that they were no match for him. No matter what, Miao Wu Huang was an existence that could challenge Wu Huang. They looked at the old salamander. Would the old salamander make a move? Previously, in order to make Wu Huang and Lu Sang Tian fight, the old salamander worked together with Miao Wu Huang to send the battle invitation to the boundless lands and announce it to the spiritualized universe. No one knew what the relationship between these two fellows was. The old salamander had a headache. Couldn't Miao Wu Huang be more obedient? Why did he stay in Torchfire City? Wasn't it better to go to the consciousness universe? Torchfire City was filled with resentment. The cultivators hated Miao Wu Huang to the core. In the city lord's residence, Miao Wu Huang's face twitched. These shameless people kept calling him Lord Miao Wu Huang. They scolded him, but he corrected them. Now, they were bad-mouthing him in front of Yu Sang Tian. His heart trembled. Come here. Yu Sang Tian's voice sounded. Miao Wu Huang's face was bitter. He traveled through the void and arrived at the edge of Torchfire City. He wasn't far from Yu Sang Tian. In the spiritualized universe, he was enemies with the 10,000 beast border and the realm beyond skies. Hence, he had been hiding and didn't dare to show his face. It wasn't that Yu Sang Tian couldn't find him, but there was no need to make things difficult for him. Even if he was an 8-star dark spirit, his main enemy was still the 10,000 beast border. Before leaving the spiritualized universe, he specially contacted the realm beyond skies and told Yu Sang Tian that he was going to the consciousness universe. Because of this, his name was removed from the dark spirit list. If he faced Yu Sang Tian normally, he wouldn't care. However, he was surrounded by enemies now. These shameless people actually dared to complain. Yu Sang Tian looked at Miao Huang. How long have you been in Torchfire City? Lord Yu Sang Tian, he hasn't left since he came. Someone complained with red eyes. Miao Huang glared at that person. He would remember this and wait. Facing Yu Sang Tian's gaze, he smiled. Well, I've been resting. Yes, resting. I was injured by the third head of the Daiyu Manor during the battle in the abyss of space. I've been resting until now. Yu Sang Tian looked around. Everywhere he looked, the virtue flag had turned to ashes. It's too ugly. Miao Huang fanged. How dare you destroy my virtue flag? Just you wait, I'll kill you when I have the chance. He knew that he wasn't Yu Sang Tian's opponent now. He could only admit defeat. He couldn't even escape. However, he was once an 8-star dark spirit and had fought against the realm beyond skies. He wasn't afraid of anything. No matter how strong Yu Sang Tian was, he wouldn't be convinced. He would wait and see when he has the chance. Get on the battleship and go to the consciousness universe. Yu Sang Tian said. He had nothing to say to someone like Miao Huang. Miao Huang rolled his eyes. Well, I'm a spiritual mold beast. Let's go to the 5th battleship. The 5th battleship was filled with spiritual molds. The 6th battleship was also filled with spiritual molds. Before Yu Sang Tian could speak, the old salamander arrived. Miao Huang is a spiritual mold beast. It's reasonable for him to board the battleship of the Wanshou border. Lord Yu Sang Tian, please agree. Miao Huang glanced at the old salamander. You know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll tell everyone about us working together. Wait, where's Huang? Miao Huang looked at the 5th battleship. Why wasn't Huang here? Huang appeared and the old salamander spoke on behalf of the Wanshou border. Huang couldn't have been killed by the third head, right? Impossible. Old man, where's Huang? Miao Huang stared at the old salamander. The old salamander didn't even look at him. He waited for Yu Sang Tian to answer. Yu Sang Tian said indifferently, he's here. Miao Huang wasn't in the mood to care. He appeared in front of the old salamander and stared at him. Where's Huang? Where's that idiot? The old salamander looked at Miao Huang helplessly. He's dead. Miao Huang's eyes narrowed. What did you say? He wasn't the only one who heard it. The cultivators in Torch City heard it too. Everyone was in an uproar. Yi Xia heard it too. She couldn't believe it. How could it be? Huang was dead. That was Huang. He was a top expert who fought 3 Sang Tian alone. If he used the Sealing Sky sequence, his strength would be unimaginable. How could he be dead? How did he die? You must be joking, old man. Miao Huang couldn't believe it. He knew Huang's strength the best. With the help of the Sealing Sky sequence, Huang's strength was unbeatable. Even so, he only dared to talk nonsense. He didn't dare to fight Huang. The old salamander and Miao Huang stared at each other. Huang was killed by me. Miao Wu Wang stared at the old salamander. He took a few steps back and stared at him. You can kill Wu Wang. What a joke. The old salamander didn't plan to explain. If Yu Sang Tian didn't let him go, he had no choice. He turned and left. Don't go. Explain yourself. Miao Wu Wang pressed on the old salamander's shoulder, trying to drag him back. The old salamander's eyes darkened. He raised his left hand and grabbed Miao Wu Wang's right hand. He slowly raised it. The two forces clashed. The ground cracked and Torch City shook. Miao Wu Wang's face darkened. He pressed his hand down but couldn't. He couldn't believe it. When did this old man become so strong? On the fifth battleship, the beast-shaped spiritual molds had complicated expressions. Although they didn't want to accept the old salamander as the leader of the Wanshou border because of Wu Wang's death, the old salamander's strength was not fake. He had fought with Wu Wang and Lu Sang Tian. When the five-clawed heavenly centipede true body appeared, Wu Wang couldn't suppress him without the help of the sealing sky sequence. The old salamander hid his strength too well. Without the help of the sealing sky sequence and the transformation of 9 skies, Wu Wang might not be able to defeat him. This was also the reason why the old salamander could become the leader of the Wanshou border. He was really strong. Now, the sealing sky sequence was in his hands. Except for the lack of the transformation of 9 skies, he was equivalent to Wu Wang. With a whoosh, Miao Wu Wang's hand was pushed away by the old salamander. He took a few steps back and was shocked. Old man, you. The old salamander didn't even turn his head. Be honest. Don't embarrass the beast-shaped spiritual molds. I'm not Wu Wang. You can escape from Wu Wang, but you can't escape from me. Then, he returned to the fifth battleship. Miao Wu Wang's face was gloomy. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He had been suppressed by the old salamander. In the past, he didn't care about this old man. He was just a piece of trash who was enjoying his retirement in the Wanshou border. Now, he knew that he had been wrong. This old man had hidden too deeply. Seeing the old salamander return to the fifth battleship, Miao Wu Wang couldn't take it lying down. He shouted, "Old man, you were the one who helped me deliver the letter of challenge. Did you forget? You and I worked together to give Wu Wang a big gift." No one paid attention to him. This matter was already clear. On the fifth battleship, Yi Dai and the others looked at each other. Sometimes, the truth wasn't important. Miao Wu Wang was at a loss. Why was there no reaction at all? He subconsciously looked at Wu Wang. Lu Yin looked at him with a faint smile. Beside him, the star toad was hurriedly saying something. Seeing the toad, Miao Wu Wang's eyes flashed. Yu Sang Tian's voice sounded, "Get on the ship." Miao Wu Wang's heart was heavy. He seemed to have missed out on a lot. At this time, Lu Yin's voice sounded, "Let Miao Wu Wang go to Wu Wang." When Miao Wu Wang heard this, he immediately boarded the ship. He would rather stay with Yu Sang Tian than go to Wu Wang. Even though he didn't know what had happened in the spiritualized universe, he didn't believe that Wu Wang had nothing to do with the old turtle killing Miao Wu Wang. These people didn't react to his words, which meant that they knew the truth. This meant that the letter of challenge had been sent out, and with Miao Wu Wang's temper, it was impossible for him to refuse. Miao Wu Wang could roughly guess what had happened, and he didn't dare to come into contact with Lu Yin. Yu Sang Tian looked at Lu Yin, "No need. Just stay here." Lu Yin smiled, "Then I'll board as well." "Is that okay?" "Sure." Yu Sang Tian didn't know why Lu Yin was targeting Miao Wu Wang, but he wanted to know the reason. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3680. The star-toad jumped onto Lu Yin's shoulder and urged him to look for Miao Wu Huang. The 7 arcs would need to be repaired in Torch City for a few days to replenish their resources, so he wasn't in a hurry to restart them. The next day, Yu Sang Tian arrived at the base of the severed section. If I want to make a move, this place can't guarantee your safety. Guarding against the unknown doesn't mean that we can't touch the unknown. On the other side, Yi Xia was nervous. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. This lowly one is not worthy of Lord Yu Sang Tian taking action. This lowly one has long forgotten what he should not know. Yu Sang Tian said indifferently, the Sky Devourer silk umbrella is on the battleship. I can give it to you. Yi Xia's eyes widened. He did not understand what Yu Sang Tian was trying to do. The Yi family will have a seat in Sang Tian's seat, but now Yi Shang has followed Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang represents the Tian Yuan universe. You know very well that I do not wish for such a thing to happen. The Tian Yuan universe is destined not to last long. As for little spirit cosmos, Yi Xia's expression changed. This was a secret that Lu Yin had revealed to him in order to ensure that Torch City remained neutral between the Heaven's Origin universe and the spiritualized universe. Yi Xia did not want this information, but Lu Yin had received it, which was why he was afraid that Yu Sang Tian would act against him. There's no value in saying it out loud. With that, Yu Sang Tian left, as Lu Yin's login had been reactivated. Yi Xia sat quietly where he was. Sang Tian's position, Sky Devourer Luo Fan. Could he really achieve Sang Tian's position? Yu Sang Tian's intentions were simple. He wanted Yi Shang to betray Wu Jiang. His eyes flashed. As long as Yu Sang Tian did not care about the small spirit cosmos, he would naturally side with Yu Sang Tian. These people from the Tian Yuan cosmos were simply sending themselves to their deaths. How could they fight against the entire spiritualized universe? No matter what Wu Jiang did in the spiritualized universe, no matter how powerful he was, he could not surpass Yu Sang Tian. Otherwise, he would not have followed Yu Sang Tian to the consciousness universe. As for why his grandfather followed Wu Jiang, he knew that it was because Wu Jiang had enough strength. However, in his opinion, this strength was still not enough to shake Yu Sang Tian. She had to think of a way to talk to her grandfather and avoid Wu Jiang. Yi Xia looked at Wu Jiang, his gaze cold. His current predicament was all because of Lu Yin. This person had harmed him, but he had also given him an opportunity. On the other side, Lu Yin brought the star-toad up to restart. Reboot was huge, even bigger than Boundless. After all, it used up a lot of resources from the spiritualized universe and was built with the strength of a domain. It carried many cultivators, some strong and some weak. When Lu Yin boarded the reboot, countless eyes looked over, not knowing what he was going to do. Lu Yin went to look for Miao Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang wanted to dodge, but how could he avoid Lu Yin? If you keep dodging, even Yu Sang Tian won't be able to stop me. Miao Wu Huang was even more sure of his guess. Miao Wu Huang's death must have something to do with this guy. Otherwise, how could this guy have the guts to say something like this? Moreover, after spending a day in the reboot, he had a rough idea of what had happened. No one knew how Emperor Wu Huang died. They only knew that he died at the hands of the old salamander. However, everyone in the spiritualized universe knew about the battle at Fu Hiyuan. That battle had shaken the spiritualized universe. Miao Wu Huang had used the Sealed Sky Foundation and the 9 Skies Change, but he had still been defeated. Miao Wu Huang was stunned. He had expected that Sovereign Wu Huang had some hidden power, but he did not expect it to be the change of the 9 heavens. If he had encountered Sovereign Wu Huang, who had mastered the change of the 9 heavens, he would have had no chance of escaping. Even so, Sovereign Wu Huang had still been defeated by this third master. This third master had also mastered the change of the 9 heavens, and he was on the same level as Yu Sang Tian. This fact made Miao Wu Huang give up on any thoughts of escaping. There was no way he could escape. He grinned, revealing what he thought was a brilliant smile. Isn't this third master and brother Toad? Why are you here? Come. Welcome, please come in. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he looked at Miao Wu Huang's wide grin. He slowly asked, "Did you write that challenge letter?" Miao Wu Huang blinked, confused. Challenge letter? What challenge letter? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he slowly approached Miao Wu Huang. His eyes were cold as he moved his fingers, causing the void to ripple and distort. It did not seem powerful, but this scene was terrifying to Miao Wu Huang. This guy was going to make a move. He was going to make a move. Miao Wu Huang subconsciously retreated and smiled. What is it, third master? Is there a misunderstanding? Tell me, and we can resolve it. Where's Yu Sang Tian? Why didn't this bastard show up? Lu Yin kept approaching Miao Wu Huang, not saying a word. The ripples grew bigger and bigger. He raised his hand and pointed at Miao Wu Huang, one sword. Miao Wu Huang was on guard. Wu Huang lost a one sword of mine. That sword is called Azure's number 1 sword. Do you want to try it? Who would want to try it? Miao Wu Huang cursed inwardly, but he did not show it on his face. He tried his best to smile. Third master is invincible. Wu Huang is definitely not your match. What's that called? Azure's number 1 sword. Good name, really good name. Did you write the challenge letter? No. You dare to trick me? No. Miao Wu Huang hurriedly explained, that bastard old salamander wrote it in my name. He came up with the idea. Third master, if you don't believe me, you can ask him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and the star toad on his shoulder grew anxious. This matter had already been investigated, so what was there to ask? Just as it was about to speak, Yu Sang Tian appeared between Lu Yin and Miao Wu Huang, blocking the toad's line of sight. Miao Wu Huang heaved a sigh of relief when Yu Sang Tian appeared. He was afraid that Lu Yin's transformation of the 9 heavens would strike him, and he would definitely die. Lu Yin looked at Yu Sang Tian. We can't just let the matter of the myriad beasts border go. Yu Sang Tian was solemn. We'll talk about it after the battle in the consciousness universe. I guarantee that he won't be able to escape. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yu Sang Tian and did not say anything else. Miao Wu Huang's eyes darted around. He definitely had to escape. He could not return to the spiritualized universe, and the consciousness universe was not safe either. Right, the Tianyuan universe. Big Lizard, do you still remember this star toad? The toad finally spoke up. Miao Wu Huang did not dare to offend anyone right now, so he smiled. Of course I do. What is it, brother toad? You're the toad, I'm the star toad. Alright, brother star toad, what is it? The toad stared at Miao Wu Huang. You've seen a star toad like me, right? Miao Wu Huang shook his head. No, I've only seen one of you. The toad's skin changed. This bastard, what did he mean by only one of you? Don't lie to me. You didn't tell me about the letter, and if you lie to me again, you won't have a good ending, the toad threatened. Miao Wu Huang looked innocent. Of course I wouldn't lie to you. If I did, I'd be a little toad. Lu Yin turned and left. The toad wanted to ask more, but Lu Yin disappeared as well. Yu Sang Tian looked at Miao Wu Huang from where he stood. Miao Wu Huang smiled and turned to leave as well. Lu Yin returned to Wu Jiang, Xing Tian on his shoulder. The toad was furious. That damn lizard, he was cursing me. Bastard, shameless, shameless. Lu Yin casually slapped the toad away and looked at the rebooted toad, who was jumping up and down. The fact that the toad cared so much proved that it had its own kind, but when Luin had asked it before, its memories were fuzzy. It had only thought of the great-grandmother in the Mirage domain. Luin didn't care too much about this, as there were too many species in the universe. He had looked for Miao Wuhuang to give him a warning, as the letter had been issued in his name. This matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Ever since Miao Wuhuang had been taken to the rebooted zone and the virtue flag had been destroyed, the people of Torch City had finally relaxed. They had all been cursing Miao Wuhuang to die in the consciousness universe and never return, especially those who had complained. Yi Xia didn't walk out of the broken base. The two vice city lords had begged him to come out, as even Yu Sang Tian had come, but there had been no results. Old Tao took a good look around Torch City, as this place had carried his youth. Half a month later, the replenishment of resources was completed, and the warship moved to the north gate of Torch City. It then used the springboard to head towards the consciousness universe. Torch City disappeared in an instant, and endless darkness entered Lu Yin's vision. Wu Jiang entered the core area once more, and the next step was the consciousness universe. Ever since the battle at Immemorial City, Lu Yin had heard about the three universes from the ancestor. It had been a long time, and now, he was finally going to the consciousness universe. The ancestor found Lu Yin. Master Lu, please save the consciousness universe. Lu Yin looked at the ancestor. Ever since the day of the sacrificial spirit, I thought that you would come looking for me, but you never did. The various Sang Tians in the intelligence void domain, including Yu Sang Tian, have the goal of rebooting the consciousness universe, and they have pulled Wu Jiang along. What reason do you have to object? The ancestor represented the consciousness universe, and he had gone to the Tian Yuan universe to help the consciousness universe fight against the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's question was straight to the heart. The spiritualized universe had already promised to rebooting the consciousness universe, not the Tian Yuan universe. Under such circumstances, what reason did the ancestor have to convince Lu Yin to join forces with the consciousness universe against the spiritualized universe? The more one understood the spiritualized universe, the more one understood how powerful it was. Wu Jiang might have been doing well in the spiritualized universe, but Lu Yin had only become a Sang Tian because Wu Jiang hadn't been surrounded. Once the spiritualized universe decided to surround and kill Wu Jiang would have no chance of surviving. Since you're looking for me now, can I assume that you've thought of a reason to convince me? Lu Yin asked. The ancestor lowered his head and asked, Master Lu, do you really believe in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin smiled. Psychological attacks. It doesn't work on me. I've always been the one to convince others. The ancestor looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Consciousness life forms only want to survive, and that's their greatest desire. They can do anything to survive, be it joining or betraying others. There's no bottom line to this desire. So many people think that consciousness life forms aren't trustworthy. But Master Lu, have you ever thought that consciousness life forms don't have any other desires besides survival? Compared to humans, consciousness life forms are too simple. If Master Lu is joining forces with the spiritualized universe because we're both humans, I have nothing to say. But if it's because of trust, why would the spiritualized universe let the Tian Yuan universe go? Lu Yin waved his hand. You may leave. There was no need to listen. The ancestor couldn't see the ninth firmament universe at his level, and many things didn't belong to the three universes. No one knew which universe would be rebooted, and it might even be the spiritualized universe itself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3681. Lu Yi knew that the Earth realm was a trap set by the 13 celestials for Yu Sang Tian. This was the most important thing. If the consciousness universe could defeat Yu Sang Tian in this battle, the situation would change. He wanted to see the future, but unfortunately, the river of time was not there, and it could not build a bridge to the future. Battle power and cultivation were two different concepts. Fate could plot against Maiden through the river of time, but Lu Yin could not do that. All he could do was take things one step at a time. When an opponent reached a certain level of strength, any strategy would be a joke. Unless the consciousness universe could transform him. Traveling in the dark was boring, but the cultivation of the Truth Sutra made the journey less boring. For the top cultivators of the boundless universe, a mere 10 years could not transform their strength, but the 9 heavens transformation and the Truth Sutra could transform some people. Lu Yin felt that the crazy director's aura was becoming more and more restrained. He was clearly sitting there, but sometimes he almost missed the fact that his aura was one with the environment. When a person practiced cultivation, they could blend in with the environment. They didn't need to be very strong, but it depended on the environment. There were peerless cultivators everywhere in the boundless territory. It wasn't easy to disappear from their eyes. All along, the crazy director's path of the red dust had made everyone look forward to it. Regardless of whether or not his battle power would transform, that path of the red dust had forcefully pushed Bao Qi and the desolate god to the brink of disaster. Perhaps one day, others would also need this help. The closer they got to the consciousness universe, the more curious they became about this unfamiliar universe. Almost all of the spiritualized cultivators had been to the boundless universe before. The situation of the consciousness universe might be different from what you think. Let me ask, is the Tian Yuan universe similar to our spiritualized universe? Tianya asked. The Great Genetic Age. So Wang Tian said, more or less. They are both universes, but because the Tian Yuan universe does not have a unified cultivation model, there is no absolute main spacetime. Whichever parallel spacetime is the strongest is followed. Now, it listens to the primordial space, which used to be called the main space. Other than that, there is not much difference. Starry skies, celestial bodies, stars, and so on. Tianya nodded. Then my guess is correct. The consciousness universe is indeed special, even though I have not been to other universes before. After a pause, he continued, the consciousness universe also has stars, but they are alive. Everyone was surprised. Alive? By the side, Dia Wu rolled her eyes, don't spout nonsense, it's just an endless loop. What's going on? Lu Tianyi was curious. Dia Wu explained, the consciousness universe has a type of celestial body called a broken world. The regions covered by this celestial body will constantly have certain scenes, such as the growth of creatures, the birth of planets, the killing of species, survival, and so on. This type of celestial body is spread throughout the consciousness universe, and every planet in the consciousness universe has a broken world. Some are big, some are small, so they seem to be alive. Until now, we still don't understand these scenes. Are they born out of thin air, or are they recreated from the past? In our spiritualized universe, we have some guesses. These scenes might have been rebooted by the consciousness universe before, and the scenes from the previous consciousness universe have continued to this day, but that's just a guess. Some people speculate that it's the astral sea mirage. Celestial Sea Mirage Tower? Mu Zhu was surprised. Dia Wu nodded, her expression solemn, the universe is vast and boundless. Even an immortal expert would not be able to touch the end of a square inch. Apart from the 3 universes that we know of, are there any other universes? Of course there are, and they might not be few, but they are too far away for us to come into contact with. Because the consciousness universe has countless sentient life forms, these life forms are essentially sentient, and the consciousness universe itself has the power of sentience. Perhaps this power resonates with the other universes, reflecting the scenes that have appeared in other universes here in the form of sentience. This is the astral sea mirage tower. The star toad mumbled, it has the same logic as the mirage. More or less, Dia Wu said. Luo Shan asked, is this broken world dangerous? World's Edge's expression was solemn, this is actually the main point we're talking about today. The broken world is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Once you see it, don't go near it. Countless scenes have appeared in the broken world, and many of them don't even have any living creatures. Although we haven't seen many of the creatures in these scenes before, they aren't dangerous and are very ordinary. A space-exploring cultivator can easily pass through them. Most of the broken worlds in the consciousness universe are like this. However, this doesn't represent all of them. Some of the creatures in these broken worlds are terrifyingly strong, and there are even scenes of past battles. Once an outsider enters and is affected, it'll be the same as being affected by a battle in the real world. Whether or not you can come out depends on the intensity of the battle. Let me put it this way. World's Edge's gaze swept across the crowd, and he said in a low voice, in the spiritualized universe, more than 100 spirit realm cultivators have died in the broken worlds, and more than 10 spirit primes and bitter adversity cultivators have died. Even Mulberry Sky died in the consciousness universe, and one of the reasons for that was the broken worlds. Luo Shan was solemn. Was it that dangerous? In the distance, he had his hands behind his back. He understood the consciousness universe very well, more than anyone else. After all, he had fused with Wu Wei and Hua Moni's bodies. The broken worlds were the steel worlds that he had encountered in the primordial space. The steel worlds would endlessly repeat past scenes, and everything inside was gray. Gray people, gray creatures, gray battle shockwaves, and so on. The first time he had encountered the steel worlds was during the battle for the Star Tower. At that time, if he hadn't reversed his steps, he might not have been able to walk out. The second time was at the frigid immortal sex ruins in the primordial space, which was also where the Day-Night clan was located. The progenitor had attacked the steel worlds there, and it had severely injured him at that time. At that time, he had wondered why the steel worlds existed. As his cultivation increased, the possibilities of his guesses decreased, and many of the possibilities had been denied. In the end, he didn't bother about this matter anymore. Even if a person's cultivation could destroy the universe, it might not be able to explain the origin of a grain of sand. Lu Yin stopped thinking about the steel worlds. However, after understanding the consciousness universe, he was shocked to discover that it was actually a steel worlds that had been magnified countless times. The scenes inside the broken worlds were also gray, and once they were disturbed, the creatures inside would attack and destroy all foreign creatures. The shockwaves of ancient battles could also be seen there. Now, he had to think about the steel worlds. Similar scenes had appeared in the steel worlds, the frigid immortal sex ruins, and the consciousness universe. There had to be a connection. This scar came from the broken worlds. This is the broken worlds. World Edge rolled up his clothes and showed everyone the scar on his shoulder. Although this scar can be healed, I'll keep it to remind myself that this injury came from the broken worlds and that I shouldn't underestimate them. Broken worlds make people look down on them unknowingly because most of the broken worlds, or rather, 99% of the broken worlds are harmless. Among the remaining 10% of the broken worlds, most of them don't pose much of a threat to cultivators. This is why cultivators who go on expeditions to the universe of consciousness will look down on the broken worlds. Some people have been fighting in the universe of consciousness for thousands of years or even longer and have never encountered any danger in the broken worlds. Those people like to traverse the broken worlds because it is extremely dangerous. Therefore, cultivators who go from the spiritualized universe to the consciousness universe for the first time are warned not to underestimate the broken worlds. However, the number of people who die in the broken worlds every year is still high. Therefore, Cultivators from the spiritualized universe fight in small groups in the consciousness universe. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle asked. World Edge nodded. That's one of the reasons. However, the main reason is the consciousness life forms. The range of their consciousness attacks is too wide. Once they can't block it, it doesn't matter how many people there are. If they can block it, one is enough. Lu Tianyi asked, does the broken worlds affect the consciousness life forms? Jia Wu said, yes, but it doesn't affect them much. It's just like when we fight against the consciousness life forms. If we can't affect their consciousness, we won't be able to harm them. Unless the consciousness life forms take the initiative to transform into their biological form, then it's no different from us entering the broken worlds. In the broken worlds, the consciousness life forms have an advantage over us. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was curious. Where's the most dangerous broken world you've experienced? World Edge and Jia Wu looked at each other. It's not fixed. This is also a unique characteristic of the broken worlds. They can float around. Today, they might be here, tomorrow, they might be there. We once entered a broken world by accident. At that time, we were also trying to avoid the pursuit of a 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivator. A group of people rushed into that broken world, and in the end, only the two of us managed to escape. The scene repeated in that broken world was a ritual. After we entered the broken world, we subconsciously remained silent, but there were always some people who didn't care and looked down on the broken world. Because of the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators chasing after us, those people were terrified, which alarmed the life forms in the broken world. We've never seen those life forms before, but their actions should have been a ritual. All of us were sacrificed, and the strongest life form definitely had a power level comparable to Sang Tian's. It used a bamboo blade to slaughter all of us cultivators and stabbed me in the shoulder. We were lucky enough to escape. Now that I think about it, the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivators who were chasing after us definitely knew how terrifying that broken world was and didn't chase after us. Otherwise, in many situations, the consciousness life forms would have chased after the broken world. This is also one of the ways to determine whether a broken world is dangerous or not. It depends on whether or not the consciousness universe can enter. Because the consciousness life forms have lived for a long time, and the broken world belongs to the consciousness universe, their understanding of the broken world far surpasses ours. Lu Yin listened quietly and then released Wu Wei, which was 5 meters away from him. He wanted to search for the broken world from Wu Wei's memories. Wu Wei's memories were boundless, and Lu Yin had only seen the tip of the iceberg when he had viewed Wu Wei's memories twice. Now, he was specifically searching for memories related to the broken world. Within Wu Wei's memories, there were many broken worlds in the consciousness universe that could be found throughout the universe. These broken worlds were just as Dancing Butterfly World Edge had said, they were not fixed and could float around. Consciousness life forms could not determine whether a broken world was dangerous or not, but they could exchange information with each other. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3682. Some broken worlds could be identified from the outside. If a sentient life form saw them and came out alive, they would mark the broken world to confirm the danger level. The information about these broken worlds was kept in the Earth of Mind realm and recorded in a book, Forbidden. That book only had one word, forbidden. It was called the Book of Forbidden. The Book of Forbidden recorded the dangerous broken worlds that the sentient life forms had confirmed over countless years. There were more than 100 of them. Most of these broken worlds couldn't be determined as the danger level couldn't be determined because no one from the consciousness universe was willing to test them. Many of the broken worlds were recorded by hunting down cultivators from the spiritualized universe and using those cultivators as a reference to determine the danger level. Furthermore, the broken worlds would float away and weren't easy to find. However, some broken worlds were still seen clearly. The broken world mentioned by Dancing Butterfly Horizon happened to be one of the broken worlds that were seen clearly. There was a creature in that broken world that held a bamboo blade and had the strength to threaten the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm. It was one of the most dangerous broken worlds and was called the Bamboo Blade Broken World. In Wu Wei's memories, there were more than 5 broken worlds in the Book of Forbidden that were comparable to the Bamboo Blade Broken World. There were also some broken worlds that were more dangerous than the Bamboo Blade Broken World. However, other than the 13 heavenly phenomenon realm, no life form dared to test them. Therefore, no one knew how dangerous they were. Dancing Butterfly Horizon was already very lucky to come out of the Bamboo Blade Broken World. That creature with the bamboo blade made Wu Wei apprehensive. Of course, that was a long time ago. Back then, Wu Wei had just become a 13 heavenly phenomenon realm cultivator and didn't have his current strength. He hadn't learned the Sword of Heaven yet. However, even the current Wu Wei wouldn't want to provoke the Bamboo Blade Broken World. There was no need. The spiritualized universe should also know about the dangers of the broken worlds. However, human cultivators didn't have a high chance of survival after entering the dangerous broken worlds. Moreover, after a batch of cultivators went there, they would return after a period of time. Many people would never go there a second time. As a result, they didn't create anything like a Book of Forbidden. They could only warn people not to enter the broken worlds. However, this warning was pale and powerless in the face of a threat to the sentient life forms. All sentient life forms had an unspoken rule that came from their instincts. Under the premise that they could eliminate the enemies from the spiritualized universe, they would try their best to use them to test the dangers of the broken worlds. Compared to the spiritualized universe cultivators who were numb and ignorant of the broken worlds, they wouldn't be willing to test any broken world unless it was truly confirmed that the broken world wasn't a threat. The consciousness universe was the home of the sentient beings. They were more willing to recognize the broken worlds and make use of them. Luin finally understood why the spiritualized universe was so much more powerful than the consciousness universe, but it was still difficult to completely deal with the consciousness life forms. The broken world was a major obstacle, and there was also the direction of the ninth heaven universe behind it. Whether or not the consciousness life forms could be restarted was far from something the spiritualized universe could decide. Even Master Grass, who was in the eternal realm, could not decide. And after realizing this, the Tianyuan universe was in even greater danger. This was because the Tianyuan universe did not have a destroyed world. In the distance, everyone was very curious about the broken world. They kept asking the spiritualized universe's cultivators about it. Not only Dancing Butterfly Skyline, but Old Tao was also one of the people being asked. Yuanqi, Zhan Yan, and the others, especially Ancestor Shi, Dancing Butterfly Skyline, also wanted to ask her some things. Luin clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Ancestor, share all the information you know about the broken world. Old Tao and the rest, tell us everything you know to prevent Wu Jiang from being in danger. Old Tao hurriedly expressed his stance. Don't worry, Master. This lowly one will definitely tell you everything from the first time I entered the consciousness universe to the last time I left. I'll let everyone experience it personally, right, Ancestor? Ancestor Shi fell silent. Starting from Old Tao, everyone began to talk about everything they knew about the consciousness universe. Old Tao had experienced a lot in the consciousness universe, so he spoke in exultation and was as detailed as possible. At first, everyone was interested, but they gradually realized that this fellow was just trying to make his presence known. He wanted to show off in front of Luin, which was why he was chased away. The ancestor She was the one who looked forward to it the most. Only then would her words be valuable. Dancing Butterfly Skyline was also very curious. A consciousness life form was equivalent to an astral phenomenon, which was not weak. She could be considered a second-grade consciousness life form, so what would her knowledge of the consciousness universe be like? Since ancient times, many consciousness life forms had surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but they had never had the chance to interact with them. Under everyone's gazes, especially Lu Yin's ancestors, she muttered to herself for a moment before slowly explaining what she knew about the consciousness universe. Lu Yin's gaze was calm as he listened. As for the destroyed worlds, all consciousness life forms revere them. They have existed for much longer than us, and all consciousness life forms believe that the destroyed worlds form the consciousness universe. If we lose the destroyed worlds, the consciousness universe will be reduced to the same level as the spiritualized universe. That's right, you didn't hear wrong. To the consciousness life forms, a universe without a destroyed world is ordinary, even if the spiritualized universe is stronger than the consciousness universe. The consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomena are known as the realm of Earth. In that realm, there is a book called the Forbidden Book. This book records the consciousness life form's knowledge of the destroyed worlds, including some of the destroyed worlds. Among them, the Book of Forbidden was something that Dancing Butterfly Skyline and the others did not know about. Yuanqi was also astonished, as he did not know about it either. Lu Yin frowned. The spiritualized universe had been fighting in the consciousness universe for so many years, but they did not know about the Book of Forbidden. Many life forms in the consciousness universe had surrendered to the spiritualized universe, but there were no life forms that could exchange information for equivalent value. Impossible. Either that, or only those who had reached the astral phenomenon realm had the qualifications to know about the Book of Forbidden, and life forms at that level did not necessarily need to exchange the Book of Forbidden for value, as they themselves were very valuable. Or, the Book of Forbidden had existed for a shorter period of time than Yuanqi and the others. That was not impossible. Yuanqi was an ancient life form that had existed since the Tianyuan era. Although the spiritualized universe had a longer history than the Tianyuan universe, it was not that exaggerated and had only developed for a few more eras. The consciousness universe's history might not have surpassed the spiritualized universe's. When Yuanqi was in the spiritualized universe, the Book of Forbidden might not have been formed yet. Then the question was, how did ancestors she know about it? She had gone to the Tianyuan universe at around the same time as Yuanqi. Based on what you know, how many broken worlds are recorded in the Tome of Taboo? Lu Yin interrupted the ancestor. Ancestor, she replied, more than 10. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. More than 10. That meant that the Book of Forbidden had only just begun when ancestors she knew about it, so it was understandable that Yuanqi did not know about it. Ancestors, she had gone to the Tianyuan universe at around the same time as Yuanqi, and the Book of Forbidden was a consciousness life form, so she naturally knew about it. Lu Yin had asked ancestor she to speak because he wanted to see if she would talk about the Book of Forbidden. If she didn't, it might be because she didn't know or because she wanted to hide it. There was no pressure at all because it was impossible for her to know that Lu Yin knew about the Book of Forbidden. If she spoke about it, would it be a show of sincerity? Ancestors, she was able to go from the consciousness universe to the spiritualized universe and from there to the Tianyuan universe. She was different from normal consciousness life forms. The instinct of consciousness life forms was to survive, but Bai Wuxian had feelings for him because of Yen, her. Consciousness life forms could change. They might not be pure life forms. Lu Yin turned around and left. Ancestors, she took a look and continued. Yishang, do you know about the Book of Forbidden? Lu Yin asked. Yishang stood behind him. Yishang didn't talk to Yi Xia in Torch City as it was too sensitive. He was afraid that Yu Sang Tian would slap Yi Xia to death. Fear of the unknown was just fear. In the past, they had used a springboard to conquer the Tianyuan universe. Yishang said, I know, a consciousness life form recorded a book about a dangerous destroyed world, Earth realm, but I have never seen it before. You didn't find out about the book from the consciousness life form. I can't do it. If I could, I wouldn't have to wait until Yi Meng betrayed me before I found the Earth realm. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. He knew why he couldn't do it. It was because of Old Head. Old Chief was the leader of the 13 celestial phenomenon in the consciousness universe, and was also the oldest consciousness life form. He had planted the locking autumn spell in every powerful consciousness life form, locking their consciousness so that the consciousness life form would not be able to speak of certain things, and outsiders would not be able to investigate these memories. Lu Yin had sensed locking autumn when he entered Hua Mani's body, but it couldn't stop him. As long as Hua Mani had these memories, Lu Yin would be able to see them. Thus, he had seen Yi Tian K's situation through Hua Mani. It was impossible for Yu Seng Tian to understand Yi Tian K through Hua Mani, as even Hua Mani couldn't say anything. And because Wu Wei had surrendered too early, he hadn't been locking autumn. Hua Mani had once guessed that Yu Seng Tian's main goal in attacking the Yi Earth realm was Yi Tian Quebec. He guessed that Wu Wei had told Yu Seng Tian about Yi Tian Quebec. In reality, Wu Wei hadn't told Yu Seng Tian about this, and Yu Seng Tian hadn't asked. No one had asked Yu Seng Tian whether he knew about Yi Tian Quebec. To outsiders, everyone believed that Yu Seng Tian wanted to attack the Yi Earth realm and destroy the 13 celestial phenomenon so that he could restart the consciousness universe and step into eternal life. No one knew if that was the truth. From Hua Mani's memories, Lu Yin purposely read Old Head's memories. This leader of the 13 celestial phenomenon rarely showed himself, and Hua Mani didn't know how strong he was. Using the Yi Earth realm to plot against Yu Seng Tian was Old Head's plan, and he seemed to be very confident. Wu Wei also had memories of Old Head, but they were also very few. Is there anything similar to a tome in the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin asked. Yi Shang replied, there are some that have been passed down by word of mouth, but it's just a few broken worlds that are obviously dangerous. However, these broken worlds haven't been seen for a long time, so they might have disappeared. Broken worlds aren't fixed forever. Some of them may look like this at one moment, but the next moment, they might change. It's impossible to see through them completely. There must be a batch of broken worlds that have expired in the tome of consciousness life forms. Lu Yin felt that something was strange. Expired. Although it sounded strange, it made sense. Broken worlds could expire as well. Yi Shang continued, in the past, the spiritualized universe also wanted to create something similar to a tome, especially after learning of its existence. However, the cost of creating something like this is too great, and there's no point in just exchanging information. The truly dangerous broken worlds need to be constantly probed, and the broken worlds that can be exchanging information aren't that dangerous. If you want to probe, you'll have to pay with human lives, and the lives of experts at that. The price we have to pay to explore a broken world is much higher than the cost of the consciousness life forms, but that's still acceptable. Compared to the losses caused by broken worlds, Yu Seng Tian and Seng Tian have discussed it, and were willing to pay the price of losing a generation of experts to explore a broken world. However, after discovering that broken worlds can change and expire, the price is completely different. There's no need to explore them anymore. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3683. Many of the forbidden books in the consciousness universe were created at the cost of our lives. To them, this is not a huge price to pay. What we can do is to avoid all the broken worlds. This is the smallest price we can think of. Other than that, there's no other way. Yi Shang explained a lot, afraid that Lu Yin would not believe him. Lu Yin could guess the reason even without Yi Shang's explanation. Besides, if the spiritualized universe knew about the forbidden books of the consciousness lifeforms, then the consciousness lifeforms would also know about the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe did not have anything like that. Even if it did, there was no value in hiding it. In any case, it would not be as valuable as the forbidden books. Every universe had its own advantages and disadvantages. No matter how strong the spiritualized universe was, it would still be at a disadvantage in the consciousness universe. This was also the key reason why the consciousness universe had been able to survive until now. Fortunately, Lu Yin understood the consciousness universe. Even if Limitless did not travel with the spiritualized universe's battleships, as long as they were lucky, there would not be any problems. 10 years passed quickly. When Lu Yin and the others saw the door in the distance, they knew that they had arrived at the consciousness universe. He was curious, why did every universe have a door? They all seemed to have been built by the spiritualized universe, which reminded him of the ninth spirit's power. Could that door have something to do with it? Yishang heard Lu Yin's doubts and said, I haven't really thought about it. To him, this was common knowledge for spiritualized universes, just like how spirit threads connected the 36 filaments. There was no need to ask the reason. Only an outsider like Lu Yin would find it strange. It was one thing for the spiritualized universe to have a door in their own universe, but the Tian Yuan universe and the consciousness universe also had doors. No matter how he looked at it, something did not seem right. The door opened, and Limitless rushed to the other side. In an instant, a foreign aura made everyone on Limitless feel refreshed. They had arrived at a third strange universe. They had gone from the Tian Yuan universe to the spiritualized universe, and now, they had arrived at the consciousness universe. On the other side of the door, there were no buildings related to the spiritualized universe. There were only 2 huge battleships and a group of cultivators. Lu Yin looked into the distance. 1, 2, 3, 8. There were a total of 8 powerful auras. 3 of them were Ku Adversity Realm cultivators, while the other 5 were spiritual primes. This was the strongest spiritualized universe in the consciousness universe. At this moment, Lu Yin finally saw the full extent of the spiritualized universe's overall strength. Yusang Tian had been bestowed by the 9 firmaments universe and was in charge of the spiritualized universe. He had reached the peak of the bitter disaster realm. Under him were the 7 great Sang Tians and the 3 in front of him. There were no less than 15 experts who had reached the bitter disaster realm. There were also more than 30 spirit primes. These experts covered the gate of magic and the myriad beast territory. Compared to the Tian Yuan universe, their numbers were terrifying. This was the true strength of a spiritualized universe. The benefit of the unified training model was that it did not waste resources and could produce experts in batches. Regardless of what the future of the universe was like, the spiritualized universe had indeed weakened the future of the Tian Yuan universe, controlling its development. Otherwise, with the unification of the above heavens, the number of experts born in the Tian Yuan universe would definitely be no less than the spiritualized universe. At the very least, the 3 worlds and 6 paths would have 9 tribulation transcendence experts. Coupled with the heretic experts like the Eternals had the 3 pillars and the 6 seas. Most of them belonged to the Tian Yuan universe, so they would not be embroiled in war for long periods of time. Instead, they would join the above heavens to cultivate. There would definitely be a few more tribulation transcendence experts, let alone the primordial realm. This does not include the reincarnation universe, the 3 monarch universe, and those parallel universes. Too bad. It was because they had been suppressed from the very beginning. Originally, they should have been happy. After seeing the spiritualized universe clearly, they would feel more confident. However, the truth was that the 9 heavens universe was an unfathomable monster. Just the 9 heavens universe alone had 3 eternal realm experts. It would be difficult to deal with them. As they thought about this, a battleship arrived from behind. Soon after, battleships arrived one after another. In the end, all 7 battleships stopped in front of the gate. Inside the gate, many spiritualized cultivators who had stayed behind to fight in the universe of consciousness were excited. It was finally going to end. They originally thought that only one battleship had arrived, but when they saw that it was Reboot, they knew it was not that simple. In particular, they felt Yu Sang Tian's vague presence on Reboot, which made them even more excited. There were a total of 7 battleships. Wait, how could there be 7? Weren't there only 6 spacetime battleships? They looked at Wu Jiang. Where did this battleship come from? Its size was only second to Reboot, but they had never seen it before. No one explained it to them. As the battleship started moving, they all headed in different directions. They did not stay here for long. Wu Jiang also started moving, and Yu Sang Tian's voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. If we move together, we will be too big of a target. This place was previously occupied by sentient life forms, and I only cleared them after I arrived. Our target is the realm of Earth, and I've already given you the location. Destroy all sentient life forms that see the battleships along the way. As long as we destroy the realm of Earth, the universe of consciousness can be reactivated at any time. I promise you that I will not touch the Tian Yuan universe, at least as long as it is within my control. Also, there is a place in the realm of Earth called the Heavenly Tower. It is the most ancient place in the universe of consciousness, and there might be a stronger way to use consciousness there. If you are interested, you can follow me and search for it. In just a few short sentences, Yu Sang Tian had used the threat of the Tian Yuan universe as well as the enticement of the Heavenly Tower. This battle to destroy the realm of Earth was very important to Yu Sang Tian. If Wu Jiang wanted to protect the Tian Yuan universe, he had to perform well in this battle. Lu Yin was surprised that Yu Sang Tian had actually mentioned the existence of the Heavenly Tower. If he had only been tempted, he could have used other methods, such as allowing Wu Jiang to return to the Tian Yuan universe. Lu Yin was very clear that this was the greatest temptation for Wu Jiang, and he could have concealed the existence of the Heavenly Tower. But now, Yu Sang Tian had mentioned the Heavenly Tower. Could it be that the 13 celestial phenomenon had guessed wrongly? Did Yu Sang Tian not have any ideas about the Heavenly Tower at all? No matter what, Wu Jiang would not participate in the battle to destroy the realm of Earth. Lu Yin knew that this was a trap set for Yu Sang Tian, so how could he throw his life away? However, he wanted to personally witness the battle, both to prevent the universe of consciousness from using the same method against him and to confirm the outcome. Even if Yu Sang Tian could survive this, he would definitely reveal his true strength. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and Wu Jiang headed in a certain direction without speaking to the spiritualized cultivators who had stayed behind. Ever since Wu Huang and Zhou Xiao had returned to the spiritualized universe to participate in the ritual, these cultivators had closed the door, afraid that they would be surrounded and killed by the 13 celestials. This was indeed the case, as Yu Sang Tian had already said that he had only cleared out the spiritualized universe behind the door after arriving. This meant that this place had been occupied by sentient life forms, so it was no wonder that Lu Yin could not see any special characteristics of the spiritualized universe. Perhaps this was also the reason for building this door. It was to allow the spiritualized cultivators in the universe of consciousness to have a place to stay. Something similar had happened in the Tian Yuan universe before, and Tianxi had been hiding behind the door. If not for Lu Yin's superior methods, he would not have been able to do anything to him. Every battleship's route was different, but it had been meticulously prepared by Beyond Heaven. There were 7 routes, and they were not just simple routes. This was a star chart that had been created by the spiritualized universe after countless years of fighting in the universe of consciousness. It was priceless. Lu Yin did not know the routes of the other battleships, nor did he know if the route that Wu Jiang was taking was safe. Logically speaking, it should be. Yu Sang Tian wanted Wu Jiang to reach the realm of Earth, and Yu Sang Tian himself had some unknown plans for Lu Yin. Broken world. someone exclaimed. Everyone on Wu Zhang's ship looked over. Not far away, the starry sky was like a flickering shadow. A giant gray plant had pierced through a planet, and it seemed to be absorbing nutrients. Wu Zhang subconsciously slowed down as he watched this scene. Old Tao explained, "This is just an ordinary broken world. That plant has power close to that of a spirit warrior, and anyone who has reached that level can ignore it. Almost all the teams in the universe of consciousness are led by the spirit ancestor, so no one cares about this broken world. There are countless broken worlds like this one." Wu Jiang swept past the broken world and continued forward. Not long after, they saw another broken world. It was a lake that had appeared out of nowhere, and it was like a silhouette of time that flowed past. Then, they saw another broken world with dilapidated walls. It had a completely strange architectural style, and there were also strange diagrams and words. Judging from the size of this building, it did not seem like it had been inhabited by humans. It was too big, even bigger than the Tianyuan universe's small giants. The diagrams on it made people feel uncomfortable and stifled. Along the way, Old Tao introduced all the broken worlds that they saw. These broken worlds were too close to the borders of the universe of consciousness, and he had seen many of them before. Although broken worlds would expire, this period could be very long or very short. Old Tao could recognize almost half of the broken worlds around them, but he had either not seen the rest before or had changed. Along the way, they also saw a small team of spiritualized cultivators in one of the broken worlds. Old Tao scolded them, but he only scolded them on Wu Jiang, and his voice did not spread outside. Most of the broken worlds were harmless, and many spiritualized cultivators were numb to them, so they often entered them. The broken worlds that Old Tao had been able to recognize were things that Lu Yin could enter as well. These teams' understanding of the broken worlds around them might not be inferior to his. Lu Yin stood at the bow and released his consciousness to the surroundings. Any consciousness life form that saw Wu Jiang would not be able to escape. The range of his consciousness far exceeded what a consciousness life form could see in Wu Jiang, and it was enough to ensure that Wu Jiang approached the realm of intent Earth without anyone noticing. There were many consciousness life forms in the universe of consciousness. Lu Yin was like a fish in water, constantly absorbing their consciousnesses. His back was facing everyone, and no one could see the joy in his eyes. This universe of consciousness really could allow his consciousness to transform. Along the way, Lu Yin saw many broken worlds. Some were filled with slaughter, while others had beautiful scenery. Even the gray color could not stop the beauty. "Stop. Wait for me." Lu Yin walked out of Wu Jiang and headed in a certain direction. He recognized his surroundings. In Hua Mani's memories, there was an entrance to a parallel spacetime, and there were many consciousness life forms in that parallel spacetime. That was where the consciousness life forms ambushed spiritualized cultivators. As long as a spiritualized cultivator unintentionally approached that place, they would be surrounded and killed by the consciousness life forms. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3684. It was not easy to fight in the universe of consciousness. The spiritualized universe had invaded the universe of consciousness and had accumulated a lot of hatred over the years. This was because many spiritualized cultivators had died here. In this universe, the death rate was high. Often, only half of the cultivators on a battleship would return, and the other half would not even know how they died. Small teams worked together to fight against consciousness life forms, but even so, if a team died, the other teams would not know the reason, which was very normal. Part of the reason was because of this trap. A parallel spacetime entrance could send out a corresponding consciousness life form based on the spiritualized cultivator's strength, and the success rate was almost 100%. Soon, Lu Yin arrived at the parallel spacetime entrance, entered, and appeared in a foreign spacetime. As far as the eye could see, there were conscious beings everywhere. Although there were far fewer of them than humans since they could reproduce, there were still quite a few of them. When they saw Lu Yin appear, they whizzed over, and countless consciousnesses fused together to suppress him. Lu Yin's lips curled up. This number was not bad, and there were even 2 star-grade consciousness lifeforms that corresponded to the laws of the universe. When Lu Yin walked out of that parallel spacetime, it meant that there were no longer any threats. Wu Jiang continued forward. Huamani's understanding of the consciousness universe was not something that spiritualized cultivators could compare to. Along the way, Lu Yin saw several parallel spacetime entrances, and he went to all of them. Although not every parallel spacetime had many consciousness lifeforms, the consciousnesses he absorbed along the way already surpassed what he had absorbed in the spiritualized universes, including those in the realm of intent. If he absorbed another star-grade consciousness, he would completely surpass what he had absorbed in the spiritualized universes. Now, the open 9 skies in his heart continued to expand, and his consciousness planet also rotated, becoming more and more solid. According to the route that Yu Sang Tian had given him, it would take 2 months to reach the realm of intent from the border. He did not know how long the other battleships would take, but he believed that Yu Sang Tian would be willing to wait until he could no longer wait. Yu Sang Tian would not give up on attacking the realm of intent just because Wu Jiang did not come. He was also afraid of being discovered by the 13 celestial phenomenon. Even if this was a trap that they had set for him, he did not know about it. Wu Jiang continued to travel, but it didn't follow the route given by Yu Sang Tian. Instead, it kept changing. Of course, it didn't deviate from the general route. It was still heading towards the realm of Earth. Soon, more than a month passed. During this time, Lu Yin had absorbed too much consciousness, and the 9 heavens transformation continued to expand. His consciousness planet's density had also surpassed that of a God Force planet, and it slowly rotated in the starry sky where his heart was. The ancestor of the past had been observing Lu Yin all this time, and she realized that Lu Yin had a special understanding of the consciousness universe. Every time he made a turn, he would always return to his original path. The ancestor of the past did not know the reason why he would leave midway. She also wanted to know what Lu Yin was doing and how he understood the consciousness universe. Wu Wei was in Lu Yin's hands, and this was something that the former ancestor knew. However, even Wu Wei should not have understood the current universe that well. After all, he had been gone for too long, and many of the destroyed worlds had changed locations. She was finding it harder and harder to see through Lu Yin, and she was glad that she had not concealed the fact that she had obtained the Tome of Forbidden. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly had Wu Jiang stop, and he frowned as he stared into space. No, this one. The route was wrong. The cultivators of the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe have been fighting for so many years, and both sides have been trying to find ways to trap the other. The route ahead would actually lead to a trap that had been hidden for a very long time and that the consciousness universe had never used. Ahead, they would pass through dozens of planets that were parallel to each other, and each planet had a spiritual treasure. Once these spiritual treasures were moved, they would coincidentally form a spiritual treasure array. This array was naturally formed by the universe, and it was not a layout. The greatest use of this array was to make it difficult for everything within its range to move. Once that happened, the consciousness universe would be able to attack without restraint. This array was actually reserved for experts at Sang Tian's level, and it was useless against Wu Jiang. Lu Yin's strength was enough to shatter the array, and even if he did not act, the progenitor could do it, as well as the other experts on Wu Jiang. This was something that Lu Yin had learned from Huamani's memories. Why had Yu Sang Tian arranged this route for Wu Jiang? Wu Jiang would definitely not fall into this trap, and even the 13 celestial phenomenon ambushes would be useless. However, they would definitely be exposed and attract even more consciousness life forms. Using Wujiang as bait. If that was the case, then Yu Sang Tian had to know about this trap. Would Yu Sang Tian know? Lu Yin was not sure, as only the 13 celestial phenomenon and a few celestial phenomenon consciousness life forms knew about this trap. Even Wu Wei did not know, and if Yu Sang Tian wanted to know, he would have to have someone in the consciousness universe. It was not impossible. The patriarch had arranged for Yi Meng to pretend to join the spiritualized universe and lure Yu Sang Tian into this trap. Yu Sang Tian also had a way to control a certain consciousness life form. Lu Yin had not thought of this before, but now he had to think about it. If that was the case, then did Yu Sang Tian really not know about the Earth Realm's trap? Logically speaking, Yu Sang Tian should not have let Lu Yin guess this. Could this trap be a coincidence? At that moment, a consciousness swept past, causing Lu Yin's expression to change. He had Wujiang stay where he was and walked out of outer space, instantly vanishing. In front of Wujiang, there was an enormous consciousness that came from many consciousness life forms. One of them was above all the other life forms, and it was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon consciousness life forms, Xingju. This was a trap that the consciousness universe had set up for the spiritualized universe, and it had not been used for many years. However, every once in a while, a member of the 13 celestial phenomenon would come to inspect it, as this place was definitely capable of burying a powerhouse on the level of Sang Tian. During this time, Xingju had already inspected the spirit treasure array and was about to leave, but he suddenly had a sudden impulse and used his consciousness to scan the surroundings. He wanted to see if there were any changes in the surrounding space. If a broken world had mysteriously appeared here, then the spiritualized cultivators would definitely not come over, and this trap would be useless. What he did not expect was to find Wujiang after scanning the surroundings with his consciousness. Only spiritualized cultivators could build a battleship. Such a large and unfamiliar battleship shocked Xingju, and he immediately had his consciousness life form contact the Earth realm to report this matter. As for himself, he was certain that the cultivator on the battleship had sensed him, but so what? He was one of the 13 celestial phenomena, and in the consciousness universe, even a spiritualized powerhouse on the level of Sang Tian might not be able to do anything to him, especially in this area. If Sang Tian really did make a move, then it would be a good opportunity to use this trap to bury him. It would also serve as a prelude to killing Yu Sang Tian. The tomato. The next moment, Lu Yin walked out of the void and looked up. Hua Mani was in the distance. In his memories, there were countless sentient life forms in the periphery of the trap. Some had taken the initiative to take on different forms, but most were in human form while others were passive. In Lu Yin's eyes, they were like dark clouds, the largest of which was naturally Xingju, one of the 13 celestial phenomena. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was here. He had been thinking that if he could absorb the consciousness of a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator, then it would completely surpass the total amount of consciousnesses he had absorbed in the spiritualized universe. Not long after he had thought about it, this person had arrived. Moreover, from the looks of it, this 13 celestial phenomena cultivator had no intention of running away. This was interesting. Lu Yin was confident that he could stop him if he wanted to run. But this was the consciousness universe after all, and there was the possibility of a broken world. Hua Mani had been in the spiritualized universe for a long time, and the surroundings had changed quite a bit. Human, state your name, Xingju said, and the sentient life forms around him spread out to surround Lu Yin. Lu Yin's aura was restrained, and with his power level, Xingju could not see through his concealment. However, Lu Yin was only in the progenitor realm, so he could be seen through. This was what Lu Yin wanted to be seen through. Lu Yin looked at Xingju's enormous consciousness. You're a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator? You're not afraid of me, and your gaze is very calm. It seems that you've hidden your strength. If I'm not wrong, you're a spiritual prime powerhouse and have cultivated in your spiritualized universe's intent realm. Your resistance to consciousness is very strong, which is why you're not afraid of me, a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator. Is that right? Xingju asked. He was not stupid, and Lu Yin's performance contradicted what he had seen. Lu Yin smiled and clasped his hands behind his back. Smart. I'm very sure that you can't deal with me, but it's strange. The consciousness universe is so big, so how did I encounter a 13 celestial phenomena cultivator like you? Xingju's laughter rang out. You'll never know. Today's outcome was already decided. I'll give you a chance. Join my consciousness universe, and I'll let you leave alive. Lu Yin shook his head. Our life forms are different. How can we merge? Many people have sided with us. Xingju believed that Lu Yin's life was in his control and spoke without restraint. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No wonder there were so many consciousness life forms hidden in the spiritualized universe. There were definitely cultivators who had sided with the consciousness universe, and those cultivators had worked together to cover up part of the truth. To the spiritualized universe as a whole, these traitorous cultivators were actually useless. They had not done anything to the spiritualized universe, so they would not be discovered. The only thing they needed to do was cover up their traces. Lu Yin believed that these traitorous cultivators also did not know where the consciousness life forms were hidden, and the consciousness universe would also hide it from them. Their role was to be used as tools, nothing more. A cultivator with my strength would never side with the consciousness universe, Lu Yin retorted. Xingju sneered. You've cultivated to this level, but you still can't see through human nature. I can only grieve for you. Then, die. After he finished speaking, boundless consciousnesses descended from the surroundings like mountains and seas, crushing over. They were accompanied by various consciousnesses that were equivalent to consciousness-type battle techniques. Among them, Lu Yin even saw a power similar to the Great Sky Split Disk. Lu Yin stood tall in outer space and allowed these consciousnesses to bombard him. He stood majestically, his gaze fixed on Xingju. Xingju was astonished. Your consciousness has reached the astral phenomenon realm. Lu Yin smiled. Why don't you guess? You're courting death. Xingju attacked, and a terrifying consciousness covered the sky, surpassing all other consciousness life forms. It was like a curtain of darkness falling from the sky, almost materializing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3685. This scene reminded Lu Yin of Wu Wei's great sky-carving disc, which was a near-physical consciousness attack. This Xingju's power level even surpassed Wamani's. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stepped forward and instantly vanished. Xingju's consciousness covered the entire area like a swamp. He had fought with cultivators for many years and knew how to deal with powerful cultivators. Cultivators who wanted to deal with pure consciousness life forms either had to have a powerful consciousness or bombard the void with a realmless to wear down their opponent's consciousness. Consciousness life forms responded by spreading their consciousness throughout the universe, making it difficult for cultivators to move. Even if they could leave, their every move would be under the consciousness life form's control. The two had fought for many years and understood each other too well. It was often easy to tell whether one could defeat the other. Xingju had thought that he could use his consciousness to suppress Lu Yin and restrict his movements. However, when Lu Yin's consciousness moved as if he were walking on flat ground, Xingju knew that he was in big trouble. This person had actually ignored his consciousness attack, which meant that he had the ability to fight against Xingju's consciousness. Once this person got close, Xingju would be in danger. Who was this human? Why had he not seen him before? Lu Yin had fought against more than one Sang Tian, such as Meng's Sang Tian and the 100-grass Sang Tian. None of those Sang Tians had been able to face Lu Yin directly, and they had only been able to distance themselves from him and think of ways to deal with his consciousness. This was also the reason why Lu Yin had dared to stay behind and fight Lu Yin. This person had never appeared in the consciousness universe before, but his strength was so terrifying. Where had he come from? This was too illogical. Xing Ju immediately retreated. His consciousness retreated like a tide, and the other consciousness lifeforms around him retreated even more decisively than Xing Ju. Lu Yin was too much of a threat, so much so that they no longer wanted to fight. Even if he wanted to run, was that even possible? Lu Yin was already very close to Xing Ju, and he struck out with a palm that destroyed the void. A powerful force pierced through the heavens, creating a path of darkness that devoured Xing Ju's consciousness along the way. Xing Ju was shocked. This strength? Who are you? Lu Yin frowned. He could not fight like this, as he still needed to absorb this person's consciousness. Thinking about this, a beam of light shot through the void and reversed for a second. The consciousness that had been devoured by the realmless returned, and it was as if that palm had never been unleashed. Xing Ju was stunned. The power of time combined with the strength from before made this human more threatening than Emperor Wu. Since when had such a terrifying person appeared in the spiritualized universe? He did not hesitate to flee, and as he retreated, his consciousness transformed into shadows that extended all the way to Lu Yin's feet. Lu Yin frowned. Shadow. Was this guy's combat skill? Before he could think further, a familiar scene appeared in front of him. A blade descended from the sky and slashed into the woman's body. That woman was Ming Yen. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Yen. The surface of his body trembled, and the surrounding starry skies shook. This caused Xing Ju to turn around in shock. Impossible, this guy's consciousness was at the starry sky level. He stared blankly at Lu Yin. Just who was this person? Lu Yin clenched his fists, as Xing Ju's consciousness had triggered the fear in his heart. He had once again seen Yen being stabbed by Xia Ji's blade, which had caused his mind to become unsteady. This was a technique that directly affected one's consciousness. If not for the fact that his consciousness was strong enough to disperse it, this fear would have been deeply imprinted in his mind. He had experienced this technique more than once, and the one that had left the deepest impression on him was by Xiaohong's innate gift, heart. It allowed one to see what one missed, feared, hated, or loved the most. Both techniques allowed an enemy to see what they feared the most. One could only be seen, while the other could be directly imprinted into one's consciousness. Heart innate gifts were very unique, and this 13 celestial phenomenon cultivator could cultivate a similar power. Its level far surpassed this innate gift, but it was also based on one's consciousness. As long as the opponent's consciousness was stronger, this power would be useless. Who are you? Xing Ju's voice echoed throughout the heavens. This was already the third time he had asked this question. He could not understand how such a terrifying person had suddenly appeared in the spiritualized universe and could even ignore his battle technique. His name was Xing Ju, Nightmare Xing Ju. His consciousness could allow other lifeforms to see what they feared the most. As long as one's consciousness was not stronger than his, they would not be able to escape, and there was no limit to the amount of consciousness he could use. With this technique, he would not be afraid even if he faced two Sang Tians at the same time. He could split his consciousness and strike fear into all spiritualized cultivators as long as there were no top-tier powerhouses interfering. But today, his technique had actually failed. He had encountered a human whose consciousness was stronger than his. What a joke, this was a human. He had never dreamed that such a day would come. Even if it was Yu Sang Tian, he did not believe that his own consciousness would be weak. Yu Sang Tian's consciousness was at most at the cosmic realm. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Congratulations, you've angered me. Since you like consciousness, I'll use my consciousness to play with you. After he finished speaking, a terrifying consciousness surged out and instantly changed the heavens and the earth. It covered the universe's starry sky and spread out. Not only did it cover the trap, but it also covered the boundless expanse and the consciousness lifeforms that were fleeing even further away. The entire starry sky was covered by the consciousness, and the sky collapsed. Xingju was shocked. No, this was impossible. This person's consciousness was ranked at the top of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. How was this possible? Lu Yin's consciousness had already reached the celestial phenomenon level, and after absorbing so much underground consciousness, he had reached the cosmic realm. He had then absorbed many consciousness lifeforms from parallel spacetimes, as well as the Heavens Craftsman realm, the Arc realm, and other hidden consciousness lifeforms. Although he had used up a lot of his consciousness, he had also absorbed Huamani's. In other words, he had almost 2 cosmic realm consciousnesses, which naturally surpassed Xingju's. When this consciousness appeared, Xingju knew that it was over. There was no way he could resist it. Monster, this was a monster. A consciousness lifeform's attack could be complicated, but it could also be simple. As long as one's consciousness surpassed the consciousness lifeforms, it would be difficult for the consciousness lifeform to win. Battle techniques were rare in the consciousness universe. Here, they only had methods of using consciousness. Wu Wei's Sword of Heaven was an exception. Aside from the sword itself, very few people in both the consciousness and spiritualized universes knew of this technique. But if one's consciousness could not surpass a consciousness lifeforms, then one would have to think of a way. This was especially true when facing a consciousness lifeform's consciousness. Lu Yin had a deep impression of the technique He Wuxian had used, Endless Road. Back then, He Wuxian had used this technique to prevent Wu Jiang from going to Immemorial City. If not for Hui Zhu, that battle would have been troublesome. At the time, everyone had thought that it was He Wuxian's innate gift combined with the true God's freedom technique. Later on, Lu Yin found out that it was He Wuxian's method of using consciousness in conjunction with the true God's freedom technique. This allowed a person's consciousness to be extended infinitely, to the point where even though they could clearly see the end, they would not be able to reach it. There were many similar methods of using consciousness, and it was not easy to break through them. Every consciousness life form had their own method of using consciousness. Huamani had used his consciousness to grasp the horizontal flower's shadow, causing space to reverse. Wu Wei's great sky-carving disc was a materialized consciousness, and it was also a method of using consciousness. This 13 celestial phenomenon's method of using consciousness was to draw out a creature's fear. This was because consciousness encompassed thoughts and memories, and this was Wu Wei's method. All methods of using consciousness were based on consciousness itself. If one's consciousness was not strong enough, then their foundation would be shattered. When he saw that Lu Yin's consciousness had completely surpassed his own, Xingju knew that he was no match for Lu Yin. His method of using consciousness had not been effective from the start, and all he could do was flee. In the distance, everyone on Wujiang looked up at the sky. They knew that Lu Yin had encountered a powerful enemy, or else he would not have used such a majestic consciousness. The ancestor was the most shocked. She knew that Lu Yin's consciousness was very strong, and it was constantly growing stronger, but she had not expected it to be this strong. How was this possible? He was clearly a human from the Tianyuan universe, so how could he have such a terrifying consciousness? Only consciousness lifeforms would be truly shocked by such a consciousness. One had to know that when she had been at the celestial phenomenon level, she had been the strongest consciousness in the Tianyuan universe. Neither an eternal nor a primogenitor could surpass her. However, a junior had actually surpassed her in such a short amount of time, and not just by a little bit. At that moment, the ancestors' mentality changed. Joining hands with Wu Jiang to deal with the spiritualized universe? This was not realistic from the start. It was not that they could not defeat the spiritualized universe, but that if they did, even more terrifying monsters would be released. In the distant sky, shadows continuously gathered, but they could not get close to Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand, and his consciousness gathered above the sky as the great sky-carving disk descended. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3686. The mirror flew towards Lu Yin, and even though his consciousness was shaken, it didn't shatter. Lu Yin didn't move from his spot as the mirror passed through. A dark figure walked out of the mirror and turned to face Lu Yin. This was another Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at the dark Lu Yin and recalled some of Hua Mani's memories. He recalled that Hua Mani's memories called Xing Ju's nightmare celestial phenomenon used fear as a mirror. Hua Mani's understanding of Xing Ju was that he could draw out a creature's greatest fear. When Xing Ju had first attacked, Lu Yin had recalled it. However, this celestial phenomenon didn't pose any threat to him, so he hadn't paid it much mind. Old Chief's description of Xing Ju was that he was a man in the mirror, a nightmare among men. No one knew what this meant, and even Hua Mani, who was also a celestial phenomenon, had never experienced it. But now, Lu Yin knew. This was a man in the mirror, a nightmare among men. The dark Lu Yin was the embodiment of all the fear that Lu Yin had experienced. It didn't have much attack power, and Xing Ju had simply stripped the fear from Lu Yin's consciousness and made him experience it all over again. Lu Yin couldn't avoid it, nor would he do so. The fear that he had experienced wasn't just fear, but also the process, karma, and memories. If he lost these fears, he wouldn't be complete. The mirror suddenly flew in a certain direction and dragged the dark Lu Yin over. This was Xing Ju's most deeply hidden power, and only Old Chief had seen it before. The other celestial phenomenon cultivators had never seen it before. This was a life-saving move. At Lu Yin's level of cultivation, he knew that he couldn't lose these fears. Xing Ju was throwing them far away so that Lu Yin could chase after them so that he could escape. Lu Yin would eventually catch up to the dark Lu Yin, and if Lu Yin wanted to regain those fears, he had to experience them all over again. This was his trump card. Even though it couldn't harm Lu Yin, he couldn't do anything while experiencing those fears. No matter how high a person's cultivation was, their greatest enemy wasn't other creatures, but themselves. Immortality was a realm of their own, not something that was bestowed upon them. Thus, to break through to immortality, one had to break through themselves. To experience those fears again, one had to face their past selves. This move wasn't a killing move, but it was one that Xing Ju was confident in protecting his life. The moment the mirror dragged Grey Lu Yin away, Xing Ju's consciousness suddenly returned. He had been hiding all this time, and now, he unleashed all of his strength. He forcibly withstood the great sky-carving disk's attack and fled in the opposite direction. Lu Yin took a step forward, and just as Xing Ju had predicted, he chased after the mirror. It was impossible for him to lose sight of his own fear. When Xing Ju saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled. 5 seconds. There were only 5 seconds left. Even though Xing Ju had fled far away, he could still see Lu Yin standing in the distance. You gave up on your past. Xing Ju was in disbelief. Could it be that this person didn't know what it meant to lose one's past? You don't want to break through to immortality. You want to be an incomplete person. Lu Yin looked at Xing Ju calmly. Is your technique unbreakable? Xing Ju was at a loss. Of course, there was no solution. The old chief had also said that as long as one cultivated the Tao, regardless of whether they were sentient life forms or living creatures, they would all feel fear. With fear, it was impossible to give up on the past. As long as one wanted to continue cultivating, those creatures who didn't understand the serious consequences of this matter couldn't threaten him. Therefore, his methods were unbreakable. Even if this person could catch up to the mirror so quickly, it would be impossible for him to regain his fears so quickly. Yes. In space where Xingju couldn't see, karma slowly entered Lu Yin's body. Fear. Where did this fear come from? Because certain things happened for a reason, there was an effect. Fear was just an effect. Lu Yin used the karma thread to pierce through gray Lu Yin and return this karma to his body. There was no need for him to experience fear. How could Xingju's method strip him of his past and tear apart his karma? The first clan. The terror of karma wasn't something a normal cultivator could imagine. In front of the Tao of karma, anyone below the eternal realm could only look up to it, including Yu Sang Tian, who had completed Ku adversity. Once Lu Yin cultivated the Tao of karma, Yu Sang Tian wouldn't be a match for him. Xingjue couldn't figure out how Lu Yin had broken through his technique, and he kept retreating. Human, let me go and I'll tell you a secret. Speak. Lu Yin's tone was cold. Xingjue said, there's a huge secret in the Earth domain. Have you heard of the Heavenly Yi Tower? No, Lu Yin said. Xingjue continued, the Heavenly Yi Tower is the most ancient place in the consciousness universe. It's said that the path to immortality exists there, so the 13 celestials want to explore the Heavenly Yi Tower the most. Your spiritualized universe's Yu Sang Tian must have come for the Heavenly Yi Tower as well. Does Yu Sang Tian know of the Heavenly Yi Tower's existence? Lu Yin asked. He had thought of this before. Wu Wei hadn't told Yu Sang Tian, and neither had Hua Mani, so how did Yu Sang Tian know? He was even willing to share the Heavenly Yi Tower with Lu Yin. He seemed to care about it, but at the same time, he didn't care. Xingjue was very certain. Your Yu Sang Tian must know. Back then, 5 of the 13 celestials surrounded him, and Wu Wei was one of them. 2 of them died in that battle, and Wu Wei surrendered. It was because of that battle that we were certain that Yu Sang Tian was looking for the Heavenly Yi Tower. Perhaps he doesn't know the name, but he's definitely looking for this place. Lu Yin nodded. Well said. I'm interested as well. Come, follow me. Xingjue went on guard. Human, as long as you let me go, I can tell you more secrets about the consciousness universe. I know about the other 13 celestials, including some of the secrets of your spiritualized universe. I'll also tell you the secret of the Heavenly Yi Tower. Lu Yin suddenly moved, his consciousness pressing forward to grab Xingjue. Xingjue shouted, Human, you forced me to do this. With that, his consciousness scattered, turning into countless consciousness shadows that scattered in all directions. Lu Yin's consciousness descended and enveloped the starry sky. Not a single one could escape. Suddenly, he looked at one of the consciousness shadows, and that consciousness shadow headed towards the broken world. There was a broken world in the distance. Lu Yin had discovered it when he was chasing after Xingjue. Others might not recognize the broken world, but he remembered that it came from the Tome of Forbidden. That broken world was one of the rare ones in the Tome of Forbidden whose depths were unknown. No sentient life forms were willing to investigate it. Those spiritualized cultivators who were forced into the broken world had all died, including a spirit prime. Xingjue had no choice but to dive into the broken world. The rest of the consciousness shadows slowly dissipated, and the consciousness shadow that had escaped into the broken world was Xingjue. When the consciousness shadow entered the broken world, it stopped moving. From the outside, the broken world was filled with rocks. It was as if countless rocks had shattered into a valley, and not a single blade of grass grew. Lu Yin slowly approached the broken world and finally stopped at the edge. With one more step, he would enter the broken world, and Xingjue was just 3 steps away from him. Stop, human. This is a broken world. Do you dare to enter? Xingjue's voice rang out, and he used his consciousness to transmit into the broken world. He didn't dare to speak loudly. Nonsense. In a broken world, once there was a disturbance, no one could guarantee what would happen. When Lu Yin entered the world within a monument for the first time, he had also silently sat in the restaurant and didn't dare to move. He had Blackie and Xiao Bai beside him, and any movement could cause the gray shadows in the world within a monument to attack him. At that time, he thought that those gray shadows were the remnant essence, energy, and soul of the past. Now, he didn't know how to explain it. In this broken world, the consciousness lifeforms knew that it was the remnant consciousness of the past. In short, there were all sorts of explanations. Lu Yin looked at Xingjue. Why don't you dare to enter? Xingjue replied, don't you know that the broken world is dangerous? There is no danger. I have never encountered a broken world that is too dangerous. Many cultivators in our spiritualized universe treat broken worlds as scenic spots. Lu Yin didn't care. Of course, Xingjue knew about this. 99% of the broken worlds in the consciousness universe weren't dangerous, but the remaining 10% had caused the deaths of many spiritualized cultivators. They had constantly used cultivators to probe the broken worlds, and that was how they had obtained the more detailed Tome of Forbidden. This broken world is different. How is it different? A spirit prime died here. Lu Yin was astonished. That's impressive, but how can a spirit prime compare to me? Xingjue threatened, a spirit prime would die here in an instant. Even we don't know how dangerous this broken world is. If you insist on dealing with me, we will die together. Lu Yin sneered. I don't believe you. After speaking, he stepped into the broken world. The surroundings were gray, and there were stones everywhere. It was desolate and ancient, and there was a sinister aura. Lu Yin thought that he had seen a ghost when he first entered the monument world. Xingjue was shocked. Human, don't be rash. I'm not lying to you. This broken world is too dangerous. You don't want to die, right? Even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators don't dare to enter this broken world. To tell you the truth, this is also a place where we lure you humans to your death. Lu Yin obviously knew how dangerous this broken world was. He could only pretend that he didn't care and try his best to force Xingjue out. No one wanted to face the unknown, even if Lu Yin was extremely confident in his strength. Every time he took a step forward, Xingjue would take a step back. Their movements were very small, and they didn't even touch the stones on the ground. Do you think I'll believe you? It's just a broken world, Lu Yin said. In my opinion, it's no different from other broken worlds. No, the scenery is a bit worse. Xingjue was anxious. This broken world was beneficial to the consciousness universe, and it was because of this broken world that the consciousness universe had been able to resist the spiritualized universe for so long. They had used this broken world to kill many spiritualized universe experts, so they couldn't tell the spiritualized universe about this broken world. However, there were disadvantages as well. If he met someone who didn't believe him, he would be implicated once he entered the broken world. Unfortunately, he couldn't explain it clearly. It was useless to say anything now. Helpless, Xingjue could only keep retreating. Soon, he reached a mountain wall, and if he continued, he would have to cross it. Hold on. Suddenly, Xingjue thought of something and stared at Lu Yin. You are afraid of this broken world. Lu Yin raised his brows. What nonsense are you talking about? Xingjue replied, if you weren't afraid, why would you be so careful? You would have taken action long ago. Did you already know that this broken world was dangerous? Lu Yin exhaled. A person's subconscious behavior could not be concealed. Even though he had only taken a few steps, his state of mind had been seen through. Alright, I've been frightened by you. I don't know if this broken world is dangerous, but you seem to be really afraid. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3687. Xing Ju didn't know if Lu Yin was telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. This broken world is ranked at the forefront of the entire consciousness universe. We're not afraid of it because it's dangerous, but because we don't know how dangerous it is. At the very least, your spiritualized universe's spirit primes won't be able to leave this place alive. They're already considered second-tier powerhouses. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Then why aren't you leaving? Let me go, and I can tell you the secret. Both of us can leave safely. Speak. Human, we know how cunning you all are. I'll write the secret down in this broken world, and you'll be able to get it once I leave. Lu Yin sneered. It's not like I haven't seen your little schemes before. Once I enter the broken world to take the item, it'll automatically explode, and I'll be finished. You're called Xing Ju, right? I'll give you one more chance. Tell me the secret, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I really want to see how powerful this broken world is. No matter how powerful the things here are, we won't die instantly. Who do you think has a higher chance of escaping? Xing Ju coldly replied, It might not be you. I'm a consciousness, and you're a physical body. In this broken world, consciousness life forms always have an advantage. Then let's try. Lu Yin was eager to try. Xing Ju couldn't figure out Lu Yin's thoughts. If Lu Yin was clear about the dangers of this broken world, then it would be good. Xing Ju could be certain that Lu Yin wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If not, then it would be troublesome. Xing Ju was conflicted. I'll count to 3. You only have one chance. Lu Yin stared at Xing Ju. The more he forced, the more this fellow panicked. 3. Xing Ju growled, I guarantee that once this broken world is disturbed, you'll either die or be injured. How will you continue fighting in this consciousness universe? You humans compete with each other. 2. You should be a newly ascended Sang Tian. Don't think that I don't know that you Sang Tians compete with each other. Back then, the 100-grass Sang Tian was the same. 1. Alright, I'll speak. Xing Ju dared to gamble. Ignorant people were more daring when faced with danger, but consciousness lifeform's nature was to survive. Even if he could defeat the unknown, he couldn't defeat his own heart. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Speak. Xing Ju was silent for a moment, and then he said in a low voice, There are people among you humans, and they're controlled by consciousness. I can give you the list. Lu Yin raised his brows. What a familiar feeling. Catching a spy again. Interesting. Next, Xing Ju passed a name list to Lu Yin. Your spiritualized universe's Sang Tian has been here before. There's a Sang Tian who is very strange. He clearly had the chance to kill one of us, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon experts, but he didn't do it. As for that Sang Tian, I've asked the old leader, and the old leader confirmed that he isn't one of us. Why was that? Of TT. If they wanted to, the consciousness universe could block the spiritualized universe, but not the 9 heavens universe. Any supreme god could deal with the consciousness universe. If they wanted to restart it, they would have done it long ago. For supreme gods. Even if one died, there were 3 more. There were already 3 supreme gods. Did they not want to add another eternal life realm cultivator? But the vacant Supreme God position had to be filled. Did they want it to be under their control? The spiritualized universe thought they could restart the consciousness universe, but in reality, they would never get this chance. Everything they had done, the deaths they had experienced, the endless hatred, they were just paving the way for the nine heavens universe. The Tian Yuan universe had been weakened to the future, and the spiritualized universe had allied with the Eternals to plot against the above heaven sect. The nine heavens universe must have been behind them. The three supreme deities were like gods, high and mighty, looking down on everything and controlling the universe. There's another secret that you want to know the most. Xing Ju paused and then said slowly, the location of the realm of earth. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You're willing to tell me? Xing Ju knew that Lu Yin knew the location of the realm of earth. Of course, he knew, but he had to act like he didn't know. Only then could the old chief's plan to kill Yu Sang Tian. At this time, in order to save his life, it was best to say the location of the realm of earth. Although this was not the answer Lu Yin wanted, he had to say it. Lu Yin also had to act like he didn't know before. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you. Lu Yin looked at the consciousness cloud in front of him. Okay. Xing Ju seemed to hesitate. After a while, he said the location of the realm of earth. It was the same as what Yu Sang Tian had told Lu Yin. How about it? Can you let me go now? Xing Ju said. His consciousness stared at Lu Yin, afraid that he would go back on his words. Lu Yin raised his hand, and Xing Ju immediately became alert. He waved his hand. Go. Xing Ju was on tenterhooks. You want me to go? You don't want to. No, I'll go. Xing Ju floated up slowly. Seeing that the chance to live was in his hands, he didn't want to fail. Soon, he walked out of the broken world and hurried in a certain direction. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He left the broken world, took a step, and disappeared. Far away, Xing Ju screamed, You said you'd let me go. But I didn't say I wouldn't chase. Human, you're despicable. You're not bad either. Boom. The universe trembled, and the consciousness rumbled. Then, everything calmed down. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky with a gloomy expression. His figure disappeared again, and he returned to the broken world. He looked inside and said, Come out. Within the broken world, an undetectable consciousness shadow emerged. It was Xing Ju. The one who had escaped was fake, he didn't believe Lu Yin at all. Human, you're despicable indeed. Lu Yin praised, consciousness lifeforms like you that have lived for so long are really cautious. You didn't even try to escape. There's no place safer than this broken world. At least I can live here. Human, what's your name? Xing Ju asked. The moment he entered the broken world, he had hidden his true self. The one who had spoken to Lu Yin was just a wisp of consciousness. He had escaped to test Lu Yin. If he escaped, Lu Yin would also leave this place. His true self would be safe. If he couldn't escape, he would stay here. Since Lu Yin was willing to let him escape, it proved that Lu Yin was also apprehensive of this broken world. This place was the safest. Lu Yin was truly shocked. He hadn't expected Xing Ju to hide such a move after escaping into the broken world. These powerful lifeforms wouldn't die so easily, and each of them had many life-saving methods. Xing Ju could be considered one of the best. Regardless of whether it was the way he used his consciousness or the heart's eye, he was born to protect his life. He was more powerful than Wu Wei and Hua Mani. Lu Yin looked at Xing Ju in the broken world and said, You didn't escape earlier. It seems like you really don't plan on leaving this broken world. Human, you're also apprehensive of this broken world. I don't know where you found out about the dangers of this broken world, but I'm sure that you won't easily make a move here. Lu Yin sneered, just because I won't easily make a move doesn't mean I won't. That's why I told you the secret in exchange for you not making a move against me in the broken world. That's not enough. Then what do you want? I remember you mentioned Tian-K before. Xing-Ju said, Tian-K is the greatest secret of my consciousness universe. I won't tell you. Previously, he had only mentioned Tian Quebec. At that time, he was sure that he could escape and that Lu Yin would die with Yu Sang Tian in the realm of Tian. However, he wasn't so sure now. This human wasn't just powerful, but he was also very sinister. Such a person wouldn't die so easily. Thus, he naturally couldn't reveal the secret of Tian Quebec. Lu Yin moved his arm. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? Xing-Ju was apprehensive and retreated deeper into the broken world. Human, don't make a move in this broken world. Otherwise, both you and I will die. Lu Yin raised his hand and pointed out. A finger force entered the broken world and shattered a rock. Just as he made his move, Xing-Ju retreated. The rock shattered, but there was no movement in the broken world. Human, don't do meaningless things. If it was so easy to see the broken world, your spiritualized universe wouldn't have fought for so long. Lu Yin sighed, since that's the case, let's make a bet. Let's see who can walk out alive. After speaking, he entered the broken world again. This time, he didn't hesitate and released his consciousness towards Xing-Ju. He didn't believe that no matter how dangerous this broken world was, it wouldn't be able to kill him here. At his current cultivation level, if he didn't even dare to touch a broken world, what was the point? Among the known living beings in the universe, only those in the eternal life realm could surpass him. As for the rest, even Yu Sang Tian, who was at the peak of Ku adversity realm, would have trouble dealing with him and might not be able to keep him here. He didn't believe that an eternal life realm expert would appear in this broken world. Xing-Ju was shocked. Human, you're courting death. His consciousness covered the broken world and crashed down. Xing-Ju was suppressed by Lu Yin's consciousness. At the same time, the ground of the broken world cracked open, and all the gray rocks in the surroundings smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually shattered the rocks and appeared in front of Xing-Ju in one step, grabbing at him. At this moment, he felt a chill on his back as a terrifying danger descended. Lu Yin turned around and saw a square rock flying through the void towards his face. Lu Yin grabbed Xing-Ju with one hand and struck the rock with the other. Bang! The void shattered and distorted, turning into cracks that extended in all directions and devoured everything. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Was this the power of a living being's limit? There was a cracking sound as the rock cracked open. At this moment, another square rock flew over. Many square rocks flew over from all directions and surrounded Lu Yin. Lu Yin suppressed Xing-Ju with one hand while his other hand was covered with Palm Realm battle force. He waved his hand, and the void paused for a moment. Then, all the rocks shattered, and the shock wave produced a terrifying power that lit up this corner of the universe. Xing-Ju was shocked. What kind of power was this? Was he still human? Xing-Ju could feel the danger brought by those square rocks. Every one of them could destroy the void and create an absolute dark universe that could devour consciousness. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3688. With dozens of cubes attacking at the same time, Lu Yin was certain that aside from Yu Sang Tian and Emperor Wu Huang, the rest of the spiritualized universe would not be able to withstand it. They would be severely injured in an instant, and it would be difficult for them to even escape. This was the terror of this broken world. It was no wonder that the Spirit Prime had died without a sound. Such a terrifying attack had been destroyed by this human with a single hand. You must be Yu Sang Tian in disguise. Xingjue couldn't help but suspect. At this moment, he suspected that Yu Sang Tian knew that the Earth realm was a trap and deliberately disguised himself as another person. The Yu Sang Tian they knew was fake, so this person didn't tell them his name. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn, and a starry sky appeared in his heart as he pushed Xingju into the hell of appointment platform. He wanted to leave the broken world. However, cubes of stone appeared around him once more and attacked him. He pushed out with a single palm, and with a bang, his divine battle force combined with limitless strength instantly destroyed all the cubes of stone. The limits of a life form's strength were not enough to harm him. Even if dozens of life forms were at the same level as Emperor Wu Huang's sealed sky foundation, they would still be pushed aside. The cubes of stone appeared once more in front of Lu Yin and ruthlessly attacked him. This time, there was only one, but Lu Yin's expression changed slightly as the power had increased. He struck out with his palm and collided with the stone, causing it to shatter. In an instant, another stone pierced through the shattered stone and struck Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin frowned as the shock wave caused the stone to shatter once more. Another stone appeared, one after another. Each stone was stronger than the previous one, as if they had absorbed the previous shock wave. When the 20th stone arrived, Lu Yin felt a power that completely surpassed the limits of a life form. It was as if he could see Emperor Wu Huang using sealed sky foundation to unleash a shocking attack. Unfortunately, this attack was still unable to defeat him. The stone shattered, and another stone appeared. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There were more. He didn't know how many more stones there were. 30. 50. Or more than 100. The power could not be limitless, and this universe could not withstand it. With a bang, Lu Yin's body was pushed back, and he used the force of the stones to leave the broken world. When he looked around, the broken world returned to normal, just like when he had first entered. The ground was still the same ground, and the stones were still gray and devoid of any luster. It was deathly still. Just as he had guessed, no matter how powerful this broken world was, it would not be able to threaten him. He had yet to use the 9 heavens transformations. However, if the number of stones was truly infinite, then there was no way any creature could withstand it. But that was impossible. Lu Yin took a deep look at the broken world before turning to leave, returning to the boundless boundary. Not long after Lu Yin left, a consciousness life form arrived, circled around, and then left. In the Earth realm, an old voice rang out, "Where is the reset?" "Almost at the Earth realm." A pleasant voice replied. It was a woman's voice. According to the time, restart should have already reached the Earth realm. Yu Sang Tian is stalling for time. What is he waiting for? Where are the other human arcs? The confirmed ones are all heading our way. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. We'll be able to get rid of the top human experts in one fell swoop, especially Yu Sang Tian. His boulder's foundation is too much of a threat to us. Of course. We've sacrificed a lot for this plan. Why don't you take the initiative to transform into your human form? The old voice suddenly questioned the last person who spoke. There's no need. Once Yu Sang Tian dies, humanity will become a thing of the past. It's not that easy, the pleasant female voice said. There's one more thing, the old voice said in a low tone, Xingjue is missing. Xingjue. What happened? He encountered a strong human enemy. Impossible. With Xingjue's cautiousness, unless he encountered Yu Sang Tian, he wouldn't be defeated. He could still escape. Even the boundless boundary couldn't stop him. It's this arcs. Then, an image of the boundless boundary appeared in the void. It's an unfamiliar arcs. I've never seen it before. It seems that a new super expert has appeared in the spiritualized universe. This person can take down Xingjue. His strength is not below the boundless boundary. The old voice said, he must be stronger than the boundless boundary. Are you sure? The pleasant female voice was surprised. Then, she thought of something, only you have seen the person in the mirror, the nightmare among humans. So, based on this, you infer that this human strength is at Yu Sang Tian's level? That's right, the old voice replied. For a moment, the earth realm was silent. One Yu Sang Tian was already troublesome for the consciousness universe. Now, there was a second expert at the same level. How could they deal with it? Can our plan deal with two Yu Sang Tians at the same time? It's not easy. Then, this person must be dealt with immediately. Who will do it? The earth realm made a soft sound like a stone being thrown into a lake. We must deal with this person and leave the trap to Yu Sang Tian. Everyone, this is our chance. If we succeed, we can kill the spiritualized universe. Then, let's do it quickly. The boundless boundary. After Lu Yin returned, he stopped and didn't move forward. Xingjue was pushed into the hell of the general appointment platform. After a few days, he was released. There was nothing special about him. Consciousness lifeforms didn't have emotions. Even if their past experiences were repeated, they wouldn't bring too much pain. They were completely different from humans. Lu Yin had always been the nemesis of many people with his various methods. As for consciousness lifeforms, they might be the nemesis of the hell of the general appointment platform. Are you Yu Sang Tian in disguise? Xingjue stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sized him up. Do you want to die? No, Xingjue said bluntly. Lu Yin smiled. You only have one chance to buy your own life. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. Xingjue didn't speak. His consciousness surged, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something. Lu Yin slowly said, no one can save you, and don't expect me to keep my promise. The only thing you can do is take a gamble. If you win, I'll take you to the spiritualized universe. Just like Wu Wei, if you lose, you'll die. Choose one. Xingjue thought about it. I'm willing to join your spiritualized universe and work for you. You know how valuable a consciousness life form is. So, you're willing to take the gamble. The heavenly tower is under the tree. Every consciousness life form had a different encounter when they entered the heavenly tower. Lu Yin knew about Wu Wei and Hua Moni's encounters, and now, he knew about his own from Xingjue. Not long after, Xingjue finished. Lu Yin asked, that's all. What else do you want to know? Just ask. I'll tell you everything I know. I said that I'll give you a chance to buy your own life. There's only one chance. Unfortunately, you missed it. With that, Lu Yin released the space in his heart, including Xingjue's consciousness. Xingjue was furious. You lied to me again. The heavenly tower is the greatest secret of the consciousness universe. I already told you. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. But you didn't tell me about the trap in the earth realm. Xingjue couldn't believe it. How did you know? Suddenly, he felt his consciousness fading away. He looked at Lu Yin's back and saw the consciousness planet rotating. Absorb consciousness. You can absorb our consciousness. How is that possible? Who are you? You're the greatest enemy of the consciousness universe. Let me go. I don't want to die. Who are you? Xingjue's voice gradually faded. If he had told Lu Yin about the trap in the earth realm, Lu Yin might not have been able to deal with him. A consciousness life form that sincerely joined the earth realm was indeed valuable, even if it was just bait. Unfortunately, consciousness life forms couldn't be trusted. Xingjue still hoped that the consciousness life form would be able to kill them and let him escape. At the crucial moment, the consciousness life form would only betray them. Since that was the case, he might as well increase his own consciousness. Although Xingjue had used up a lot of his consciousness during the battle, what remained was still at the starry sky level. The absorption caused Lu Yin's consciousness to surge. When he opened his eyes, the void visibly collapsed. This scene shocked everyone on the limitless star. Lu Yin hadn't done anything, but the surrounding space had become much heavier. The consciousness universe cultivated consciousness, and this place was filled with consciousness life forms that could cultivate their own consciousness. Only consciousness could sense it. Lu Yin's consciousness surged and suppressed the sky, appearing like a mountain. Lu Yin now had 3 consciousnesses at the star realm and several others. In a one-on-one battle, whether it was the 13 celestial phenomenon or Yu Sang Tian, it would be difficult for them to surpass him in terms of consciousness level. Once his consciousnesses completely merged, he might become the strongest of the 3 universes. If he absorbed more consciousnesses, it was possible for his consciousness to surge. Lu Yin exhaled and retracted his consciousness. He looked forward and really wanted to compete with Yu Sang Tian's Boulder's foundation. He wanted to see if this consciousness nemesis could suppress him. Your consciousness is the strongest of all the life forms I've seen, the progenitor sighed and walked out from behind. Lu Yin said, I'll give Yu Sang Tian a surprise. The progenitor reminded him, the surprise will also expose you. When that happens, you'll become the greatest enemy of the consciousness and spiritualized universes. To the consciousness universe, Lu Yin's existence was its natural enemy. As long as he didn't die, the consciousness universe would be absorbed sooner or later. To the spiritualized universes, Lu Yin's ability to infinitely increase his consciousness was too terrifying. The more consciousnesses he absorbed, the more terrifying it would be. Who could stop a powerhouse with limitless consciousnesses? Lu Yin's threat was even greater than the consciousness universes, which was something they didn't want to see. Thus, Lu Yin's consciousness was both a blade and a sin. Fortunately, as long as Lu Yin didn't release his consciousness, no one would be able to tell. There's no other way. This is a shortcut to surpassing Yu Sang Tian, Lu Yin said. The progenitor sighed, it's been hard on you, Zhu Zi, to put all the pressure on you. Lu Yin smiled, without you, I wouldn't have been able to reach this step. Senior, I'll go into seclusion for a few days to get used to my consciousness. The progenitor nodded. Lu Yin went to a secluded corner of the boundless expanse and raised his hand to summon his die. He wanted to roll 4 pips and enter the time-stop space to integrate his consciousness. He also wanted to roll 6 pips, especially 6 pips. He now had the confidence to roll the die and search for the 13 celestial phenomena. He wanted to see what the trap of Earth was. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3689. Hua Mani did not know, as his mission had been to intentionally allow himself to be captured. In order to prevent Yu Sang Tian from seeing through him, Hua Mani had been kept in the dark as well. However, the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the consciousness universe should know. Xingju knew as well, but this person did not say anything. Lu Yin still believed in the memories that he had seen, and there was no need for Xingju to say anything. Furthermore, whether or not this route had been purposely given to him by Yu Sang Tian made Lu Yin uneasy, and he urgently needed more information. The dice slowly came to a stop. Roll 1 meant that something useless would fall out. Roll 3 meant that he could upgrade external items. As his cultivation increased, external items would become less useful. Roll 4, time-stop space. Lu Yin rested for a year in the time-stop space, absorbing Xingju's consciousness and fusing it with his consciousness planet and 9 skies shift, allowing him to fully control it. If he encountered another expert like Xingju, he might not be able to withstand the great sky-carving disc. Wu Wei, Hua Mani, and Xingju were no longer his opponents. In terms of consciousness, the only one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators with unfathomable consciousness was Old Head. He was also the powerhouse that Yu Sang Tian feared the most. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin returned to reality and continued to roll his die. Roll 6, very successful. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and his consciousness appeared in a dark space. All he could see were balls of light. This was the consciousness universe, and he could see countless balls of light, but most of them were dim. It was impossible for him to find a ball of light that matched his own. Even the balls that represented the 13 celestial phenomenon were somewhat dim. There was none here, and Lu Yin used his consciousness to travel through the dark space and continue his search. Nothing, still nothing. Lu Yin traveled through the dark space for a long time, and he finally saw a ball of light that was approaching him. It had to be a cosmic realm consciousness life form, and he hurriedly rushed over to merge with it. Lu Yin opened his eyes. That's right, he opened his eyes. He merged with a consciousness life form that was in human form. Through Hua Mani's memories, Lu Yin knew that most of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were in human form. It was more convenient to fight against the spiritualized universe. The consciousness life form that he had merged with was one of the 13, Gui Shaoqing. This name came from a spiritualized cultivator who had died at Gui Shaoqing's hands. Gui Shaoqing had taken this name, saying that it suited the spiritualized cultivators. At this moment, Gui Shaoqing was heading towards the boundless border. Memories continued to pour into Lu Yin's mind, and he knew that Xingju's death had stimulated the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. They had originally been waiting at the Earth realm to ambush and kill Yu Sang Tian, but because of Lu Yin, they had been forced to leave and deal with Wu Jiang first. And to deal with the boundless realms, it wasn't a direct attack, but an endless path. Lu Yin hadn't expected them to deal with Wu Jiang in such a manner. In the Tianyuan universe, He Wuxian had used the endless path to delay Wu Jiang's participation in the Battle of Primeval City. Now, in order to prevent Wu Jiang from participating in their ambush of Yu Sang Tian, Old Chief and the other consciousness life forms also planned to use the endless path to delay Wu Jiang. What a coincidence, or rather, this was a very widespread use of consciousness life forms. The stronger the consciousness, the stronger the endless path. At this moment, a total of 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators appeared and attacked Wu Jiang with 5 starry sky-level consciousnesses. This was to ensure that Wu Jiang couldn't get close to the Earth of Will. Logically speaking, they should be able to do it. Even though Lu Yin, the primogenitor, and the others were strong, they couldn't surpass 5 starry sky-level consciousnesses. As long as they launched a sneak attack, Wu Jiang wouldn't be able to break through the endless path. By the time Wu Jiang finally broke through the endless path, some time would have passed. During that time, their battle with Yu Sang Tian would have ended. This way, they could avoid losses from fighting Wu Jiang and raise Yu Sang Tian's vigilance. They could also prevent Wu Jiang from participating in the ambush, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This was actually what he wanted as well. He didn't want Wu Jiang to participate in the Battle of the Earth of Will. He had no intention of participating in it in the first place, and using the endless path was a good way to escape. He hadn't expected that dealing with Xingju would have such an advantage. It seemed that Yu Sang Tian hadn't intentionally given him that route. 1 or 2 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators couldn't possibly deal with Wu Jiang. At most, they would only attract the attention of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Yu Sang Tian probably didn't think that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would waste time on Wu Jiang. Wait, Lu Yin suddenly turned back to look at the Earth of Will. Yu Sang Tian had expected that the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators wouldn't attack Wu Jiang. Similarly, Lu Yin had also expected that such a powerful Wu Jiang participating in the battle of the Earth of Will would be detrimental to the universe of consciousness. In that case, had the old chief and the others left the Earth of Will as well? If that was the case, then that route might have been deliberately arranged to expose Wu Jiang's strength and make the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators wary of him. If the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators left the Earth of Will, then could it be that Yu Sang Tian had never intended to start a war with the Earth of Will? His goal was to lure out the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, but what was his true goal? Right, the heavenly imperial court. The premise of this conjecture was that Yu Sang Tian knew that the Earth of Will was a trap. Would he know? Or could it be that whether he knew or not, this was his method, the most reliable method to enter the heavenly imperial court? Compared to fighting the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, luring them out of the Earth of Will would definitely be easier. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had guessed that Yu Sang Tian wanted to kill his way into the Earth of Will for the sake of the heavenly imperial court, which made sense. If Lu Yin were in Yu Sang Tian's shoes, he would have used the same method to enter the heavenly imperial court and obtain what he wanted. Whether or not he would start a war would depend on the outcome of the battle. It might also depend on the decisions of the Nine Firmaments universe. Yu Sang Tian didn't have the final say on whether or not the universe of consciousness would be reactivated. His grand attack on the universe of consciousness might very well be a pretense. Everyone had been fooled. Lu Yin was increasingly convinced of his conjecture, and his eyes flashed. Regardless of whether his guess was right or not, since the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had appeared, this was his chance. If this wasn't Yu Sang Tian's scheme, then it would be a great advantage for him. If it was, then he would have to see who was faster. Just as he was about to exit the fusion, Lu Yin's gaze suddenly changed. He saw memories of the heavenly imperial court and a familiar figure. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had to be recognized by the heavenly imperial court. Otherwise, even cosmic lifeforms couldn't be called the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Every sentient lifeform had a different experience in the heavenly imperial court. Lu Yin had seen what had happened to Hua Mani and Wu Wei, and now, he had also seen what had happened to Gue Shaoqing. Compared to Hua Mani and Wu Wei, what Gue Shaoqing saw in the heavenly imperial court left Lu Yin in disbelief. He actually saw the great desolate scorching sky beast. Gue Shaoqing saw all sorts of astral beasts in the heavenly imperial court. Sometimes, he would look down at the sky and watch the astral beasts develop, kill, and evolve. Sometimes, he would become a star. The astral beasts would fight with the astral beasts and compete for resources. He had experienced countless battles and seen the vicissitudes of time. One of them was the great desolate scorching sky beast. The great desolate scorching sky beast was an astral beast in the Tianyuan universe. It had been the ruler of the universe ever since Hun Ji had left. It was only when the progenitor and eternity had joined forces to kill the strongest beast that the human era had begun. The great desolate scorching sky beast had never appeared in the spiritualized universe. In the heavenly imperial court, Lu Yin had also confirmed through Hua Mani and Wu Wei's memories that it had never appeared before. Then where had the great desolate scorching sky beast in the heavenly imperial court come from? It wasn't real, but rather a remnant memory or consciousness. It was like a broken world, but it wasn't a broken world. It could allow those who entered the heavenly imperial court to experience something, just like the memories of the universe. But this was the heavenly imperial court, so where did the memories of the Tianyuan universe come from? Gue Shaoqing had actually seen the great desolate scorching sky beast, which was something that Lu Yin had never expected. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin's control over Gue Shaoqing's body froze, and his eyes flickered. Was that Hun Ji? What's wrong? An old voice came from the old leader. Gue Shaoqing's sudden stop attracted the attention of the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Lu Yin wasn't worried about being seen through. If it had been when he had just left the Tianyuan universe, then his consciousness might have been seen through, but it was impossible now. His consciousness was stronger than most of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, and could even be considered the strongest. Nothing, I just thought of a possibility. What possibility? The old leader asked. Gue Shaoqing said, do you think that the Yusang sky in the reboot is really Yusang sky? The old leader and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at each other in astonishment. They were all in human form, and there were even women among them who were extremely beautiful. It's impossible for a peak powerhouse to appear in the spiritualized universe for no reason. How could he not have been here before? Gue Shaoqing asked, raising Xing Ju's guess. The old leader said, don't worry, Yusang Sky is on the reboot battleship. As for this powerhouse that suddenly appeared, we don't need to know who he is for now. Once we deal with Yusang Sky, we'll find the people we planted in the spiritualized universe and ask them. We don't want to ask now because we don't want to complicate matters. Gue Shaoqing nodded, let's go. The 5 celestial phenomenon cultivators continued towards the boundless universe. Lu Yin had already exited the fusion, and his consciousness returned to his body. He found the primogenitor and told him what had happened. The primogenitor asked, what do you want to do? I want to go to the earth realm and enter the heavenly imperial palace. Lu Yin was certain that if he had been interested in the heavenly imperial palace before because of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators and Yusang Sky, then now it was because of Gue Shaoqing's memories. The heavenly imperial palace actually contained the memories of Hun Ji and the great desolate scorching sky beast. How could the Tianyuan universe's memories be in the heavenly imperial palace? He had to get to the bottom of this. The primogenitor nodded, all right, be careful. Don't fight Yusang Sky head-on if you encounter him. Lu Yin left the primogenitor to deal with the boundless universe. With the primogenitor and the other experts of the boundless universe, even the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would not be able to kill them easily. Moreover, they only wanted to use the boundless universe to stall for time. Compared to the threat of the boundless universe, Yusang Sky was more important. Lu Yin avoided the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators' path and circled towards the earth realm. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3690. Several days later, the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon powerhouses arrived and looked at the huge boundless in the distance. We've never seen this battleship before, but it might be a trump card of the spiritualized universe. Everyone, attack. The endless path used one's consciousness to extend another's. Once this path appeared, it would be very difficult to break through. The Hui ancestor had been able to break through because He Wuxian's consciousness wasn't that strong and hadn't reached the level of transcendence. Now, with the old chief and the other powerhouses attacking, Lu Yin could only break through if he was in boundless and joined forces with the progenitor and the others. This was even after he had absorbed Xing Ju's consciousness. Now that Lu Yin had left, boundless could only stay in place, unable to move. On the other side, Lu Yin also saw the realm of Earth. The realm of Earth was the most secretive place in the consciousness universe, the place where the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses hid. It was a piece of land shrouded in moonlight, the mottled shadows of trees swaying in the wind, and white dandelion seeds scattered in the sky. It was beautiful and quiet. The winding path extended for an unknown distance, and yellow flowers grew on both sides. Even further away, there was a waterfall, a mountain range, a crescent moon, white clouds, and specks of starlight. The wind brought about the chirping of cicadas, and under the stream, fish jumped, splashing water onto the grass, making it seem even greener. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like the realm of earth. It was more like a paradise. However, this place was the earth of intent realm. It was also the only broken world that had color. Only the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses could enter. Lu Yin looked at the realm of earth from afar. From Wu Wei's memories, he knew that Yu Sang Tian had almost found the realm of earth. During that battle, the 513 celestial phenomenon powerhouses had surrounded Yu Sang Tian, not to kill him, but to give the realm of earth time to migrate. The realm of earth wasn't fixed, and once it was found, it would migrate. This was the only broken world that could be migrated on its own accord. At this moment, there was another 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouse in the realm of earth named Frostblade. He was recognized as an existence second only to the old chief, and the other 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses recognized his status in terms of age and consciousness strength. This was also the reason why Frostblade could oversee the realm of earth. Lu Yin could enter the realm of earth, but to enter the heavenly imperial court, he had to overcome Frostblade. This battle wouldn't be easy. Even if he believes that the strength of his consciousness is stronger than Frostblade, but in the way of using consciousness, each of the 13 celestial phenomenon has its own strengths. Hua Mani's fear of Frostblade affected Lu Yin, and he started thinking about how to enter. If Yu Sang Tian really used Boundless to lure the 13 heavenly phenomenon away, he would also be thinking about how to deal with Frostblade at this moment. Just as he was thinking of this, in the distance, a huge shadow smashed into the earth intent realm at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Miao Wu Huang. In the distance, Miao Wu Huang was being thrown into the earth realm by a terrifying force. He couldn't even turn around. Seeing that he was being thrown into the earth realm, he couldn't help but curse, "Yu Sang Tian, you despicable bastard." Boom! Even though the earth intent realm was huge, Miao Wu Huang's power wasn't weak either. Especially since this was a broken world, once it was shaken, the entire broken world would be shaken. However, there was no danger in this broken world. It was just that the scenery was too beautiful. Miao Wu Huang smashed into the ground, shaking the earth realm and attracting Frostblade's attention. Shuang Dao was a burly man with a long blade in his hand. He stood up abruptly and looked in Miao Wu Huang's direction. The restarting battleship hadn't reached the earth realm yet, and Old Head and the rest had left. Miao Wu Huang rubbed his hands. He stood up and looked around. Other than the beautiful scenery, there was nothing else. Not far away, there was a stream. Fish jumped out of the water and splashed onto him. He looked outside the earth realm. In that direction, there was a pair of eyes staring at him with deterrence and killing intent. Miao Wu Huang wanted to say something but couldn't. At this time, a majestic consciousness whizzed over. The sound of thunder instantly changed the scenery of the earth realm, bringing with it a strong killing intent. Spiritualized universe, damn you. Miao Wu Huang gritted his teeth. The consciousness said, "You're the one who wants to die. I, Miao Wu Huang, will kill you." Shuang Dao's eyes widened. Miao Wu Huang. So it was him. Miao Wu Huang's name resounded throughout the consciousness and spiritualized universes. In the spiritualized universe, he was the 8-star dark spirit that everyone wanted to kill. In the consciousness universe, he was also the Dooku AI expert that the 13 celestial phenomenon wanted to kill. Good timing. Shuang Dao shouted. He had wanted to fight Miao Wu Huang for a long time. Consciousness beings took the initiative to turn into human form. Although they had no emotions, they had the will to fight. Shuang Dao was the strongest. The consciousness pressed down. Miao Wu Huang didn't want to fight, but Yu Sang Tian forced him to lure Shuang Dao away. There must be something that he didn't want to know. He could only fight Shuang Dao, but only for a short while. He didn't want to be surrounded by the 13 celestial phenomenon. The earth cracked. The moonlight was covered. The sky was turned upside down. Under the consciousness, Miao Wu Huang resisted. He roared at the sky. A black light beam shot up from below, breaking the void. A figure jumped down from the stars. In his hand, a sharp blade slashed at Miao Wu Huang. Miao Wu Huang raised his claws. Black gravity covered his claws and clashed with the blade. Pang! A loud sound spread. Miao Wu Huang was pressed into the ground. This blade didn't just slash at his body, but also at his consciousness. Miao Wu Huang's pupils dilated. He clenched his claws and threw the blade away. The huge force pushed Shuang Dao away. He opened his mouth and spat out a black light beam. It pierced through the void and destroyed it. Shuang Dao narrowly avoided it. He swept past the black light beam and slashed, blade sky snow. The blade slashed down. Snowflakes filled the sky and froze Miao Wu Huang. The blade followed the snowflakes and slashed down again, reflecting the cold light. Outside of Earth, Lu Yin was shocked. What a powerful consciousness-type battle technique. This was no longer just a method of application. It was similar to Wu Wei's God's Sword. This attack could freeze a person's consciousness, and it could stop Miao Wu Huang's thoughts. Any consciousness would have been killed instantly. The two had only fought for an instant, but it was enough to bury an ordinary powerhouse. Shuang Dao was indeed a consciousness-type life form. Even Miao Wu Huang was suppressed by his blade. On the other side, Yu Sang Tian didn't even look at the battle. He headed towards the depths of Earth. Lu Yin stepped forward, wanting to enter as well. However, he couldn't be too fast. He had to avoid Yu Sang Tian. If he was detected, he might not be able to enter Tian Tower. Frost Knife's blade slashed down and cut the frozen Miao Wu Huang in half. However, there was no blood spilling out. Only a mirror shattered. World's Edge Mirror. Miao Wu Huang's cultivation of sequence rules had reached the level of a deified sequence power. With this move, he could escape from the spiritualized universe if he wanted to. It was difficult to catch him. Not far away, Miao Wu Huang panted, looking at Shuang Dao with lingering fear. This guy's consciousness was so strong that even he couldn't withstand that attack. Shuang Dao turned around and looked at Miao Wu Huang. "Why are you here?" Miao Wu Huang rolled his eyes. "Then I'll leave. I'll leave." He turned to run. Shuang Dao froze and attacked with his consciousness. Running? How could it be so easy? He hadn't noticed that Yu Sang Tian had already entered Earth. To the consciousness-type lifeforms, Yu Sang Tian shouldn't have known that there was a trap in Earth, and he definitely wouldn't have thought that the 13 Celestials would deal with Wu Jiang. They had the initiative, but in reality, the initiative was just a passive one given to them by Yu Sang Tian. Miao Wu Huang had already completed his mission and was about to use the World's Edge Mirror to escape. Shuang Dao's consciousness couldn't stop him. However, something unexpected happened. The World's Edge Mirror shattered. Miao Wu Huang was stunned. He could withstand Shuang Dao's consciousness, but he couldn't break the World's Edge Mirror. What had truly shattered the mirror was a gust of wind from a finger. He turned to look in a certain direction, where he vaguely saw a familiar figure pass by. It was Lu Yin, yet another shameless bastard. Behind him, Shuang Dao slashed at him again. Miao Wu Huang could only grit his teeth and resist. The World's Edge Mirror had been shattered twice, wasting too many particles. It wouldn't be easy to use it again. Those two bastards were definitely up to something in Earth, using him as bait. No, he couldn't let them get away with it. If it was only Yu Sang Tian using him as bait, he could only accept it. Now that Lu Yin was involved, he didn't hesitate to betray them. Shuang Dao, someone slipped in. Shuang Dao looked towards the depths of earth and his expression changed. Not good. He gave up on Miao Wu Huang and headed deeper. Miao Wu Huang panted heavily. He had wanted to leave, but after some thought, he decided to follow. There would definitely be great benefits there, and he had to take a share. He was the most virtuous person in the 3 universes. The wind blew past the catkins and brushed through the grass, stopping in front of a large tree and knocking on the door of a thatched cottage. The cottage was surrounded by a fence, and it was quiet and secluded. Lu Yin arrived outside the cottage in a single step, then took another step into the cottage without hesitation. Inside this thatched cottage was the heavenly imperial court. No one would have thought that the greatest secret of the consciousness universe was this cottage. Even if an outsider entered the earth realm, they wouldn't have thought of it. Lu Yin had relied on Wu Wei and Hua Moni's memories to find out, but he was curious as to how Yu Sang Tian had found out. Yu Sang Tian had also charged into the cottage without hesitation, so he must have known beforehand that this was Tian Tower. As he stepped into the cottage, he was greeted by a dim light. Gray air flowed around him, and occasionally, cloud-shaped objects floated by. Lu Yin felt like he had entered space, but it wasn't space. He frowned. This was not what Wu Wei and the others remembered. Wu Wei, Hua Mani, Gui Shaoqing, and the others had appeared at the bottom of the cliff as soon as they had entered the cottage. They had looked up at the faintly discernible palace on the cliff. It seemed close, but it was impossible to reach. Why had he appeared here? Where was Yu Sang Tian? Where was he? The gray air flowed around his finger, and his surroundings instantly changed. It was as if countless memories had appeared that did not belong to him, but they also seemed to belong to him. He saw the chaos of the universe, the passage of time, the destruction of planets, and the origin of life. These memories were so profound that he felt like he was hallucinating. Who was he? What had he experienced? For a moment, he couldn't differentiate between illusion and reality. Lu Yin waved a hand and shook off the gray air, his eyes filled with apprehension. For him to be unable to differentiate between illusion and reality meant that this gray air was not as simple as a memory. Even if it was a memory, whose memory was it? Was it someone? A creature? Or a universe? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3691. Gui Shaoqing saw the great desolate skyfire beast in chaos. Those were creatures from the Tianyuan universe, so how could they be here? A gray stream floated past him, and Lu Yin raised a hand to touch it, but then stopped. He looked around and saw that the darkness was boundless. It felt like rolling possession into a dark space, but it was also different. Consciousness lifeforms had appeared directly below the precipice, so why hadn't he? Was it because he wasn't from the consciousness universe? As he thought about it, a karma spiral appeared at his fingertips. With a wave of his hand, the karma spiral shot towards the gray stream. He wanted to see what kind of karma existed here. If there were memories, then there would be karma, and he wanted to know who this karma belonged to. The karma spiral pierced through the gray stream in the blink of an eye, scattering it before spreading out in all directions. Lu Yin twisted the karma and continued to release it. Suddenly, the scene before him changed again, and he appeared under an unfamiliar starry sky. He saw a young man with a handsome face and bright eyes. He had a unique temperament and was aloof from the mortal world. He seemed so bright under the dark sky, so unapproachable. He was clearly just a young man. When he saw this young man, Lu Yin, or rather, Yi Tiang's memories, also saw the karma in the young man's hands. Karma danced in the young man's hands, and it was very cheerful. Lu Yin did not know how to describe his feelings. This person was very young, probably around his age, and he had also grasped the way of karma. The smile on his face was relaxed, as if there was nothing in the world that could trouble him. Karma danced at his fingertips, and Lu Yin seemed to hear some sort of laughter. Lu Yin did not know why, but at that moment, he felt complicated emotions. Was he jealous? Perhaps he was not jealous of this young man's control of karma, but rather of that smile. It was a smile that had seen all the beauty in the world. That purity was something that Lu Yin did not possess. That smile was even more dazzling than the light. It was enough to sting any cultivator. The most precious thing in the world was not a powerful battle technique, nor was it comprehending any power that could allow one to step into eternal life. Instead, it was beauty. The world's beauty had always been there. Darkness covered the universe, but it could not cover up that beauty. That beauty was truly enviable. Liu Shaoxian had once enjoyed that beauty as well. He had a carefree smile and eaten to his heart's content. He had the closest family, the best brothers, the most beloved woman, and the strongest cultivation talent. He had possessed all the beauty in the world. It was only at this moment that Lu Yin realized that he wanted to return to those simple days of the past. He wanted to be like this young man, who could fill karma with laughter. Unfortunately, he could no longer go back. Liu Shaoxian was Liu Shaoxian, and Lu Yin was Lu Yin. Liu Xiaoxuan's beautiful memories were just memories, while Lu Yin was reality. He was born as Liu Shaoxian, carefree and carefree. He would continue to be Lu Yin, tempering himself in reality. What he pursued was still Liu Xiaoxuan's freedom. This beauty would never be exchanged for another lifetime. Who would protect his family and friends? Who would protect the Tian Yuan cosmos? Who would protect humanity? Who would protect humanity? Who would protect his family and friends? Someone had to be sacrificed. What this young man had obtained was built upon sacrifices. He had seen the beauty of the world and comprehended the Tao of karma at such a young age. How enviable! Time passed, and Lu Yin felt as if he had been watching that young man all this time. He watched as that young man had also experienced hardships, hesitation, and the separation between life and death. In the end, that smile had disappeared. The envious smile became an eternal memory, but it would never appear again. Was it Lu Yin himself who was watching that young man, or was it the universe that was watching him? He watched as that young man became older, and that smile disappeared from his eyes for a very long time. He also watched as that young man's cultivation of the Tao of karma became more and more profound, enlightening Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know where that person was now, but he was certain that this person had been born far before him. If this person was still alive, then his control of the Tao of karma was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. After an unknown number of years, Lu Yin felt as if he had experienced those years, but it also felt as if they had not happened at all. He became increasingly unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. On this day, he heard that young man, that middle-aged man, use karma to cover the sky. Karma phenomenon. Endless karma filled the sky, and Lu Yin was shocked. This karma far surpassed his own. Compared to his heavenly Tao of karma, this karma phenomenon could easily cover and crush everything. At that moment, something unexpected happened to the karma phenomenon. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and looked up at the sky. Who's obstructing me? The voice came from Lu Yin's side, but it was not him. What a pity! What a pity! Who are you? What's so pitiful about it? The middle-aged man clutched his chest, his face pale as he looked up at the sky. It was obvious that he was shocked at this moment, as if no one should be able to spy on him or even destroy his karma phenomenon. Your path has gone astray. What a pity. I thought that I would be able to give birth to a companion through that beauty. What a pity, what a pity. Who is it? The middle-aged man attacked, shaking the heavens and earth as he unleashed a world-shaking attack. Lu Yin could clearly see that this attack surpassed all the powerhouses that he knew of. It was difficult to estimate just how strong this person's cultivation was. However, his vision changed again, and the middle-aged man disappeared. Lu Yin saw another person, this one a young man. However, compared to the previous person's smile, this young man's gaze was deeper. Lu Yin could see a shadow of himself in this young man. This young man had also comprehended the Tao of karma, but he was still far from Lu Yin's level. Lu Yin did not see beauty in this person, but rather darkness. This young man had too many hidden things in his eyes, and he thought of himself. Was he the same in other people's eyes? This time, the memory did not observe him for a long period of time. Instead, it gave him pointers. It did not give him pointers on the Tao of karma. Instead, it gave him pointers on the young man's mindset, heart, and yearning for the beauty of the universe. It seemed that this memory believed that beauty was the path to the future. This pointers caused the young man to scoff, and Lu Yin to feel disdain. Was this memory pure or ignorant? When a person was born in this world, other than the first few years of ignorance where they could do as they pleased, once they gained some understanding, they would not be able to do as they pleased. Beauty was only temporary, and eternal beauty would forever remain a fantasy. Humans had to see reality clearly. Actually, being born was already the most beautiful thing in the world. Battles, killing, separation, and a cruel past were enough to completely change a person. If one did not want to change, then they would have to be a madman. The memory's pointers had completely failed. What a pity. You could have had a beautiful future and become my companion. You would not have been so lonely. What a pity, what a pity. The young man now seemed to have aged. He knelt in the sky and begged, I can't do it. I can't be as beautiful as you think. I can't change myself. Please give me another chance. I want to be your disciple. I have great talent and will definitely succeed. Please. The memory's voice did not reply. No matter how the young man begged, 1 day, 10 days, 100 days, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the voice remained indifferent. You don't know anything, the young man shouted, pointing at the sky. Can you change my fate? You want me to feel beauty and have a pure heart. Why? What about my enemies? What about my hatred? Can you change human greed? You can't do anything, but you want me to change. You're playing with me. I won't give in. You. The memory changed, and Lu Yin saw a group of giant beasts galloping through the sky, constantly destroying the stars. Because he was a human, did the memories he saw first have to do with humans? Lu Yin guessed that seeing the giant beasts now meant that humans no longer had any memories related to karma. Could these memories be like the river of time in the mirage domain, where one could see the past with any kind of power? If that was the case, then would this be a different kind of river of time? But what was with that voice? Did the universe itself have a consciousness? It was not impossible, as this was the universe of consciousness, and it could also belong to a certain creature. If it was the latter, then the heavenly imperial court was similar to the river of time. In that case, could the river of time also be a creature's memories? As he thought about this, he saw an astral beast comprehending karma. The memory's voice seemed to want to find a companion, and it began to give guidance. However, his guidance still failed. Humans were greedy, and astral beasts also had their instincts and greed. Even if a creature could live forever, it was difficult to change their instincts. If a person stepped into eternal life, would they no longer have any emotions? Not necessarily. Perhaps after entering eternal life, there would be even more emotions, but no one knew. The memory's voice failed again and again, and it felt like the passage of time was constantly flowing. Lu Yin was exhausted, as he had never thought that the universe would have so many beings who had comprehended the way of karma. Although this number was almost non-existent compared to all other cultivators, each experience was a long one, and it left him physically and mentally exhausted. The memory's voice was also tired. The memory changed again, and this time, Lu Yin saw a blade of grass that was crisp and green. It sparkled under the splashes of water, and it was very cute. It reminded him of a young sapling that was so pure. It seemed that the memory's voice had given up on living beings and instead chose plants, as it believed that plants were not too tied down and would be very beautiful. However, the plant had also failed. It had no emotions and yearned for beauty, but it had also lost its understanding of what was bad. Karma was a cause, and without that darkness, how could there be light? Lu Yin looked forward to it again and again, but he also failed again and again. After countless years, he finally returned to the heavenly imperial court. Gray had just flowed past his eyes, and the karma spirals had shot out in all directions. It was as if all the memories related to karma had disappeared. Lu Yin sighed. If his guess was correct, then he released his consciousness. Although Lu Yin had experienced countless years in the memory, only an instant had passed in the outside world. At the same time, Frostblade rushed into the cottage. Then, Miao Wu Huang also rushed into the hut. He did not know what was inside, but he was prepared to escape at any time. After rushing into the cottage, he appeared in a dark space just like Lu Yin, but he did not see Lu Yin, Yu Sang Tian, or Frostblade. Behind him, a large gray stream swept past, and he opened his mouth to fire his cannon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3692. The beam of gravity swept past, attempting to penetrate the starry sky. However, the next moment, his body moved and appeared in a foreign space. Just as he was about to look around, an indescribable chill descended upon him, causing his scalp to go numb. He looked up and gaped. What the F***ck? The universe's stars were collapsing, and his body was shattering. His organs were shaking and being squeezed. Miao Wu Huang knew this feeling very well. It was the pressure of gravity. How was this possible? Who could have such terrifying gravity to suppress him? He was Miao Wu Huang, a powerhouse second only to Yu Sang Tian. He was unparalleled in the Tao of gravity, and no one had ever surpassed him. However, in this foreign space, he, and even the universe itself, was being suppressed by gravity. The universe was about to be destroyed, planets were shattered, celestial bodies were annihilated, and the void was collapsing. Everything was being crushed by gravity. Miao Wu Huang roared, unleashing his gravitational force, only to be flattened in the blink of an eye. There was no comparison. His resistance was futile. He felt his body being crushed into powder. He was going to die, he was really going to die. There's no need for this. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Miao Wu Huang's consciousness fainted, but he didn't know who had said it. On the other side, Lu Yin released his consciousness, causing his surroundings to change. His body became weightless as he fell, but when he steadied himself, he looked around and found himself in a familiar place. Wu Wei, Hua Mani, and the others remembered this place with 13 celestial bodies. This was a precipice that seemed to be tens of thousands of meters high. To cultivators, this height was meaningless, as any cultivator could flatten it. However, here, cultivators were no different from ordinary people, as they couldn't climb up. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw a palace above the precipice. It was faintly discernible, and it seemed to be surrounded by celestial energy. It was unreachable. Even with his current cultivation, he felt that it was difficult to climb. He tried to climb up the precipice, but it was as smooth as a mirror. His cultivation was useless here, and he couldn't climb it at all. He was on the ground, and the palace was in the sky. He knew that this was probably just a memory. If it was real, he would have tried to use the overturning heaven palm. In Wu Wei and the others' memories, as long as one stood here, they would quickly bear some sort of experience. Wu Wei's sort of heaven had come from this memory, and Gue Shaoqing's memories of the great desolate sky beast and chaos had also come from here. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away. Lu Yin looked over and raised an eyebrow. Frostblade. The person who came was Frostblade. As a consciousness life form, he came here after entering Etion, Quebec. When Lu Yin saw Frostblade, Frostblade also saw Lu Yin. Who are you? Frostblade asked loudly. He knew almost all the masters of the spiritualized universe. This person could enter Etion Tower while he was fighting with Miao Huang. He was definitely a master of the same level, but he had no impression of this person. Lu Yin's lips curled up. It's not too late to run now. Frostblade stared at Lu Yin and suddenly remembered something. His face darkened. You're the expert who killed Xingju. His appearance was coarse, but that was a form he took on willingly. Those who could cultivate 13 celestial phenomenon were not stupid. For example, he could tolerate Miao Huang rushing into the heavenly imperial palace without stopping him. He was in a hurry to stop others from entering because the consciousness universe could withstand the loss of Miao Huang entering the heavenly imperial palace, but it could not withstand the loss of others, especially Yu Sang Tian. He was in a hurry to come in because he wanted to confirm who had entered Etion, Quebec. It could be said that he had analyzed the pros and cons in a very short time, so it was normal for him to guess Lu Yin's identity. Lu Yin sized him up. If you don't want to run, then stay. With that, he stepped forward and grabbed Frostblade. Frostblade did not know how strong Lu Yin was. He raised his blade and slashed. Arrogant. Xingju was good at survival, but he was good at killing. It was different. He did not know how desperate Xingju was when facing Lu Yin. With a loud bang, Lu Yin's palm hit the blade. Snowflakes filled the sky as Dao Tianxue fell. However, it did not affect Lu Yin at all. His consciousness was stronger than Frostblade's. His palm went along the blade and grabbed the back of the blade. His huge strength turned the blade around and slashed back under Frostblade's incredulous gaze. Elegant sun and moon. The blade tore through his skin, and a trace of blood flowed down Frostblade's neck. He retreated by a hair's breadth and was almost beheaded. He had been careless. He did not expect Lu Yin to not only block Dao Tianxue's attack but also use his strength to snatch the blade. In just an instant, he was completely defeated. He was on a completely different level from Miao Huang. Lu Yin gave him the feeling that he was facing Yu Sang Tian. This human was extremely strong. Frostblade kept retreating as his consciousness bombarded him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he stepped forward to parallel time. He instantly penetrated Frostblade's consciousness, and his right hand reached out to grab Frostblade's neck. Frostblade saw through the parallel time and suddenly roared. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks, flabbergasted. Frostblade used his consciousness to forcefully attack Lu Yin's. Even though Lu Yin's consciousness was stronger than Frostblade's, Frostblade did not want to destroy Lu Yin's consciousness. Instead, he used a single point to forcefully confuse Lu Yin's consciousness, causing it to pause for a moment and misunderstand everything around him. It was only for a moment, but this method of using consciousness reflected Frostblade's characteristics. It was completely different from Xingju and Huamani. Frostblade used the moment of confusion to retreat again, his figure quickly disappearing. He did not dare to face Lu Yin directly. This was a monster comparable to Yu Sang Tian. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack, boundless memories suddenly descended. He stopped in his tracks as the process of inheriting memories began. Only by inheriting memories could one become one of the 13 celestials. Wu Wei, Huamani, and the others had all experienced this, but Lu Yin wanted to know what memories he could see. The universe was still very mysterious, and there was more than one universe that had appeared. Since Yi Tianke could bestow memories of the Tian Yuan universe, would it have memories of other universes as well? Soon, Lu Yin saw the memories. This was a special civilization, or rather, a special life form. Their form, actions, and way of life were completely different from humans, and they could not cultivate. They were a very ordinary life form that could form a civilization. Lu Yin did not know why Yi Tianke's memories were targeting them. Time had passed, and this civilization had been targeted for a very long time. Lu Yin was already numb to it. Fortunately, he had experienced the process of inheriting memories too many times. His Dai's 6 pips fused into someone else's body to inherit memories, and he was already very familiar with the process. Even if his consciousness had not reached the cosmic realm, he could still inherit memories. Soon, Lu Yin moved and turned to look at the palace on the precipice. He had inherited memories, so he should be considered one of the 13 celestials in the consciousness universe. Even if the title was just a title, it was still only a title. Over the years, there had been no lack of sentient life forms that had failed and disappeared forever. Unfortunately, the memories he inherited did not contain any valuable information. They were just a group of life forms that continued to reproduce. They survived and developed their own civilization. At this moment, Lu Yin suddenly felt that these memories might really be the memories of the universe. Otherwise, who would be so bored as to watch a group of ordinary life forms develop? The scene before him changed again, and Lu Yin knew that he was about to be pushed out of Yi Tianke. Wu Wei and the others were the same. They had been pushed out of Yi Tianke after inheriting the memories. Of course, they could enter again, but they had to go through the process. Around him, space changed, and Lu Yin saw the door to the cottage and the tree outside. He also saw a pair of large eyes staring at him in disbelief. Miao Wuhuang. He had not expected to see Miao Wuhuang squatting there in a daze as soon as he was pushed out of Yi Tianke. Had he just gotten up from the ground? Behind Miao Wuhuang, a majestic consciousness whizzed over. It was the old head, the others, and Frostblade. Frostblade had notified them the moment he had seen Miao Wuhuang. Old Head and the others had hurried back after using Endless Path on Miao Wuhuang, but they had still been too late. Yu Sang Tian had already entered. Lu Yin didn't know why Yu Sang Tian was so concerned about Tian Ke, but he seemed to understand Tian Quebec. Lu Yin stood at the entrance of the cottage while Miao Wuhuang squatted. The old head and the others saw them from afar and their consciousnesses descended, pressing down on Lu Yin and Miao Wuhuang. Miao Wuhuang was still shocked by Lu Yin's sudden appearance. He looked back and was shocked. I'm going to die again. They're all enemies. He subconsciously wanted to charge into Yi Tianke, but he was met with a kick. Lu Yin kicked Miao Wuhuang's head. Go lure them away. Miao Wuhuang reacted quickly, allowing Lu Yin to kick him in the head. His skull cracked, but he grabbed Lu Yin's leg in the nick of time. Don't leave me behind, big bro, ancestor. Lu Yin frowned and was about to exert more force. Miao Wuhuang shouted, I've seen the Toad clan before, they're terrifying. I'll tell you everything, I'll tell you everything. Lu Yin looked up and blasted Miao Wuhuang with his consciousness, knocking him unconscious. This was the combined attack of several celestial phenomenon powerhouses. Lu Yin also swayed and dragged Miao Wu Huang into Yi Tianke. This scene shocked the old head and the others. This person had actually withstood their terrifying consciousness attacks. Who was he? Everything happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to react. Frostblade was the first to come out of the cottage, followed by Miao Wu Huang and Lu Yin. When Lu Yin came out, the old head and the others were rushing over. Everything happened in an instant, and other than Miao Wu Huang, who spoke a few words, no one else was able to communicate. Seeing Lu Yin bring Miao Wu Huang back to the cottage, the old head and the others entered the courtyard and landed under a tree. Frostblade was not far away. Frostblade's neck was still bleeding, and he was panting heavily. It was obvious that he had been through a battle, and there was still lingering fear in his eyes. He had a meticulousness that didn't match his appearance, and the battle with Lu Yin had made him deeply understand what it meant to be suppressed and defeated. Who is that person? Old Head looked at Frostblade and asked. The rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses looked at Frostblade. He hadn't been far from Lu Yin, but he hadn't attacked, which had made them unhappy. At this moment, they looked at Frostblade seriously and found that his face was pale. Frostblade looked at the old head. Did you succeed? Of course, the old head replied. Frostblade was bitter. You definitely succeeded, but you also failed. What do you mean? The old head suddenly reacted and blurted out, is that the mysterious expert we're trying to delay? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3693. Shuang Dao nodded and sighed heavily. I fought with this person for a few rounds and was completely suppressed. I couldn't fight back at all. If I didn't escape fast enough, I would have died. He looked at Old Head. Strength, consciousness, time, battle instincts, everything was suppressed by this person. He is definitely at Yu Sang Tian's level. These words made Old Head and the others' faces turn gloomy. They left the realm of Earth because they were afraid of this mysterious expert. They thought they had succeeded, but it was just a diversion. This person purposely lured us out and came to Tian, Quebec. But how did he know about Tian K? A lady spoke. She had a pleasant voice and was very crisp. Gue Xiaoqing asked, the other one is Miao Wu Huang, right? Why is he here? Shuang Dao shook his head. Miao Wu Huang suddenly came and lured me away. Other than that mysterious expert, there should be someone else who went in. I don't know who it is. Yu Sang Tian. The only celestial phenomenon who didn't take the initiative to turn into a human spoke. He was called Yu Yi. He used to be arrogant and thought that the trap in Earth realm was enough to bury Yu Sang Tian, so he didn't take the initiative to turn into a human. But now, this arrogance was much less. They didn't take the initiative. On the contrary, they were used because of this. Old Head looked at the thatched hut. How did Yu Sang Tian know that they went out? How did he find Tian K? Why did the mysterious expert come to Tian K? They were being used, and the prerequisite was to know their whereabouts. Xingjue's disappearance was the start. How did the spiritualized universe take the initiative? The only possibility was that there was a traitor among them. What do we do now? Yu Sang Tian should have avoided the trap and entered Tian, Quebec. Let's wait here for him to come out. One of the 13 celestial phenomenon said. Old Head's gaze was gloomy. We can't wait. Let's go in. The most valuable thing in Tian K is the palace on the cliff. They probably want to enter the palace. We have tried for so many years and failed. Entering the palace is not that easy. We will wait at the cliff and kill whoever comes, including Yu Sang Tian. Since he was sure that there was a traitor among them, how could he be passive? It was very likely that Yu Sang Tian already knew about the trap, so why would he step into it? There was no point in waiting, so he might as well take a gamble. The most important thing was that they had tried all these years to get close to the palace, but they were unable to do so. If Yu Sang Tian could get close, they could also take the opportunity to enter, and no one knew what they would get in the end. Based on what he knew, there might be a path to immortality in that palace. If he could achieve eternal life, spiritualized universes and consciousness universes would be nothing more than fleeting clouds. He would be able to make a comeback in an instant. Currently, there were 613 heavenly phenomenon ascendants in the consciousness universe. They had all entered the heavenly imperial palace and were about to surround and kill everyone who entered. 613 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts. Even if they encountered Yu Sang Tian, they would still be able to kill him. This was originally one of the traps. Initial evolution. At the same time, Mia Wu Huang was looking around in the Yi Tian palace. Where did that immoral bastard go? Wasn't he the one who dragged her in? Entering the heavenly imperial palace, the two of them were automatically separated. This result made Mia Wu Huang both happy and worried. He didn't know what had happened before the gravity crushed him and he fainted. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yin and a few 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts chasing after him. That consciousness was too terrifying. He had no choice but to enter and avoid being surrounded by 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts. But what was going on here? This time, he didn't dare to act rashly. He looked around and didn't even dare to turn his head, afraid that he would see or experience something else. He would rather be threatened by Lu Yin than be alone. He was most worried that Lu Yin and Yu Sang Tian would abandon him and leave him to face 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly phenomenon experts alone. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt, but he didn't dare to move. How many years had it been since he'd felt this aggrieved? A gray energy streak passed and wrapped around his arm. He then saw memories of all sorts of vicissitudes. On the other side, Lu Yin hadn't expected to be separated from Mia Wu Huang either. He could choose to save Mia Wu Huang, but it wasn't a bad thing to learn about the toads. He was growing more and more curious about the star toads. The star toads were too weak, pitifully weak. They were clearly at the bitter adversity realm, but they lacked the power to do so. It gave Lu Yin the feeling that they had been passively raised to the bitter adversity realm. This feeling led to a guess: did the star toads cultivate on their own? Could it be that this race could passively reach a certain level? Although this conjecture was inconceivable, it was still a possibility no matter how inconceivable it was. Could there be creatures in the universe that could reach the bitter adversity realm as long as they were alive? Impossible. Normal people knew that this was impossible. Otherwise, it would be beyond common sense. Lu Yin believed that even an eternal realm expert like Grandmaster Grass would find it inconceivable. No matter how powerful the ninth firmament universe was, it was impossible for such a creature to exist. The ninth firmament universe was one of the most powerful universes Lu Yin had ever seen. Even Qing Xian of the insectoid nest could only reach this level, and that was only because she had an eternal realm expert like the immortal master backing her. The real reason for Lu Yin's guess was that the star toads were toads. There should be many toads, and they could change color. Sometimes, the mysteries of the cultivation world could be found in the habits of the most ordinary creatures. Even if a person cultivated to the eternal realm, they could not escape their human nature. The same was true for other creatures. Yi Tian's memories had placed his hopes on the plants, but unfortunately, the plants had failed because of their own habits. If there really was a race of star toads, then it would be an extremely terrifying matter. Miao Wu Huang could give him an answer, but Miao Wu Huang was separated from him. Looking at the darkness around him, Lu Yin did not know what to do. He had seen countless memories here, and he could feel the passage of time. The only way out was to send out his consciousness and appear at the bottom of the cliff, where he could leave. However, Old Chief and the others had arrived. If he were them, he would definitely gather at the bottom of the cliff and kill anyone who went there. As long as the cliff was the only way out of the Yi-Tian Quebec, Lu Yin did not go to the bottom of the cliff. He had guessed that Old Chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators would surround and kill him, but the cliff still welcomed someone, Yu Sang Tian. Old Chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators entered the Yi-Tian K and appeared at the bottom of the cliff. They spread out in 6 different directions, ready to attack at any time. Not long after, Yu Sang Tian appeared. The moment he appeared at the bottom of the cliff, he suddenly looked in one direction, where Old Chief was. "Attack!" Old Chief barked. His consciousness distorted in the void, transforming into chains that sealed off the area. Yu Sang Tian frowned and took out Boulder's foundation to crush the consciousness. As it rotated, the chains formed by his consciousness were all torn apart. "You're all courting death." 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked from all directions. Frost Blade faced Blade Sky Snow, but the blade did not completely descend. Instead, it froze in the void, perpendicular to the ice. Yu Sang Tian had become wary of Lu Yin, and it was best to stay away from such an expert. Behind Yu Sang Tian was Gue Shaoqing. Gue Shaoqing's consciousness surged, transforming into a ripple that charged towards Yu Sang Tian's back. Consciousnesses appeared from other directions as well. Yu Sang Tian slammed his palm onto Boulder's foundation. His heart was like a boulder, capable of changing the universe. The consciousnesses around him instantly scattered, and Yu Sang Tian attacked Old Chief with his other hand, parting the clouds. Old Chief's expression changed, and he pointed out, condensing a sword in the void, Azure Sword. The great sky-split disc above Yu Sang Tian's head smashed down. Boom! The Azure Sword was shattered by the clouds, and Yu Sang Tian took a step back. Old Chief's consciousness was extremely powerful, and if not for his Boulder's foundation, he would not have been able to withstand it. 613 celestial phenomenon cultivators had surpassed the previous battle. The great sky-split disc descended, and Yu Sang Tian pushed his Boulder's foundation against it. Yu Sang Tian flung out his robes, burning the heavens and destroying the earth. He charged towards Gue Shaoqing, his body flickering. His aura increased with each flicker. Gue Shaoqing's eyes narrowed, and an indescribable coldness enveloped him. The shadow of death descended. He gritted his teeth, and his consciousness condensed into an astral beast. It was chaos. Chaos opened its mouth, and his consciousness completely retracted before attacking Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian blasted out with his palm, but before he could complete his attack, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators in the corner started bleeding from his 7 orifices. Success, he controlled chaos for an instant. And in that instant, the consciousness of chaos slammed into Yu Sang Tian's body. Yu Sang Tian's eyes went slack. This attack didn't attack his physical body, but his consciousness. When the consciousness slammed into Yu Sang Tian would subconsciously resist it. Gue Shaoqing's goal wasn't to destroy Yu Sang Tian's consciousness, but to create a momentary blankness in Yu Sang Tian's body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a frost blade appeared, slashing towards Yu Sang Tian's back. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators appeared at the same time, and with a flick of their fingers, they pierced towards the back of Yu Sang Tian's head. 613 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked at the same time. Even with his Boulder's foundation, Yu Sang Tian found it hard to resist. However, Dao Tian Shui missed. The woman's finger pierced through Yu Sang Tian's body, and her expression drastically changed. "Where is he?" "Behind." Old Chief shouted. Yu Sang Tian's body distorted, as though he was an illusion, formless and formless. Bang! Bang! The frost blade and the woman's 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were sent flying at the same time. Boom! Old Chief shouted. All the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators attacked at the same time, and their consciousnesses completely covered the precipice. But this attack was blocked by the boulder's foundation. Yu Sang Tian's gaze was cold. The boulder's foundation was ranked third in the spiritualized universe, and it was the nemesis of consciousnesses. It was almost invincible in his hands, and no consciousnesses could break through it. So what if you have 613 celestial phenomenon cultivators? Today, I will kill all of you. After he finished speaking, he faced Yu Yi with a single palm. Among the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators present, he was the only one who hadn't attacked. Yu Yi didn't take any form. In Yu Sang Tian's eyes, his form wasn't important. What was important was to kill him. "Old Chief!" Yu Yi exclaimed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3694. The old man's expression darkened. "Shiwen, how long are you going to hide?" Shiwen was the woman with 13 celestial phenomenon. When she heard the old man's words, her face paled. She raised her hand and pointed once more, this time with a sword. "Sword of the firmament." The old man raised his hand at the same time. "Sword of the firmament." Two streaks of sword intent shot towards Yu Sang Tian from both sides. Yu Sang Tian's expression changed. He didn't care about a single sword intent, but two at the same time posed a threat to him. This was no ordinary battle technique. A battle technique that used one's consciousness to drive the sword intent was similar to the battle technique that Lu Yin had learned from Wu Wei. It was called the Sword of the Firmament, and the two streaks of sword intent in front of him came from the same source. Yu Sang Tian's robe swept towards the two streaks of sword intent, but it was pierced through and dissipated at the same time. The old man looked up. Great Unity Lock. As soon as he spoke, the consciousness that filled the void suddenly trembled. Yu Sang Tian's body swayed, and his pupils dilated once more. There was deep shock in his eyes, he couldn't block it. What kind of consciousness battle technique was this? Now's the time. The other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators all acted. The boulder's foundation suddenly descended and floated above Yu Sang Tian, blocking all of the consciousness attacks. Although it trembled continuously, it protected Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian looked up at the old man. "You've hidden your strength well." The old man took a deep breath. "Yu Sang Tian, it's time to end today." He then fully released his consciousness for the first time. As the oldest consciousness life form in the consciousness universe, no one knew how terrifying the old man's consciousness was. Today, they all saw it for themselves. It was close to the strength of 3 or even 4 cosmic realm consciousnesses. This consciousness overturned the boulder's foundation and shocked Gui Shaoqing, Frostblade, and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators. The strength of the old man's consciousness had exceeded his expectations. The old man's consciousness could stand at Yu Sang Tian's level, and he was now using his full strength. World lock. A loud voice reverberated through the precipice. The old man faced Yu Sang Tian and pressed down with both palms. It was as though there was an invisible lock that locked down the void, locked down time, and locked down the external perception of all living creatures. The other 13 celestial phenomenon ascendants had never seen this move before, just like how they didn't know that Shiwen had the Kangang sword. In this battle, they had used all their hidden techniques to kill Yu Sang Tian. Under the heaven and earth lock, the old head was confident that even Yu Sang Tian's eternal thought would be useless. The boulder foundation was lifted. Yu Sang Tian looked up. The feeling of being sealed was infinitely close. His consciousness, thoughts, wisdom, and cognition were all sealed in an instant. This was not a method used to cross the bitter adversity. This was the method of the eternal life realm. A ray of brilliance illuminated the precipice like an eternally inextinguishable resplendence. It broke through the darkness from bottom to top, penetrating the vault of heaven and the void. In the end, it turned into fireworks and scattered, illuminating the faces of the old chief and the others. The heaven and earth lock was broken. Yu Sang Tian stood in place and looked up at the fireworks. Don't you think it's beautiful? The most beautiful light shines in the darkest place. The old chief stared blankly at Yu Sang Tian. You? Yu Sang Tian turned to look at the old chief and smiled. Good technique. It's very close to the power of the eternal life realm, but it doesn't belong to the eternal life realm after all. I admit that you are qualified to fight me, but you underestimate the boulder foundation and eternal thought. That ray of brilliance came from eternal thought and also from the convergence of the boulder foundation's endless and majestic sequence particles. Stars move, only the boulder foundation remains unshakable. Seas turn into mulberry fields, only eternity remains unchangeable. Yu Sang Tian had it all. Regardless of the wind and rain of heaven and earth, eternal thought. Wasn't this also a method of the eternal life realm? Looking at the shocked expressions of the old chief and the others, Yu Sang Tian was about to make a move. Suddenly, memories flooded in. The old chief's eyes widened and he immediately made his move. The celestial sword slashed out, and Yu Sang Tian struck out with his palm. Suddenly, the celestial sword disappeared and pierced through Yu Sang Tian's palm, piercing into his body. Yu Yi made his move. This was his method of using consciousness. Unlike the other celestial phenomenon cultivators who constantly condensed their consciousnesses, he constantly thinned them to create an absolute control space. Within this space, he could bring about some changes. For example, he could accelerate the celestial sword to the point where Yu Sang Tian couldn't react in time. Although it wasn't a killing technique, it could be used in conjunction with any of the celestial phenomenon cultivators. It was an indispensable part of the trap to kill Yu Sang Tian. This part was useful. This was also the reason why he was so arrogant. If it weren't for the memories, Yu Sang Tian wouldn't have any flaws. This flaw wasn't created by the celestial phenomenon cultivators, but by the heavenly imperial court. After being struck, the old chief yelled, "Attack!" Yu Sang Tian felt dizzy. He could bear the memories, but it wasn't easy. His consciousness wasn't below the old chief's, but it wasn't at Lu Yin's level either. Seeing the celestial phenomenon cultivators surround him, he raised his hand, and the brilliance appeared once more. The old chief and the others hurriedly dodged. None of them wanted to die under a thought. 5 celestial phenomenon cultivators had once tried to kill Yu Sang Tian, and 2 of them had died under a thought. This scene had left a deep impression on them. However, Yu Sang Tian's attack wasn't aimed at them, but at the precipice. The brilliance was like a shooting star, constantly approaching the precipice. The old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators subconsciously looked over, but they couldn't get close to the precipice. The surrounding precipice was as smooth as a mirror, and it was difficult to climb. The higher the precipice, the more it was like a mirror. It was no longer a problem of climbing, but rather, they couldn't touch it. It was as if it was infinitely far away from them. It wasn't just space, but also time. Even if the brilliance was truly a thought, unless Yu Sang Tian himself reached the eternal realm, he wouldn't be able to get close to the precipice. However, the result was unexpected. The brilliance of a thought struck the precipice. Although it was still some distance away from the palace, it really did hit the precipice. This was something the old chief and the others had tried for countless years, but to no avail. But now, Yu Sang Tian had done it. At this moment, they didn't make a move. They all looked at the precipice. Over there, as a thought struck, ripples appeared in the void. Then, it was torn apart, revealing a group of people. A group of people who were originally smiling, but their smiles gradually froze. On the other hand, the old chief and the others looked at the precipice as if they had seen a ghost. How could there be people there? Yu Sang Tian's expression was calm. He wasn't surprised. A voice came from the precipice. Hey, 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 what's going on? Why were you seen? Are you kidding? Didn't you say that you wouldn't be seen? That's what my grandfather said too. What was that just now? What a beautiful brilliance. Beautiful. Try touching it. I guarantee that you'll die immediately. How do you know? Why don't you see who shot out that brilliance? You know him. Humph, the discussion of the group woke the old chief up. They even forgot about Yu Sang Tian. They stared blankly at the precipice. Who is it? This scene was too shocking and too strange. It was as if the world had suddenly become unfamiliar. The world that they knew was just a toy in the eyes of others. How could they accept this? How many years had it been? How many powerful consciousness beings had entered Heavenly Imperial Palace but couldn't climb the precipice? Now, a group of people had appeared on the precipice and looked at them as if they were looking at a joke. They still couldn't see that group of people. What was their past? What was their past experience? The old chief had entered Heavenly Imperial Palace countless times and tried to climb the precipice. How many people had seen this scene? Those people were very young. It was impossible that they were stronger than him. But what was going on? On the precipice, at the front of the group of people was a woman. Her face was cold and beautiful. When they were exposed, she stared at Yu Sang Tian. A mere inferior being who had been blessed had exposed them. So what if he was the inferior god? This position was always reserved for people from the spiritualized universe, whether it was this person or someone else. The ninth heaven universe was already dissatisfied with this person, but this person still dared to expose their existence. But how did this person do it? Why did he know the secret of Heavenly Imperial Palace? Why did he have the ability to expose their existence? According to the records, above and below the precipice were two different worlds. Even the inferior god couldn't cross over. How did he do it? Below the cliff, Yu Sang Tian was also looking at the woman. He had never seen her before, but since she was able to appear here, her background was definitely not simple. She looked down on the spiritualized universe, which was perfect. Now that she had been exposed, she would have to bear a great sin. Looking at the woman's hateful gaze, Yu Sang Tian slowly retreated. The old chief turned to look for Yu Sang Tian. He wanted to know where these people came from and what was going on with Heavenly Imperial Palace. The secret belonged to the consciousness universe. Why did it seem like it didn't belong to them at all? But Yu Sang Tian had already left. Who are you people? Frostblade shouted and looked at the precipice. On the precipice, the group of people laughed and talked. They didn't know how serious the exposure was, but they didn't need to bear the responsibility. They had followed along to gain experience. Only the woman at the front would bear the responsibility. The woman looked below the precipice and ignored them. They were just consciousness beings. If it wasn't for the superior god's order, the consciousness universe would have ceased to exist. Originally, they could have stayed and watched a good show. Now that they were exposed, the only fun was gone. The woman looked at the opposite side. There was more than one side of the cliff, but it was surrounded by an arc-old head and the others could only see the woman's side, but the woman could see another group of people. That group of people was led by a man, and they looked at her with ridicule and schadenfreude. The woman narrowed her eyes and suddenly attacked. The void was distorted and rippled, spreading to the other side of the precipice. The man's expression changed. "You're crazy." "Humph, if you want to see, let's see together." The woman sneered. The man gritted his teeth. "Crazy woman." As his voice fell, the precipice opened like a curtain, exposing them. The old chief and the others stared blankly. There was another group of people. One day, when the sky in the eyes of ordinary people was torn apart, revealing a pair of eyes, that person's understanding of the world would completely collapse. No matter how high the old chief and the others' cultivation was, at this moment, their understanding of the world collapsed. They stared blankly at the two groups of people on the precipice, like ants looking up at the sky. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3695. Who the hell are you? Shuang Dao shouted. His consciousness turned into a blade and slashed at the cliff. Gue Shaoqing and Shiwen both made their moves, especially Shiwen, whose Zhongcang sword was even faster than the saber. Although the precipice was close at hand, it was actually far away. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't touch it. Fake. Everything was fake. It was Yu Sang Tian's trick. Lan Huifeng muttered to himself and looked at the cliff. It's all fake. The old leader stared at the people on the cliff. Their eyes were full of mockery and ridicule. They looked at them as if they were ants. Was it real? It was useless. They tried too many times, but they couldn't touch the cliff. It was the top of the sky. There seemed to be a distance, but in fact, there was no distance. How did Yu Sang Tian touch it? On the cliff, the young people laughed. Look at these bodies of consciousness. They are so stupid. This is not something they can touch. Don't underestimate them. If you and I weren't here, you wouldn't be able to resist at all. They can make you faint with just one consciousness. We will surpass them sooner or later. We are not on the same level as them. The leading woman stared at the bottom and turned to walk toward the palace. Follow them. The young people laughed at the bottom of the cliff and followed closely. There was also a group of young people on the opposite side. They were exposed in the eyes of the old leader. Like the young people who led the woman, they looked down on the old leader and the other consciousness beings. Although it's exposed, it's also a kind of fun, isn't it? A woman laughed. Her words were full of arrogance. Someone next to her said, I really want to catch two of them back. The power of consciousness is also something we can cultivate. It's not easy to cultivate consciousness. I advise you not to underestimate these bodies of consciousness. If you know who they are fighting. Oh. Who? Yu Sang Tian. The leading man's voice resounded on the cliff. Most of the young people were surprised. Yu Sang Tian. The spiritualized god of defense of the universe? It's him. No wonder he could hit the cliff. I was wondering why he looked familiar. I've seen the statue of the god of defense. Since he is the god of defense, he should listen to the Jiu Shao universe. Why did he break the cliff? This Yu Sang Tian is as uncontrollable as the rumors say. I heard that the god of defense of the moon cliff has been dissatisfied with him. Not only is the god of defense, even the god of defense is dissatisfied. It's good to make him disappear. The man in the lead frowned. Although Yu Sang Tian had been bestowed with grace, he was still a top-notch expert. He had once defeated Ru Shi, who was also a lesser god of defense, causing the Ru family to have no choice but to hand over the Ru family's true scripture to protect themselves. This kind of expert was not easy to deal with, unless a superior god of defense acted. How? This should not be something that a cultivator from the spiritualized universe should know. Moreover, he had actually touched the precipice and created a second path. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to the other side of the cliff. The woman was walking closer to the palace, and she was also looking at him. They had once looked down on the world like these young people. Even if their cultivation was low, they still looked down on spiritualized universes and consciousness universes. But the more they cultivated, the more they realized that being high up wasn't something one was born with. It wasn't based on one's position, but on one's own strength. For Yu Sang Tian, even though he was looking up from below, he was still looking down on them. He hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. Above and below the cliff were two different worlds. No matter how Frostblade and the others shouted, no one on the cliff answered. No matter how they attacked, they couldn't touch the cliff. They could only watch as the two groups of people walked toward the palace, the place they had yearned for countless years. They had thought that these two were the top powerhouses of their universes, second only to the eternal realm and Yu Sang Tian. But now, their understanding was shattered. Other than the old chief and Yu Sang Tian, there was another person who saw this scene, Lu Yin. After Lu Yin brought Miao Wuhuang back to the heavenly imperial palace, he didn't dare to let his consciousness leave his body in case the old chief and the others attacked him at the bottom of the cliff. He had no choice but to find another way out. At first, he used his strength to attack, and he saw many memories related to strength. It felt like he was fishing in the river of time, and it made him more and more suspicious of whether the river of time was time or memories. Through his strength, he also saw memories related to Hunji. However, he only saw Hunji's shadow from afar, and the memories disappeared. He didn't know if the owner of the heavenly imperial palace wasn't interested in Hunji, or if the memories had completely disappeared. Immortal wood romance. He also saw the great desolate scorching sky beast's memories, but he couldn't tell which universe it was in. This was because Hunji's time had greatly changed compared to the current Tian Yuan universe. The existence of humans had changed the universe, and the constant war with the Eternals had changed the universe. The Tian Yuan universe of that era had been desolate, just like the astral beast domain that had been magnified countless times. Using his strength, Lu Yin saw many memories, and he tried using other methods to see if he could see any memories. When Lu Yin used his flowing light, he happened to see this scene at the bottom of the cliff. He saw one thought eternal, and he saw the person at the top of the cliff. This wasn't a memory, but something that was actually happening. Lu Yin hadn't expected to see this scene through a similar power. He didn't see Yu Sang Tian, and he only saw the direction one thought eternal had attacked. However, he recognized one thought eternal. He had also been to the bottom of the cliff. He hadn't expected that there would be someone at the top of the cliff. It had to be someone from the Nine Firmaments universe. The Nine Firmaments universe really did control the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, but the two universes weren't clear as there was a veil covering them. Now, this veil had been torn apart by Yu Sang Tian, completely shattering the consciousness lifeform's knowledge. The Nine Firmaments universe led directly to the heavenly imperial palace, so were there any more secrets there? Lu Yin's heart sank. The Nine Firmaments universe was too powerful, and they couldn't breathe under the pressure. Old Chief and the others had seen those mocking gazes, and Lu Yin had seen them as well. Those gazes weren't just directed at the consciousness lifeforms, but also at the spiritualized universe and the Tianyuan universe. Behind the three universes was the Nine Firmaments universe, and the Eternals had Fengbua as their subordinate. The Eternals had appeared on behalf of the Eternals and schemed against the sect above heaven. The spiritualized universe wasn't just the spiritualized universe, but also the nine firmaments universe. The truth behind the spiritualized universe was that the spiritualized liquid had been stolen. The greatest secret of the consciousness universe, the heavenly imperial palace, was even more of a joke. The nine firmaments universe's hand had always been enveloping them. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen the truth, but now that he had, he found it hard to breathe. How should he put it? Luin suddenly felt very grateful to the Eternals. He had once thought that he had reached the peak, but when he saw the 6 zones of calamity, his understanding of the universe had been overturned. He hadn't given up at that moment, and he had even faced the spiritualized universe. He hadn't given up when he had faced this colossus, and now that he had seen the truth of the nine firmaments universe, he would never give up. A person's heart had to be tempered time and time again to become stronger. He wasn't the kind of person who was born fearless, but he could become that kind of person. What Luin wanted to do the most right now was to keep a close eye on Yu Sang Tian and wait for him to use one thought of eternity again. With that, he could climb the cliff. This might be the only way to get close to the palace. But it wouldn't be easy. How could he keep a close eye on Yu Sang Tian? The only way was to keep shooting out streams of light, and when he saw one thought of eternity again, he would immediately appear at the bottom of the cliff. Only then would he have a chance. This kind of opportunity would disappear in the blink of an eye. If he was a step too early, he would be besieged by Old Chief and the others. If he was a step too late, it would truly be too late. Luin didn't dare to be careless, and he kept shooting out streams of light, hoping that he wouldn't see too many time-wasting memories. At the border of the consciousness universe, the gate closed tightly once more after the 7 battleships entered. The next time it opened, the consciousness universe might have already been defeated, or it might usher in an even longer war. No one knew. Outside the gate was a square inch, and the endless darkness couldn't be seen. There was only a dim flickering light that was getting closer and closer. As the light got closer, it was a meteorite that crashed into the gate with a speed comparable to a springboard pushing the battleships. What's that? Be careful. A spiritualized cultivator outside the gate attacked. It was a spiritual prime powerhouse, and he stabbed his spear at the meteorite. Sequence particles covered his body. Boom! A huge tremor shook the heavens as the meteorite crashed through the gate, creating a hole and disappearing into the consciousness universe. The spiritual prime powerhouse that had blocked the attack was reduced to nothingness. Whether it was his body or his weapon, everything was reduced to nothingness. Outside the gate, the spiritualized cultivator stared at the gate in shock. What was that thing? Inside the gate was the starry sky of the consciousness universe. Although the gate's existence had been destroyed, it had slowed down the meteorite's speed. Within the meteorite, an eye opened and looked around with madness and malevolence. Time continued to pass, and Luin continued to see memories. Due to the power of time, he didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been a long time, or it could have been an instant. The memories themselves gave him a vague feeling of time passing. To prevent missing this opportunity, Luin changed to another power, the transformation of the 9 heavens. Yu Sang Tian also had the transformation of the 9 heavens, so he might be able to see something if he used it. If not, he should be able to see Yu Sang Tian using the transformation of the 9 heavens. As his consciousness surged out, Luin forgot that the transformation of the 9 heavens was not his body, but his consciousness. The moment his consciousness left his body, he arrived at the bottom of the cliff. When he looked up, the palace was faintly discernible. 2 groups of people were still walking on the cliff. They seemed to be very close to the palace, but they were actually very far away. More people are coming. Someone on the cliff spoke up, attracting the attention of others. They didn't know how long it would take for them to get close to the palace, and the truth was that they would never reach it. However, they had to walk once, and the process was very boring. In the past, people had taken pleasure in watching consciousness lifeforms try to get close to the cliff. Now, although they had been exposed, it was a different kind of pleasure. On both sides of the cliff, dozens of people looked down, and the youths were filled with anticipation. Don't disappoint us. Fight to your heart's content. Thank you, Brother Mo Si Mi Liang, for the tip. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3696. The discussion grew louder, and someone suggested, "Second brat, let's make a bet on how long this person can last and whether he'll escape, be killed, or surrender to those consciousnesses." What a joke. Even Yu Sang Tian, a lesser god of defense, was defeated. How long can this person last? Why don't we bet on whether or not he's with those consciousnesses? Maybe he's one of them. Yeah, let's make a bet. I'll bet 1 move, and he'll be killed. I'll bet 2 moves. Did you forget how powerful he was when he defeated that blade-wielding celestial phenomenon? Yeah, it's him. I'll bet 5 moves. I'll bet he can't escape. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked down. Finally, there was something fun to be had. The leader of the group looked indifferent. Aside from Yu Sang Tian, no one else in the 2 universes could survive the joint attack of so many celestial phenomenon cultivators. Even if this person had the power to defeat all of them, he was still doomed. Beneath the cliff, Lu Yin was helpless. He had seen too many memories, and he couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion. His brain was starting to fail him, and he had forgotten that the 9 heavens change was consciousness. Boundless consciousnesses crashed down around him as the old chief and the others attacked at the same time. "It's him," Frostblade said. Lu Yin stood where he was and allowed the berserk consciousness to bombard him without moving an inch. In front of him was a flower-grasping horizontal shadow. Wasn't this Hua Money's method of using consciousness? Lu Yin watched as a woman walked out from the flower-grasping shadow and moved through space. She then struck out with a palm. Behind her was Frostblade's Dao Tianxue. From the side, Gue Xiaoqing sent out a consciousness wave while trying to invade Lu Yin's body to suppress his own. Their previous joint attack on Yu Sang Tian had allowed them to become more familiar with each other, and their attacks were much smoother. The old chief was at the back, his fingertips emitting a sharp sword intent that gave Lu Yin a familiar feeling. Was that the firmament sword? So it wasn't just the Wu Wei association. Yu Sang Tian had to use his boulder's foundation to defend himself against the attacks of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. It was unrealistic for Lu Yin to directly suppress 6 of them, but he had an advantage over Yu Sang Tian in one aspect, his consciousness. He had 3 consciousnesses at the cosmic realm, and while he didn't have a boulder's foundation, his own consciousness wasn't easily shaken. Behind him, his consciousness opened the 9 heavens change. A single palm pressed down on the void, shaking the surroundings. Terrifying power shattered the void in an instant, blocking all attacks and turning them into a barrier that would absolutely disappear. Shi Wen's flower-grasping horizontal shadow, Gue Xiaoqing's consciousness fluctuations, Lan Huifeng's consciousness control, and Frostblade's sky snow were all repelled. This was a powerful attack that had been unleashed with absolute strength, and it was completely different from Yu Sang Tian's. Although Yu Sang Tian had absolute strength, he did not rely on it. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had always fought with pure strength, and he was used to this method of attack. Absolute strength tore through the void, creating a vacuum in the middle of the encirclement. From the top of the precipice, one could see that Lu Yin's surroundings were surging with energy, and the encirclement of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had been blocked. Lu Yin had blocked the encirclement head-on. The expressions of the man and woman leading the team changed drastically. How could this be? This person's consciousness was actually able to hold on. And this power. In front of Lu Yin's eyes was a sword that had come from the west. It was the Elder's ashen sword. To Lu Yin, this sword only cut the result, not the process. Since that's the case, I'll give you a result. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Something's not right. He stared at this sword, and it was different from Wu Wei's. As the sword approached, Lu Yin could clearly sense that this was not a sword that cut the result, but rather the process. It was the complete opposite of Wu Wei's ashen sword. At the same time, Shiwen also unleashed a sword that he was familiar with, the ashen sword. Lu Yin retreated step by step as he stared at Shiwen's sword. Something was wrong. This sword did not cut the process or the result. What was this? The two sword intents were clearly the same, but the intent behind them was completely different. These two sword intents were not from Wu Wei's ashen sword, but they came from the same source. Suddenly, Lu Yin's consciousness paused, and his eyes went slack. It was from Lan Huifeng, who had also lost control of Yu Sang Tian's consciousness and caused his thoughts to stop. This time, Lu Yin could not avoid it either. At that moment, the two sword intents descended. Everyone watched this scene, including the youths on the precipice. They could not understand the battle below, but they were inexplicably nervous. They were not worried about Lu Yin, but rather, they hoped that this battle would continue so that they could see more. This was the greed of cultivators. They wanted to see more exciting battles and learn something from them. This included the young man and woman leading the group. Only they could see how terrifying the battle below the precipice was. If they had been in Lu Yin's place, they would have died long ago. Who was that person? Behind Lu Yin, 9 heavens above slashed out. 9 heavens above, first sword. The ashen sword cut the process, not the result. The ashen sword cut the result, not the process. The two sword intents collided, and Shiwen's ashen sword seemed to be attracted by a magnet as it flew towards the two sword intents. The 3 sword intents collided, and an indescribable feeling spread out like ripples, forcing the old chief and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators, including Lu Yin, to retreat. Lu Yin looked at the place where the 3 sword intents collided, and his eyes lit up like never before. He then looked at the old chief and Shiwen with a burning gaze. These were the complete sword intents. He was determined to have all 3 combined. At that moment, Dao Tianxue pressed down, freezing the surroundings as Gue Shaoqing's consciousness attacked. Yu Yi stared, ready to act at any moment. Even Yu Sang Tian was injured, let alone Yu. The old chief looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. He also needed the other 2 sword intents. How did this person get them? Yes, he had come here once before and defeated Frostblade. Was it that time that he had obtained the inheritance of the Ashen Sword? He had thought that Wu Wei had surrendered and that he would no longer have a chance to obtain the Ashen Sword, so he had allowed Shiwen to hide it. Now, he was determined to have it. In his eyes, Lu Yin's value was no less than Yu Sang Tian's. We must keep this person here. This person is comparable to Yu Sang Tian, and if they join forces, our consciousness universe will be defeated without a doubt, the old chief shouted, his terrifying consciousness covering the sky as it pressed down. Lu Yin's expression changed. This old man's consciousness surpassed his. Unless he absorbed another cosmic realm consciousness, he would not be able to block this attack with his consciousness alone. Fortunately, Lu Yin did not only have consciousness techniques. As the old chief's consciousness pressed down, Lu Yin used the 9 heavens change to resist while raising a hand. The old chief's consciousness was pulled down and landed on his palm. The old chief was shocked. What kind of battle technique was this? Even his consciousness was being used. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he condensed his consciousness and used the great sky-carving disc to suppress. This was the most terrifying great sky-carving disc that Lu Yin had ever seen, far surpassing Wu Wei's and his own. The great sky-carving disc seemed ordinary, but it was the most basic way to use consciousness. The more consciousness one had, the more useful this technique would be. The old chief's great sky-carving disc was as tall as the sky. The youths on the wall could not help but tremble. Even though they looked down on consciousness lifeforms, they were still in awe of great power. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, and his consciousness planet rotated. It did not directly confront the old chief's great sky-carving disc, but instead swept past it and floated upwards, appearing directly above the old chief's great sky-carving disc. With consciousness as the soil, the void as the sky, the soil below, and the sky above. Now that the soil is in the sky will be overturned. Overturning sky palm. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the old chief's terrifying great sky-carving disc slowly reversed. No matter how the old chief tried to suppress it, he could not stop it. This was a battle technique that used Lu Yin's consciousness as the soil. This soil was above the great sky-carving disc, and the great sky-carving disc was also soil. If the soil was in the sky would be overturned. This was the law of the universe, a law and a concept. The great sky-carving disc was forcefully reversed, and Lu Yin took the opportunity to attack the 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses with 6 palms. Frost Blade blocked with its blade, but the blade was shattered. Gui Shaoqing, Shi Wen, and Lan Huifeng were all severely injured at the same time. They all coughed up blood and looked at Lu Yin with fear. This person's power was definitely not below Yu Sang Tian's. Since ancient times, how many people had been able to fight 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses alone? This was an earth-shattering scene. Yu Yi, on the other hand, was unaffected. He had used his consciousness to forcefully divert this palm, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. This person had not made a move all this time because he had been hiding this move. The old leader took this palm head-on. Even though consciousness lifeforms did not cultivate their physical strength, the old leader had lived for so many years, and with the nourishment of his consciousness, his physical strength was extremely terrifying. He was almost at the level of an emperor. Lu Yin's palm could not do anything to him. Seeing that Lu Yin had actually reversed the great sky-carving disc, the old leader sighed. He was indeed at Yu Sang Tian's level. Then, he looked at Lu Yin with a gloomy gaze and raised both his palms to face Lu Yin. World lock. It was as if an invisible lock had fallen down between heaven and earth. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to retreat as he sensed danger. But it was too late. The cliff had already been invaded by consciousness, and even Yu Sang Tian had only retreated after breaking through the cliff's barrier. The void lock locked down time and all lifeforms' perception of the outside world. Lu Yin punched upwards, and with the support of the realm of mastery and the transformation of the 9 heavens, he unleashed the strongest punch that he could currently unleash. However, this punch was also locked down. Consciousness, thoughts, wisdom, and cognition were all under the world lock. It was as if Lu Yin had been completely stripped away and all of his combat strength had been locked down. He could only see an ordinary person. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of Jiang Feng. He was probably like this now. Would Lu Yin also become like him, unable to see light and lose his perception of the outside world? This was an eternal life realm technique. This was the old leader's hidden strength. Hua Money's memories did not have a clear understanding of the traps of the realm of earth. He felt that there was no power in the realm of earth that could kill Yu Sang Tian, but the old leader was full of confidence because of this. This was a technique that was infinitely close to the eternal life realm. Back then, Jiang Feng, the ancient god, and the others had all experienced it. In fact, Lu Yin had also experienced it. In the mirage domain, he had been sealed by karma. Now, this feeling was really close. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and struck out with his palm. There was no power, only karma, the Tao of karma. You can lock up cognition, wisdom, and all combat power, but can you lock up karma? Karma was the true power that an eternal life realm could control. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3697. Whether it was Yu Sang Tian's importance, Grandmaster Bluegrass help, or Yi Tiank's own memories, everything told Lu Yin that karma was the only path to eternal life. So what if he had eternal life realm techniques? Karma, heavenly Tao. An ant trying to swallow an elephant. This was the feeling the old chief gave Lu Yin. How could a mere lock down the heavenly Tao of karma? How laughable. With a crack, the formless void lock shattered. The old chief spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. Impossible, the worldly lock actually cracked. He had failed once against Yu Sang Tian, and now he had failed again against this person. How could this be? Who was this person? The heavenly Tao of karma continued to crack the worldly lock. The old chief coughed up blood and could only release his consciousness to strengthen the lock. At the same time, Frostblade and the others attacked together, trying to defeat Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had injured them and seemed to have the upper hand, once the 6 celestial phenomenon powerhouses attacked together, Lu Yin would not be able to break the worldly lock in time. At the very least, he would be injured. At that moment, Yu Sang Tian appeared in the distance below the cliff. He glanced at Lu Yin's battle with the old chief and the others and raised his hand. An eternal thought shot towards the cliff. Yu Sang Tian had appeared quickly and attacked even faster. Lu Yin, the old chief, and the others saw it, but they could not react in time. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his heart sank. He had wanted to keep an eye on Yu Sang Tian and borrow his strength to climb the cliff while he used an eternal thought. Yu Sang Tian should have had this plan as well, but now that Lu Yin was being held back by the old chief and the others, Yu Sang Tian had actually succeeded. This was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that Yu Sang Tian had been watching this place all along? The old chief and the others were similarly unwilling. Climbing the cliff had been a long-cherished wish of the consciousness universe for countless years, and they had not expected to miss it. Light shot out from Yu Sang Tian's fingertip. The eternal radiance illuminated the precipice and hid it. At that moment, the expressions of those on the cliff changed. Yu Sang Tian was the only one who could touch them from below, and he might be able to scale the cliff. They did not know how to deal with him. In public, he was the god of defense, so there was no problem in killing them. In private, he was someone from the spiritualized universe, so killing them was even more natural. No matter how they looked at it, they were doomed. An eternal thought shot towards the cliff. Yu Sang Tian took a step forward and grabbed it, wanting to borrow its strength to scale the cliff. Lu Yin, the old chief, and the others on the cliff were powerless to stop him. Suddenly, an eternal thought changed direction. It was no longer aimed at the cliff, but at Lu Yin. No one had expected this sudden turn of events, including Yu Sang Tian himself. He loosened his grip, allowing an eternal thought to blast out. Along the way, resplendent light flashed, bringing with it an immense pressure. Lu Yin was besieged by 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. If they wanted to defeat Lu Yin, they would have to break through to the 13th level first. The eternal thought's direction change was too fast. The closest celestial phenomenon to Yu Sang Tian was Yu Yi. He could not react in time and was penetrated by the eternal thought. His body dissipated quickly. Gue Shaoqing and Xuan acted at the same time, using their consciousness to push Yu Yi away, but it was still too late. Yu Sang Tian's eternal thought had killed 213 heavenly phenomenon cultivators before, and Yu Yi was no exception. A thought of eternity pierced through Yu Yi, and its radiance did not diminish as it pierced towards Lu Yin. 2. An eternal thought passed through, hit the distant precipice, and gradually dissipated. The old chief and the others stood in place, staring blankly. Where was Lu Yin? Yu Sang Tian looked in another direction. Lu Yin stood there calmly with a wooden wing in his hand. He had used this turbid treasure to avoid an eternal thought. He hadn't used the wooden wing in his battle with the old chief and the others because he didn't need it. It was only when Yu Sang Tian appeared and used an eternal thought that he regretted it. He hadn't expected Yu Sang Tian's timing to be so accurate. Even if he used the wooden wing, it was too late. Fortunately, Yu Sang Tian's steps had been disrupted. Yu Sang Tian looked into the distance and saw another familiar face. Yu Sang Tian turned and looked over as well. A figure slowly walked out and entered everyone's eyes. It was the Eternal. No one had expected the Eternal to be here. Lu Yin had guessed that the Eternal would follow the battleship to the universe of Intense, but he hadn't expected the Eternal to come to the realm of Intense as well. He had even entered the heavenly imperial court at the right time. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yu Sang Tian, Lu Yin, and the Eternal had all entered. The area below the precipice was split into 4 groups, the old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, Yu Sang Tian, the Eternal, and Lu Yin. On the precipice, the group didn't move and just watched. Their previous teasing was gone, as they felt that the battle below might affect them. They felt a sense of danger. Why are you here? Yu Sang Tian looked at the Eternal. Lu Yin's appearance was within his expectations, but the Eternal's was unexpected. The Eternal smiled and looked at Yu Sang Tian, then at Lu Yin. Since everyone is here, I can't be absent, can I? He then looked at the old chief and the others and praised, is this group of 13 celestial phenomenon the strongest force in the universe of Intense? If we all die here, the universe of Intense will be at the mercy of others. No matter how one looked at it, the old chief and the others were at a disadvantage, even if they had the advantage in numbers. Hearing Eternal's words, old leader walked out and looked at the 3 of them. This is the universe of consciousness. We can attack or retreat. We won't be completely annihilated here. You should take care of yourself. The biggest threat is not us. The Eternal smiled. This is your territory, but you're being forced to retreat. How pitiful. The old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had gloomy expressions. Lu Yin asked, why are you here? The Eternal looked at him. If I don't come, who can help you? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Like just now. The Eternal smiled. Yu Sang Tian almost ran away, didn't he? But I was almost injured by one thought of eternity, Lu Yin said. The Eternal didn't care. You won't. Yu Sang Tian frowned and looked at the Eternal with fear. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to transfer one thought of eternity. Back then, he had used it to kill 213 celestial phenomenon cultivators, severely injuring Wu Wei and causing the universe of Intense to go silent. In the boundless universe, the progenitor and Lu Yin had to work together to cancel out one thought of eternity. However, this person had transferred it. He was right. This person was the strongest person in the universe of Intense. So, what do we do now? It seems like only Yu Sang Tian can climb the cliff, but everyone here wants to. The Eternal smiled at Yu Sang Tian. The old head and the others also looked at Yu Sang Tian. The situation was beyond their control. Not to mention the 3 of them, even if there was only one of them, they couldn't do anything. They might as well climb the cliff. They couldn't figure out how so many experts had suddenly appeared. Lu Yin also looked at Yu Sang Tian and said to the others, I have a suggestion. How about we cripple Yu Sang Tian and force him to bring us up? I think it's a good idea, the Eternal agreed. The old chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators looked at each other. Attack! Their consciousnesses suddenly blasted towards Yu Sang Tian. Lu Yin took a step forward and released his consciousness under the starry sky above his heart. 9 heavens transformation struck out and compressed pure energy into his palm. Even Yu Sang Tian felt a chill. Yu Sang Tian stepped forward at the same time and used 9 heavens transformation to disperse the clouds. Bang! The 2 palms collided, and the void was destroyed. A storm visible to the naked eye swept out in all directions, dispersing the old chief and the others' consciousnesses. With their palms facing each other as the center, a dark light gradually spread out and enveloped the 2. Their palms flipped in the opposite direction, and their boundless strength destroyed the void. Lu Yin stared at the place where their palms were facing each other. Battle force of the realm of palms spread out, and his arm continuously withered. Behind him, the first sword of heaven pierced towards Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian looked up, and terrifying sequence particles instantly covered his vision and covered the cliff. His heart was like a boulder, and the stars moved. The boulder remained motionless, and the starry sky remained motionless. The first sword of heaven froze in the void, unable to advance. This was a sword that cut towards the end. There was no process, but it couldn't get close to Yu Sang Tian. At this moment, Yu Sang Tian was the starry sky, and the starry sky was Yu Sang Tian. There was a thump, and Lu Yin retreated step by step. He was shocked. This wasn't Yu Sang Tian's strength, but rather his own. The spiritualized universe had a sequence technique known as boundless strength. When one's strength was boundless, they could borrow the power of the stars to unleash unimaginable strength. However, that required an endless amount of sequence particles, which was unrealistic and only theoretically achievable. Yu Sang Tian, on the other hand, had used his heart like a boulder and unimaginably boundless sequence particles to change the heavens. His body had turned into the heavens, and he had used the power of the heavens to overwhelm Lu Yin. This was another type of strength that didn't require any personal cultivation, and it was similar to a springboard. In terms of strength, the strongest in the spiritualized universe was Emperor Wu Huang, but Yu Sang Tian wasn't at that level. He didn't need any strength, but he could still unleash boundless strength. Lu Yin was forced back, and 2 swords flashed past him and slashed towards Yu Sang Tian. They were the middle and lower heaven swords. Here's the point guard. Compared to Lu Yin, Yu Sang Tian posed a much greater threat to the consciousness universe. Only Yu Sang Tian could scale the precipice, and Old Head and the others' first target was Yu Sang Tian. They would rather give up on Lu Yin, who was right in front of them. The 2 swords froze in the void at the same time. Yu Sang Tian's heart was like a boulder, and he treated himself as the stars of the heavens and the earth. They were boundless, and the people on the precipice were stunned. Even though they were far away, they still couldn't hide the shock that Yu Sang Tian brought to them. He was clearly looking down on them, but they had to look up at him, which made them want to vomit blood. The 2 leaders were shocked. This was Yu Sang Tian's power. It was no wonder that Yu Sang Tian had been able to defeat Rushi and the lesser defense deity. Even if he wasn't at the peak of the 5 lesser defense deities, he was definitely in the top 3. The Eternal made his move, and the sequence particles that covered the heavens were like a monster that had emerged from the ground. They barbarically pushed aside Yu Sang Tian's sequence particles and surged forward. Yu Sang Tian's gaze turned solemn as he looked at the Eternal. He didn't say a word, and his heart was like a boulder that froze in the void. The Eternal calmly looked over, and with a wave of his right hand, the sequence particles suddenly changed and pressed down on Yu Sang Tian. Everyone watched as the two sequence particles collided, splitting the heavens and the earth into two. It was as if two colossal creatures were facing off against each other in the starry sky, causing the precipice to sway. Atop the precipice, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were watching a battle between gods. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3698. Whether it was Lu Yin, Old Chief, or the others, they were all pushed away. This was a clash between the top powers of three universes, a direct clash of sequence laws. Only now did Lu Yin see the true strength of the one true God. If not for the Grand Empyrean sacrificing himself to trap him with the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Tian Yuan universe would not have been ruled by the above heaven sect. Lu Yin did not know what Eternal had been waiting for. He could have unified the Tian Yuan universe, and even the Grand Empyrean would not have been his match, but he had been tricked by the Grand Empyrean and fled to the spiritualized universe. The two waves of particles collided like a storm. Yu Sang Tian and Eternal walked towards each other at the same time. Each step was slow, but each step shook the precipice. "You and I were allies," Yu Sang Tian said. Eternal looked at him. "So what? I can take you to the precipice, but you have to destroy the others first," Yu Sang Tian said. Eternal raised an eyebrow and smiled. He looked at Lu Yin with a playful expression. "That's really tempting." Old Chief and the other 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators subconsciously retreated. If these two joined forces, they would definitely die quickly. Lu Yin met Eternal's gaze. "You trust him?" Eternal smiled. "It's better than trusting you. Aren't you afraid that he'll go back on his word?" Lu Yin asked. Eternal looked at Yu Sang Tian. "It doesn't matter." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. As expected, only Eternal was a match for Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian had his own trump cards, but so did Eternal. Eternal had spent so many years in the Tian Yuan universe, constantly searching for turbid treasures. He definitely had something hidden in the spiritualized universe, but now that he had been exposed, it meant that he was fearless. Even Yu Sang Tian could not deal with him. Yu Sang Tian truly felt threatened by Eternal, but he had no choice. Since this person had appeared, he could not avoid him. As for whether or not Lu Yin would be killed, it would not be that easy. Eternal would not attack, and if he was not wrong, Yishang's turbid treasure was still with him. As long as there was a chance, Eternal would not mind killing Lu Yin, and Lu Yin would not mind killing him. Seeing the waves of particles from Yu Sang Tian and Eternal weaken, Lu Yin moved his fingers. "It looks like I've been underestimated. Then, let's see if you can kill me." With that said, he released the starry sky in his heart. In an instant, terrifying sequence particles surged out, forming a third monster-like storm beneath the precipice that connected the heavens and the earth. Why? Yu Sang Tian was shocked. He had never seen Lu Yin use a sequence law before. The Eternal frowned as he looked at the majestic sequence particles. Where did they come from? Isn't this fellow at the ancestor realm? Although his ancestor realm cultivation had the battle prowess of a great circle crossing bitter calamity, since it was so exaggerated, how could he still have hidden methods? The old man and the others did not know Lu Yin's realm, but when they saw that he had such a terrifying array of laws, they retreated once again. No matter how they looked at it, they felt as if they were the weaker party. On the precipice, those people were astonished. Even in the Nine Clouds universe, they rarely saw such terrifying particles. They were all inferior gods. How could there be so many strong cultivators in the spiritualized universe? Liu Yin's sequence particles came from the Jiangshan painting and the sealed realm. After so many years, he had already broken down the foundations of these two sequences. The landscape map was formed by 77 so close, yet worlds apart sequence powerhouses from the spiritualized universe. As for the sealed world, it was formed by 359 impression sequence powerhouses. Although these two sequence techniques weren't powerful and could even be said to be useless against someone like Yu Sang Tian, it didn't stop him from having plenty of sequence particles. In terms of numbers, he wasn't afraid of the sequence particles of more than 400 sequence nomological powerhouses. He hadn't used them before. He had been afraid that it would be discovered that he could break down the foundations of these sequences, but there was no need to hide them now. When he thought of this, Liu Yin's eyes widened, and he released all of his sequence particles. Instantly, a torrential storm pressed down on Yu Sang Tian and eternity. The sequence particles' majesty surpassed theirs, and they were stunned. They couldn't figure it out. Even if Liu Yin had lived for the same amount of time as them, it was impossible for him to cultivate such a majestic amount of sequence particles. Moreover, he was still so young. Something wasn't right. Yu Sang Tian looked at the torrential storm. So close, yet worlds apart. Impression. These were two sequence particles. How had they fused together? These sequence laws shouldn't belong to the same person. How long had this person been in contact with the spiritualized universe? Even if he was at the level of sequence laws, it was impossible for him to cultivate two at the same time. There was a problem. Liu Yin didn't have time for Yu Sang Tian to think so much. He shouted at the old man and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators, "We're from the Tian Yuan universe. You sent she there to join forces against the spiritualized universe. Now that we're here, why aren't you killing Yu Sang Tian?" The old man was shocked. "You're from the Tian Yuan universe?" He didn't know who she was, but since he was from the Tian Yuan universe, he was a natural ally. Attack. Liu Yin used reverse time to attack the Eternal. The old man and the others no longer hesitated, believing Liu Yin's words. After all, an expert comparable to Yu Sang Tian had suddenly appeared, and it didn't seem right to them. Besides, killing Yu Sang Tian was their goal, even though it would be difficult. Liu Yin didn't expect them to be able to kill Yu Sang Tian, but with the old man's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for them to delay him and prevent him from climbing the cliff. The Eternal glanced at the old man and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators. Liu Yin appeared in front of him. "You want to kill me?" The Eternal watched as Liu Yin attacked and easily dodged. The so-called parallel time was meaningless against him. Liu Yin's palm missed, and he countered with Kanyang. It was a concept-level battle technique, but Kanyang was broken before it could be used. The Eternal grasped his sword and waved it around, creating afterimages. Each afterimage was a choice of time, and every time one was broken, the Eternal could choose the location and time of the next afterimage. Liu Yin's figure instantly disappeared, and the Eternal's afterimages enveloped him. The afterimages shattered at the same time, but they couldn't find Liu Yin. The Eternal was shocked, he'd actually dodged all of them. Suddenly, he dodged, and a karmic spiral pierced through him. Liu Yin frowned, and karmic spirals appeared at his fingertips as he attacked the Eternal. The Eternal was unfathomable, and Liu Yin wanted to use karma to see what this person was thinking. The Eternal always seemed to be able to find a way out. Even if the Tian Yuan universe was destroyed and trapped by the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Eternal could still rely on the spiritual seed bestowed by the heavens to cultivate again. He had returned to his peak in such a short time, and this was under the premise that he knew the truth about the spiritualized universe. What was he thinking? The Eternal kept dodging the karmic spirals and looked deeply at Liu Yin. The power of karma is a power that leads to the eternal realm. You are indeed the greatest threat, and killing you was the right decision." With that, his eyes turned scarlet and divine power appeared along with numerous lanterns. True God's freedom technique. Lu Yin also used his divine power, and numerous lanterns appeared. It was also True God's freedom technique. The Eternal was distressed. "Someone like you actually wants to learn my power, and you even succeeded." Lu Yin praised, "Each of the three ultimate techniques of the true God is top-notch. I want to learn them all." Then watch carefully. True God's sky-switching technique. Behind Lu Yin, the tip of his sword rose vertically. The sword of heaven. In the past, the True God's sky-switching technique had trapped Lu Yin and lured out the insect hive, attracting powerful enemies for the Tian Yuan universe. Now, the Eternal did not need to rely on external forces. The sword of heaven pierced out and broke through the True God's sky-switching technique. The True God's sky-switching technique appeared again and shrank, trying to trap Lu Yin again. Lu Yin pointed out, and the Tao of Tianyi broke. Bang! A black line extended up the cliff. The terrifying destructive power from Lu Yin's fingertip directly broke through the True God's sky-switching technique. Sword of 10,000 Paths, the eternal sword fell in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin allowed the sword to pierce through his body. Flowing light shuttled back and forth, reversing for a second. At the same time, the sword of heaven slashed at the Eternal's head. The Eternal hurriedly retreated. Not only was he faced with the sword of heaven, but also Lu Yin's withered arm. The realm of Palm's battle force suppressed the void. The Eternal's lips curled up, and the sword of heaven that had been piercing towards him suddenly changed direction and stabbed towards Lu Yin. This scene was very similar to Yu Sang Tian's eternal thought being redirected. Lu Yin had no choice but to retreat with his palm. At the same time, the transformation of 9 heavens slashed out with the sword of heaven to cancel out the attack. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and a palm slammed down from above. Lu Yin struck out with his palm. Boom! The cliff swayed once again, and the force of the collision swept out in all directions. The old chief and the others were working together to attack Yu Sang Tian, and they were almost caught in the crossfire. Yu Sang Tian looked at Lu Yin and the Eternal's battle. Their strength was about the same. Lu Yin was not surprised by this outcome, as the Eternal's strength far surpassed his. When he had uprooted the Black Mother Tree in the Calamity Domain, he had relied on his terrifying physical strength, and the Corpse King had always been proficient in physical strength. Lu Yin had also relied on his breakthrough to the realm of Palm's battle force and the transformation of 9 heavens to contend with the Eternal strength. The two retreated at the same time. The cliff separated the two battlefields. Regardless of whether it was consciousness, strength, or battle techniques, they were all unparalleled. The people on the cliff were stunned. No matter how much they disdained the 3 universes, they did not dare to speak carelessly at this moment. The intensity of the battle below was so intense that even in the 9 heavens universe, only lesser defense gods were qualified to participate, and lesser defense gods were considered the strongest in the 9 heavens universe. The 2 leaders were most worried about the people below climbing up the cliff. Yu Sang Tian had the strength to do so, and if that happened, their safety could not be guaranteed. What should they do? Should they retreat or not? The 2 looked at each other and saw the apprehension in each other's eyes. At that moment, the battle below the cliff changed. Lu Yin and the Eternal attacked Yu Sang Tian at the same time. Lanterns surrounded them, and their names were changed to Mo Shang. Mo Shang was Yu Sang Tian's name. Heaven and earth were enveloped by 2 layers of the True God sky-switching technique. Yu Sang Tian didn't expect things to turn out this way. He used his rock foundation to break the first level of the True God sky-changing technique, but he couldn't break the second level. The second level of the True God sky-changing technique came from eternity. When the Eternal had fought Luin, he had intentionally used the true God heaven switching technique. He hadn't really wanted to use that technique to trap Luin. He had wanted to teach Luin that only two true God heaven switching techniques could trap Yu Sang Tian. They were still working together, just like when they had been in the spiritualized universe. From the very beginning, the Eternal had not planned to work together with Yu Sang Tian to kill Luin. It was not that they could not, but that they were not willing. Compared to scheming against Yu Sang Tian and not knowing each other's strength, the Eternal would rather work with Luin and scheme against him. At the very least, he was certain that Luin was not his match at the moment, and he was certain that Luin did not care about anything. Thank you, brother Mo Simi Liang, for the tip. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3699. As for Lu Yin's future threat, that was within their consideration, but not now. Lu Yin was a threat, and so was Yu Sang Tian. Right now, Yu Sang Tian was even more of a threat, and no one knew what he was thinking. The two worked together to create an illusion that no one but themselves could see through. This also caused Yu Sang Tian to be trapped by the true God sky conversion technique. Eternal, you want to deal with me? Yu Sang Tian was shocked. The Eternal and Lu Yin attacked at the same time. One used the sword of 10,000 paths, while the other used the sword of heaven. At the same time, the lantern was destroyed. When Yu Sang Tian spat out blood. This was the first time he had spat out blood in battle. The old chief and the others had only hit him because of their memories, not because of their strength. The true God carefree technique had injured Yu Sang Tian. The sword of 10,000 paths and the sword of heaven attacked at the same time, and the surrounding consciousnesses attacked. Yu Sang Tian was facing the most terrifying attack of the three universes, and it seemed that no one other than the Eternal Realm could break through. Light once again illuminated the area below the cliff. The boulder's foundation particles gathered into a river and merged into the light. Yu Sang Tian pointed his finger and used eternity. At that moment, the sword of 10,000 paths and the sword of heaven both missed, or rather, they were frozen in the void. Yu Sang Tian instantly disappeared, and the true God sky conversion technique slowly broke apart. Everything returned to normal. The Eternal, Lu Yin, and the old chief stood in place as the dark red godly power slowly dissipated along with their consciousnesses. Yu Sang Tian had escaped. Lu Yin frowned and looked in the direction that Yu Sang Tian had fled. He had just felt the power of time, and it wasn't a simple power. How many trump cards did Yu Sang Tian have? He hadn't even used a turbid treasure yet. The Eternal sighed. As expected, we couldn't stop him. After all, he is Yu Sang Tian, the strongest Yu Sang Tian in the spiritualized universe. The old chief and the others exchanged glances and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. This attack was even more terrifying than the Earth Realm's trap. If Yu Sang Tian could escape, it meant that the Earth Realm's trap had been a joke from the start. They had no chance of killing Yu Sang Tian. They didn't know if their hearts sank or if they heaved a sigh of relief. If their plan had gone smoothly, then they would have been able to surround and kill Yu Sang Tian in the Earth Realm. Perhaps they would have all died, but Yu Sang Tian's strength was too shocking. Their hearts sank, and they subconsciously looked at Lu Yin and the Eternal. These two were also Yu Sang Tian's enemies. Lu Yin looked in the direction that Yu Sang Tian had retreated to and fell into deep thought. He seemed to have guessed how Yu Sang Tian had managed to scale the cliff, but he couldn't do it himself. At the side, Eternal stepped out and headed for the top of the cliff. The old head and the others originally wanted to say something, but when they saw this scene, they didn't say anything. They wanted to see if the Eternal could scale the precipice. The people on the precipice were nervous. Before this battle, they didn't care. Other than Yu Sang Tian, they didn't think that anyone could reach the top. But now, they weren't so sure. This guy was also a fierce person who could fight against Yu Sang Tian. He had the battle strength of a defense god. No one could predict what he could do. The leader of the group watched on nervously. Their own strength wasn't bad, but they didn't think that they could compare to a defense god. If Yu Sang Tian had been the one to scale the cliff, he might not have dared to do anything because of their status, but they didn't even know where this person had come from. Once they got close to such a powerhouse, their lives would be in his hands. This wasn't something they wanted to see, but they couldn't stop it either. His divine power extended up the cliff, and Lu Yin looked up. Could the Eternal succeed? The Eternal could count. He was the #1 expert in the Tian Yuan universe, but Lu Yin hadn't seen all of his techniques. Like Yu Sang Tian, the Eternal hadn't used any turbid treasures. Under everyone's gazes, the Eternal relied on his divine power to continuously approach the cliff. It looked like he could succeed at any moment, but he was always a bit away from success. After a while, the people on the precipice relaxed. The Eternal had failed, and this person couldn't reach the top. They had seen this scene before. Everyone who had tried to scale the cliff had done the same thing. It looked like they could reach the top, but they were still missing something. Lu Yin frowned and took a step forward, using the reverse step to try to scale the cliff. The people on the cliff felt their hearts skip a beat. Another ruthless person had appeared. This person looked young, but who knew how long he'd lived? He hadn't been at a disadvantage against Yu Sang Tian, and he was extremely powerful. He probably wouldn't succeed either. Lu Yin continued to parallel time, and his figure flickered as he tried to approach the cliff. However, just like the Eternal, he was just a bit away. He used his wooden wings, but it was still difficult to cross this distance. However, compared to the Eternal, he seemed to be closer. He was almost the same height as the cliff, and he was only a few meters away from the people on the cliff. The people on the cliff trembled when they saw this. "Do you want to give me a hand? I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple." Lu Yin smiled at the people on the cliff. On the cliff, the young men and women stared at him blankly. This person was younger than he looked. Could he really be that young? Why did he look even younger than the geniuses of the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Those geniuses had all broken through the limits of their imaginations and possessed unimaginable cultivation talent. Generation after generation, they had sealed themselves in ice, waiting for a god's position to become vacant. Every genius from the Xiaoyu Pavilion could be considered a champion of their generation. Once they were born, the Xiaoyu Pavilion's special characteristics would allow them to cross the river of time in a short period of time and challenge the position of a god. This person couldn't have come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion, right? "Who are you?" a girl asked. She blinked, and her long eyelashes made her look very cute. Lu Yin smiled. "Perhaps I'm your future master." The girl was tempted, and she licked her lips. "Did you come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" "Shut up," the girl leading the group growled and gave the girl a warning look. The girl stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak again. Lu Yin smiled brilliantly. "Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Did you really come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion?" Someone cried out. The surrounding people looked on in shock, and their eyes were filled with worship. It was as if they were looking at their idol. "Think of a way to pull me up. I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple." "I'm not lying," Lu Yin promised. Although the chances of him being pulled up were very small because these people didn't have the ability, who could say for sure? Perhaps one of them had a monstrous background and possessed a turbid treasure that could pull him up. Everyone was tempted. On the other side, the Eternals heard this and promised the people on the cliff, I'll take whoever pulls me up as my disciple. I'm also from the Xiaoyu Pavilion. Everyone looked at each other. Was this for real? Another person from the Xiaoyu Pavilion. In the Heaven Origin universe, although the Eternals weren't considered old, they were still considered middle-aged. However, he had used a turbid spirit seed to recultivate, so he looked very young now. Just like Lu Yin, he directly copied Lu Yin's excuse. What kind of place is the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Someone asked with a cautious gaze. The Eternals naturally replied, I can't say. Everyone, ? On the other side, someone asked Lu Yin the same question. What kind of place is the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Don't say you can't. Just say that we've learned about it. You just have to tell us what we know. Lu Yin proudly replied, it's a place that's qualified to take over the God of Defense's position. Everyone looked at each other and didn't deny this because it wasn't wrong. Lu Yin didn't know what the Xiaoyu Pavilion was, but he knew what the name meant. It was too easy to understand. The leader calmly looked at Lu Yin. Alright, you're not from our universe. Who exactly are you? During the battle beneath the cliff, Lu Yin had told the old chief and the others that he was from the Heaven Origin universe, but these people on the cliff hadn't heard him. Lu Yin had been careful not to let them hear him. Lu Yin met the woman's gaze. Pull me up, and I'll let him marry you. He then pointed at the Eternals. The Eternals turned around and looked at Lu Yin before looking at the woman. Alright. The woman's face flushed red. You can't come up, and I advise you not to. We have an eternal realm power behind us that you can't resist. Lu Yin tempted her. Are you sure you don't want to marry him? With his strength, he can become a god of defense at any time. After all, there's a vacancy for that position. The woman was shocked. You know about our 9 firmaments universe? I told you that I'm from the Xiaoyu Pavilion, Lu Yin said. He then looked at the Eternals. Tell them about the Xiaoyu Pavilion. There are some things that can still be said. Everyone looked at the Eternals. The Eternals was helpless. Alright, there's no harm in telling you some things. He paused for a moment, and then his expression turned solemn. I sleep in the octagonal pavilion in the southeast. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the people on the cliff changed. The two leaders looked at each other. Did this person really come from the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Lu Yin's lips curled up. He didn't know about the Xiaoyu Pavilion, but the Eternals definitely did. How did Fengbo go to the Tianyuan universe? The first time Lu Yin had heard the words, God of Defense, was from Fengbo. The Eternals had long been clear about the relationship between the 9 firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe. He must have been to the 9 firmaments universe and knew a lot about it. In the southeast. So that's how it was. Are you really from the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Someone blurted out. The Eternals smiled mysteriously. Of course. What about you? The others looked at Lu Yin with burning gazes. The cultivators of the 9 firmaments universe were filled with fanaticism toward the Xiaoyu Pavilion, especially the younger ones. They treated it as a place of endless worship. Anyone who walked out of the Xiaoyu Pavilion might become a god of defense in the future. Unlike Yuseng Tian, the Xiaoyu Pavilion was a god of defense in the 9 firmaments universe. It was a god of defense that they truly respected and looked up to. It was rumored that the current gods of defense all slept in the Xiaoyu Pavilion, and even the gods of defense had slept there before. Lu Yin's expression was calm. I sleep in the northwest. Everyone's breathing quickened. It really was another person from the Xiaoyu Pavilion. That's right, only someone who came out of the Xiaoyu Pavilion could fight against a god of defense at such a young age. Lord Xiaoyu, my name is Meng Meng. I'll pull you up. The girl with long eyelashes took out a whip from her cosmic ring and tossed it at Lu Yin. The others hurriedly stepped forward and introduced themselves to Lu Yin and the Eternals, wanting to pull them up. However, their items couldn't even get close to Lu Yin. Enough. A stern shout came from behind the girls' group. It came from a young man with a gloomy expression. His face was gray and slightly pale, and his fingers were longer than the average person's. He looked at Lu Yin with a cold, murderous gaze. "You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."